Chapter 201 Respective OPP1NTS. Although Lei Zhu's offensive was amazing, Bluno was not seriously injured. Rob Luigi and the others didn't think much about it. The Pluton design was right in front of them, so now is not the time to be surprised. Just when Rob Lucky and the others were about to make another move, another attack came over. But this time it was no longer a lightning attack, but a azure blue slash. At the same time, the two figures quickly rushed towards CP9's encirclement. The attack that came again made Rob Lucky give up the idea of directly grabbing Frankie. Glancing at the people around him, he turned his head to look in the direction of Luffy. At this time, in addition to Zoro and Sanji who rushed over first, several other figures were also rushing over. At this time, on Thousand Sunny, only Luffy, Marianu, Usopp aiming with a slingshot, and Nami and Sassi the Cloud Fox who were temporarily lacking in combat power were left. Others, including Konis, have all gone down to Thousand Sunny. Straw Hat Crew, what do you mean? Rob Lucci's face was gloomy, ignoring Zoro and Sanji who had already appeared in front of him, but looked at Luffy who was still standing on the boat. Originally, he thought that he could take Frankie away directly by relying on the ability of the door fruit, but he did not expect to be discovered under such unexpected circumstances. As for how Luffy could have predicted that Frankie would be attacked in advance. But it was because observation Haki sensed Bluno and the others who were using the door fruit power elsewhere. Frankie is the boatman on my ship. You suddenly shot him. What do you mean? Are you going to fight with us? Luffy asked directly, and at the same time, the others who had just disembarked had also stood beside Zoro and Sanji. Luffy kid. Frankie, surrounded by CP9 people, looked at Luffy blankly. At first, it seemed that it was also Teacher Tom who blocked himself and the iceberg. Boss. You. Lucci, Keiku, what do you want to do? Why are you surrounding our boss? Hearing the movement outside, the younger brothers of the Frankie family came out of the house again. The first time they came out, they saw Frankie surrounded by people. As for the people surrounding him, there were actually a few people who knew him. As the boatman of the number 1 dock, almost no one in the Seven Waters does not know. So even these little brothers of Frankie recognized the people in front of them at the first time. We are the people of the world government, Straw Hat Crew, do you really want to be the enemy of the world government? Although he prides himself on his strength, if he really fights like this, he may let the Pluton blueprints fall into the hands of Straw Hat Crew. This kind of thing is absolutely to be avoided, so at this time Rob Lucci still moved out of the name of world government. World government? People from the world government work as boatmen here? Who are you kidding? As Cypher Paul, Rob Lucci and others will not easily explain their identity as CP9, otherwise the future espionage missions will be difficult to do. Because of this, Luffy simply pretended not to know, and went back directly. Lucci, why bother talking to them, just kill them all. The irascible Jabra, the demon fruit power in wolf form from the original book, said. Although Jabra doesn't like Rob Lucci, whoever calls him a senior official can only follow his orders when he acts. Rob Lucci was silenced by Luffy's words. Just as Luffy thought, as a CP9 agent, he should try to keep his identity as secret as possible. Otherwise, try to kill everyone who knows, otherwise, once your face is exposed, the espionage mission will basically be impossible. Thinking of this, Rob Lucci didn't intend to talk nonsense anymore. After making a secret gesture, his body suddenly disappeared in place. And at the first moment of Rob Lucci's action, other members of CP9 also acted together. The number of CP9 agents that appeared was 7, and the number of people who disembarked was exactly 7. Although these members of the CP9, after using the 6 shave, the speed is really fast. But in the face of Zoro and others who have awakened observation Haki, it is of no use at all. Zoro took the lead, and the 3 knives around his waist had all been pulled out, holding them in his hands and in his mouth respectively. In one step, he stopped Rob Looky, who had just disappeared with shaving. And Rob Looky, who was stopped by Zoro, narrowed his pupils. Judging from the feeling of the collision between the hardened part of the iron body and Zoro's 3 knives, the opponent's strength is surprisingly large. If I hadn't used iron body in time, I might have been injured in this collision. And just when Zoro stopped Rob Looky, the others also confronted the remaining CP9 members. To actually do it without saying a word, you guys really have no etiquette at all. Lifting his leg to block the attack of Keiku, the cube nose, Sanji said calmly. Blackfoot Sanji, no, why do you look different from the photo on the reward? Looking at the man with yellow hair and curly eyebrows standing in front of him, Keiku recognized him immediately. After all, he is a newcomer to the Straw Hat Pirates who only recently received a bounty. When Straw Hat crew just landed in the Seven Waters, there was already information in front of them. But it's a little strange, this face looks a bit worse. What are you bastard talking about? Laozi is Sanji, as for the bounty for breaking the bounty, you go ask Marine. Although I was really happy when I heard that I was offered a bounty before. But in the past few days playing in the Seven Waters, Sanji has seen his extremely terrifying reward order. Now when I hear CP9 in front of me mention this, Sanji instantly breaks the defense, the force under his feet, Wang Hao, can't help but increase, and the two separate again. Hey, is it demon fruit power? This is a dog. Looking at the orc CP9 appearing in front of him, Galtino couldn't help complaining, but his subordinates were unequivocal, and the candle shackles shot suddenly. Bastard, you are the dog, your whole family are dogs, Laozi is the wolf. Like Sanji, who was broken by Keiku's words, the CP9 member in front of him was also angered by Galtino's words. But even so, the attack that came directly from the front was still dodged by him at the speed of shaving. Then, little sister, in order to avoid being harassed by men, my opponent is you. The figure of Khalifa appeared in front of Koni's. However, she was greeted by circles of pink light. Although it was the first time to do it with others, but with the existence of observation haki, Koni's didn't have many panic men. Chapter 202. In the absence of specific information, a regular devil fruit ability similar to the slow fruit. For those who do not have observation haki, it is undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction blow. Even the speed of the dull light is not fast, but Khalifa hit it with the speed of shaving. In this case, Koni's, who has no combat experience, will be the first to end the battle. Sure enough, at the first moment of contact with the dull light, Finger Pistol, who had already stretched out his finger and was about to hit Koni's, was forcibly stopped. Although it didn't really stop, this speed is actually no different from stopping. Devil Fruit's ability, and Haki's ability, are really powerful. Nami looked in Koni's direction with a slightly envious look. He was an ordinary person before, but after awakening observation haki and eating the slow fruit, he was able to defeat these people who were not easy to mess with in an instant. If it is normal, at the speed of these CP9s, ordinary people can't even see their speed. But in the case of observation haki, the speed of these people is directly ignored. No need to envy, your devil fruit will be available soon. Seeing the envy in Nami's eyes, Luffy just smiled lightly, and then said comfortably. The new ship has been built, and the wind has settled the matter here. It's almost time for the golden 630 lion to appear, right? Hearing Luffy's words, Nami was obviously taken aback. Although Luffy kept telling himself that he had chosen the right devil fruit for himself, but when he would get it, Luffy kept saying nothing. Hearing Luffy's words at this time, Nami couldn't help but look forward to it. As more and more enemies encountered, Nami's need for devil fruit became more and more urgent. I used to think about exchanging devil fruit for Bailey, but Nami has long since forgotten about it. I also wanted to help Luffy, instead of being protected by him every time. Regardless of what Nami thinks in his heart, the first match on the field has already been decided. After Koni's restrained Khalifa with the ability of the slow fruit, Galtino, who still had power, bound Khalifa's hands and feet with 2 candle shackles. Tisk, that woman in Khalifa was subdued so easily, what is she doing? Kumadori, who was stopped by the transformed chopper, couldn't help complaining when he noticed Khalifa, who was motionless and wrapped his hands and feet in white shackles. Be a good chance. Meanwhile, Kumadori's momentary distraction was seized upon by Chopper. Strengthened arms, hardened armament haki, carved hoof Sakura. Chopper's right hand muscles swelled upright, while a dark layer of armament haki covered the deer's hoof. At this momentary opportunity seized with observation haki, he hit Kumadori directly on the forehead. That's right, Chopper, as an animal's physical fitness, is completely able to withstand armament haki. Therefore, when everyone awakened observation haki at that time, he and Galtino both awakened armament haki with Marianu's help at the same time. Blessed with great power and covered with armament haki's deer hoof, it hit Kumadori's forehead directly. And Kumadori, who couldn't dodge because of this momentary distraction, rolled his eyes and flew out under Chopper's blow. And he was proud of returning his life, but he didn't even have the chance to display it. And unlike everyone else, Fakura Otonashi, the zipper-like CP9, used moonwalk to jump into the sky right from the start. Seeing 2 consecutive defeats by Straw Hat Crew, Otonashi Fakura seems to want to attack Koni's and Chopper, who have ended their fight. Your opponent is here. 39. Robin crossed his hands and activated the flower fruit ability. 6 round flower, anchor flower. Oops. Otonashi Fakura only wanted to attack Koni's and Chopper, who had defeated those 2 because of the losses of the 2 partners. And completely forget that there is a Robin on the field with no opponent. 6 pink and white arms wrapped around Fakura's neck, arms and feet at the same time. However, it seems that because the opponent's neck is about the same thickness as the body, Robin has some problems when trying to fix the opponent's neck. However, although it didn't directly make the opponent lose their combat effectiveness, it was almost enough to grab both hands and feet. Although Robin's strength is not enough to last for too long, but such a momentary effort is enough. Gartino's candle shackles were thrown out again. Bastard, how could it be possible for you to succeed again? Seeing that his opponent ignored him and attacked others again, Jabra suddenly felt dull, and slapped Galtino with his sharp wolf claws. I saw your attack long ago. Under the perception of observation haki, Mr. 3 did not stop the movements in his hands, nor did he mean to dodge. Swish! Jabra's claws hit Galtino's chest directly. Jabra's heart flashed a hint of joy. It seemed that he was more powerful, and he was the first to kill his opponent. However, Jabra, who just wanted to draw out his claws and continue to attack the supplementary knife, changed his face in an instant. I took a photo of Galtino's claws and couldn't get them out. In panic, Jabra noticed that Galtino, who was hit by his claws, had no blood flowing from his chest. Although he did have the feeling of attacking something, at this time, his claws directly penetrated the chest of the person in front of him. However, the imaginary roll of flesh and blood did not appear. His claws did hit the opponent, but at this time, the opponent's chest was indeed a layer of white substance that had completely solidified. Galtino's candle shackles successfully restrained Otonashi Fakura again, and Galtino looked at Jabra in front of him. You were caught by me too. 39. The corners of Galtino's mouth twitched, and at the same time, with his free hands, he grabbed Jabra's free hand with one hand. In one hand, another candle shackle was thrown at Jabra's feet. Damn it, bastard, what the hell is your ability? Why did I hit you, but you didn't do anything? Seeing himself being restrained, Jabra was helpless. The hand that was still active wanted to break free from the opponent's control, but found that the opponent's strength seemed surprisingly strong. Even the werewolf himself couldn't break free. He turned his head to look, but what he saw was a dark palm firmly grasping him. Candle clone. As Galtino's voice fell, the original Galtino suddenly began to melt. Chapter 203 A Short Battle. Part of Mr. 3, which melted into a white liquid, was separated from it. The part of the separated white liquid candle, in Jabra's stunned eyes, reformed the appearance of Galtino. The original mass of liquid flowed to the other hand along the Jabra that had been bound by one hand. Then, after wrapping around his hands, the liquid candle quickly solidified. So far, one more member of CP9 has been restrained. At this moment, Bluno, who was injured by Mary's lightning attack and did not play. Watching the people on his side being defeated one after another, he wanted to do something. Boom! A series of sounds of cracking of the ground came, and Bluno, who had wanted to do something, was interrupted by this shaking. Don't think about doing superfluous things. 35. Retracting the foot she had just stomped on the ground, Makita carried her special umbrella and glanced at Bluno, who fell to the ground. Although the weight gain of a light lion fruit is not comparable to that of a ton pressed fruit, it will not receive a reaction force, but it is not comparable to a ton pressed fruit. Therefore, Makita can take advantage of this and use her hands and feet to attack by gaining weight. A weight of 10,000 kilograms can completely crush the ground by hitting the ground. When the battle was over, Galtino threw out the candle shackles at the right time and bound the fallen Bluno. As a result, the only members of CP9 on the field are Rob Lucky and Keiku. Okay, that's awesome. Except for Zoro and Sanji, the battle of the rest of the people ended quickly, and those Frankie's younger brothers were all surprised at this time. Frankie also looked at everything on the field in shock at this time. These guys who could quietly appear behind him were defeated so easily. The two remaining people, looking at the way they were fighting, couldn't please them at all, and they couldn't even touch Zoro and Sanjito. Straw Hat Crew. At this time, Rob Lucky's face was gloomy, and he glanced at Khalifa and others who had been defeated. He had no idea that the strength of Straw Hat Crew was so strong. In this short few minutes of fighting, except for the moment when the other party tried to block him at the beginning, he was stunned that he never touched the other party once. But he has been attacked several times by the man in front of him. If it wasn't for the ability of Zoan Devil Fruit, his resilience was amazing, or these injuries might have made him lose his combat effectiveness. Seeing that Khalifa and the others were all subdued, Rob Lucky's thoughts turned around, thinking about what to do next. The pirate hunter in front of him, Zoro, has already made himself helpless, so how strong should the man who has been watching all the time be? Moreover, the rest of the Straw Hat Crew have also freed up their hands, and just hurriedly took a look, and the abilities that a few people showed were quite troublesome. If they besieged him together, if one is not good, he will end up with Khalifa and the others. Moreover, the lightning attack at the beginning did not show up in this game. Is there anyone else hiding around? In addition to himself, Keiku is the only one on the field who can barely hold on. It is still a question of whether they can break through, let alone the task. Life returns, paper arts, martial arts. But now the arrow is on the line, and I have to send it to see if there is a chance to save Bluno, and there may be a chance in this case. Frankie, eat the Bluno. Seemingly seeing Rob Lucky's thoughts, Luffy directly let Frankie swallow Bluno. The ability of Munch Munch Fruit, but there is still a lot to show. When Luffy named Frankie, he was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted. Those people suddenly appeared just now, it seems to be because of Bluno. Thinking of this, Frankie didn't hesitate, just opened his mouth and swallowed Bluno, who had been sitting beside him. 66.99. Except for Luffy and Frankie, whoever was in the scene fell into a moment of silence. This, really swallowed. Even though I've been through quite a few amazing adventures with Luffy. But now, a person was directly swallowed by another person who was about the same age as he, reminded. Although I know that this is the ability of Munch Munch Fruit, but after all, it is different from swallowing objects directly. This is a living person. He won't die, will he? 4 flowers 0. Looking at Frankie, who had recovered to his original state, Usopp, who had been watching from the boat, stuttered and shouted. No, it was just swallowed by the ability of munch fruit, not killed, but released. Luffy explained that Frankie would definitely get on the boat in the end, and Luffy didn't want other people on the boat to misunderstand anything. Hearing Luffy's words, whether it was Usopp who asked the question or the others, all breathed a sigh of relief. If Frankie really eats people, that would be horrific. At this time, Rob Lookie's face has completely darkened. The ability that Frankie suddenly showed was completely different from the information that he and others had collected in the past. Is it hidden all the time? No, with Frankie's character, there is no way to hide this ability. Point 0. It's not a secret that can't be said, and there is absolutely no need to hide it. That is, the recently acquired devil fruit? Just a few days after we met, I was willing to give devil fruit to Frankie. Straw Hat, what is your purpose? Miscalculation, the above also prepared 2 devil fruits this time, originally intended to be eaten by Keiku and Calipha after the mission was completed. In the current situation, if the 2 devil fruits can be eaten first, there may be undesired results. But I didn't expect you to be a demon fruit power. After experiencing Frankie's cannibalism, Zoro's attention returned to Rob Ludge in front of him. In just a few minutes of battle, the opponent did not use the ability to change into a human beast state. Are you planning to go all out to use this ability suddenly? The corner of Zoro's mouth twitched, and this person was indeed the strongest among these people. Although observation Haki won't deceive himself, Zoro can be said to be completely interested after feeling the strength of the opponent. Has anyone else resolved the battle except the smutty cook? It seems that I have to work harder, but I can't lose to the chef. We miscalculated this time, but do you think it will be useful if you defeat us? Just now, I have passed the news back here, and soon, Marine's warships should be surrounded. 4. Chapter 204 How to Solve It. As for why CP9 sent the news back, it was Marine. After all, Marine is also a subordinate agency of the world government. Even if you don't tell Marine about the ancient weapon, the Straw Hat crew's identity alone is enough for Marine to dispatch. Marine, come to the 7 waters at this time? It shouldn't be Buster Call, and this is not the Nice lobby, and I haven't done anything out of the ordinary. I don't know who it will be. Hearing Rob Lucci's words, Luffy thought to himself. These CP9s are basically impossible to conquer, and Luffy is not worried about keeping a group of world government spies on board. There are many secrets on his ship. Although there are 2 observation Hakis of himself and Mary, they are considered top-notch existences, but they are not afraid of 10,000 just in case. Unless you have the ability to remember the fruit, but if you rely on modifying your memory to obtain companions, 633 is not in line with your original intention. Moreover, in order to obtain the door fruit, Blueno Luffy will definitely not let go. If you kill someone's partner and still expect others to take refuge in you, even if that person really agrees to get on Luffy's boat, next time he will betray himself and get on someone else's boat, why bother? You think you can survive Marine's arrival? Zoro's words changed Rob Lucci's face, and the situation in front of him was indeed not optimistic. Fly finger pistol pulled. Although the situation is not optimistic, it is not Rob Lucci's style to sit still. Seeing that those who stopped on the other side didn't seem to have any plans to take action, it was not impossible for him and Keiku to escape. Rob Lucci, who transformed into a leopard man, flicked his sharp fingers, and several air bullets shot at Zoro at an extremely fast speed. Ding ding ding! Zoro swung his knives in a row, and easily blocked these powerful air bombs. However, because of the action of swinging the knife, Rob Lucci lost his sight again. However, even if the eyes couldn't keep up, observation Haki didn't fail. Turning around quickly, 3rd generation Gitu and Shuezo crossed their chests, blocking Rob Lucci's close finger pistol who should have appeared behind him. How fast? 35. Facing Rob Lucci who could appear behind him in the blink of an eye, Zoro grinned. This speed is indeed much faster than Zoro's own speed. But in the case of observation haki, as long as the action is made in advance, the speed of Rob Lucci can't help Zoro at all. Just as Khalifa attacked Konis before, even if Khalifa was 10 times faster than Konis, it would have no effect. Unless Rob Lucci can affect Zoro's mood, or the fight lasts long enough, Zoro haki is exhausted. Otherwise, it is basically impossible for Rob Lucci to cause damage to Zoro. Of course, if Rob Lucci's power is much greater than Zoro's, it can naturally also cause damage to Zoro when Zoro blocks. But obviously, the current Rob Luigi, even if he transforms into a leopard man form, is not much stronger than Zoro. Even, once Zoro covers armament haki, Rob Lucci only needs one attack, and the battle is basically over. On the other side, Sanji and Keiku are in a similar situation. Keiku, who is good at Tempest Kick, cannot effectively hit Sanji in front of Sanji with observation haki. On the contrary, because he used the 6 forms continuously, his physical strength was extremely exhausted. You're actually going to get bogged down here, are you Straw Hat Crew really only a month into the sea? Keiku, who was already gasping for breath, took advantage of the short attack gap and took a breath. Is it unstoppable? If you knew Luffy's current strength, maybe you wouldn't have done this operation from the start. Sanji muttered to himself. The opponent's strength is similar to his own, and he may be stronger than himself. This is what Sanji saw from the battle just now, but because of the existence of observation haki, it turned into a fight against the opponent himself. No wonder Luffy was so interested in Marienu's abilities. If more and more people have haki in the future journey, I guess it will not be as easy as it is now. Frankie, how are you? Do you want to go with us? You know, the world government won't let you go easily, even if you're not afraid. What about your little brothers? Now, there's no need for Luffy to pretend to be ignorant. The Marine is coming, and it's time for the Straw Hat Crew to go. You really know something. Khalifa and the others, who were bound to the ground by Galtino's ability of the wax fruit, had such an expression as expected when they heard Luffy's words. As soon as you come to the capital of 7 Waters, go directly to Frankie and Bing Shan to build a new ship together. How would anyone know that Frankie was also a master shipbuilder if he didn't know them? However, do you think that if you took Frankie away, the world government will let you go? 35. As expected of the agents of CP9, even at this time, they didn't say what they wanted to capture Frankie. However, this concealment meant nothing to Luffy. Isn't the reason why I became a pirate because of your world government? Don't let me go, thought I would care. Anyway, the battle between Zoro and Sanji isn't over yet, and Luffy doesn't mind playing tricks with them. Instead of threatening me, it's better to worry about yourselves. Do you think, will I let you go? Luffy glanced lightly at the CP9 agent bound by the candle shackles. These people, Luffy is considering whether to kill them directly. According to the original situation, they will later be framed by the Spondum guy and hunted down by the world government and Marine. However, after seeing them, they still became CP0s, that is to say, their hearts may still be towards the world government. Is it good for you to keep such a person? Moreover, I was destined to kill Blueno with 0.4. If I let these people go, they probably wouldn't appreciate myself. In Luffy's eyes, a flash of killing intent flashed. As expected, is it better to kill them? Just when Luffy was about to start, a cannonball was flying towards this side at an unreasonable speed in Luffy observation haki's perception. It's actually an old man. 99. Even Luffy couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he sensed the cannonball. Zoro, Sanji, quick fight, it's time for us to go. Even an ordinary marine, Luffy had no intention of fighting it out, let alone Garp. It's not because of fear, but because it's unnecessary, and these Marines are not their own goals. Old man? Could it be? Chapter 205 Marine arrives. The first time Luffy said the old man, Nami thought of who it was. Others may not know who the old man Luffy is talking about, but Nami, who was once saved by Luffy, does. An existence that can be called an old man by Luffy, and is also a Marine, it can't be anyone else except Garp. But what's going on? Why is Garp coming to catch Luffy and the others? Is that Mr. Garp? Nami asked in a low voice. There were still people from CP9, Nami wasn't sure if they knew about Garp and Luffy's relationship, so he should be cautious. But looking at how they looked before, you probably don't know the relationship between Garp and Luffy. Well, we have to prepare to go, the old man won't show mercy. Okay, I'll go get ready, Usopp, get ready to set sail. 99. Hearing Luffy's affirmation, Nami did not hesitate, turned to the person who had ended the battle, but had not yet boarded the boat and shouted. Everyone, we're getting ready to go, get back on the boat. 35. 14. Hearing Nami's shouts, Konis and the others stopped watching the battle between Zoro and Sanji, believing that they would be over soon. Everyone returned to Thousand Sunny one after another. In this way, in the open space of the Frankie family, only the chained CP9s were left. Zoro and Sanji, who are still fighting, Rob, Luigi and Keiku, and Frankie's younger brothers. Frankie, how are you thinking? Seeing that everyone was back on the boat, Luffy looked again at Frankie, who was still hesitating. Boss, go ahead, we know you really want to go to sea, but you just can't worry about us. We can take care of ourselves, and you should make a decision for yourself. Yet, Boss Frankie, we're still waiting for you to be famous for your superheroic appearance. Frankie's little brothers don't understand what's going on, but they do know that this is an opportunity for their boss. Therefore, even if they were reluctant, they could not selfishly prevent Frankie from leaving. You. Hearing the farewell words of the younger brothers, Frankie had tears in his eyes and was about to say something when there was a sound of cannonball roaring in the distance. Boom! The cannonball that flew at high speed was shot down in the air by Luffy with the Qingxuan. To actually use so much strength, the old man is really welcome. 95. With this roar, Zoro and Sanji's battle is basically over. Rob, Lucky and Keiku were defeated by a move of Demon Slash and Demon Windfoot respectively. Zoro and Sanji, who had ended the fight, turned their heads and forgot where the explosion occurred. The two looked at each other and didn't stay any longer, and ran towards Thousand Sunny at the same time. Come on, Boss Frankie, if you don't go, the Straw Hat crew will be gone. Although we are gangsters, we haven't done anything bad, Marine won't do anything to us, you can rest assured. You bastards, do you just want to drive me away? Frankie roared, glanced at his little brothers, and then walked towards Thousand Sunny. Shhhhhhh. It was the sound of shells flying again, this time not just one, but several flying in a row. And the speed did not decrease the first shell just now. Moreover, the shadow of the warship can already be seen in the distance. Sure enough, it can't be Buster Call? That's right, after all, I and others didn't make a big fuss like the original. It's just a warship, it's much easier to leave, even if it's Garp's warship, it doesn't matter. Luffy threw a few punches in a row, and the air column of Qingxuan destroyed all the shells in the air. At this time, Frankie has come to Thousand Sunny. What, have you finished saying goodbye to the little brothers? Luffy looked at Frankie, chuckled, and asked casually. Humph, I just didn't feel comfortable handing Thousand Sunny to you layman, so I followed. Frankie has a tough mouth, but maybe this is a man's self-esteem, right? What about these CP9 people, do you want to kill them all? Looking at all the CP9 members lying on the ground, Zoro asked. If you want to kill them, Zoro can kill them all with just a few knives because these CP9s can't move at this time. Luffy pondered for a moment, then looked up to catch a glimpse of the approaching marine, and suddenly the corners of his mouth twitched. Rob Luigi, my invitation is always valid, if you change your mind, you can always find us through the life card. With a shout in front of Marine's face, Luffy turned his head back contentedly. After hearing Luffy's shout, Zoro put down his right hand holding the handle of the knife. Zoro is still quite aware of some intrigues and tricks after years of stumbling on the sea. Hey! Luffy, when did you invite them, people from the world government, do you want to invite them all? Zoro understood what Luffy meant, but there were clearly a few simple guys on the boat. Of course Luffy didn't say anything about the invitation, and as for the life card, it was even more impossible. However, there is such a sentence, it is not so easy for them to continue to return to CP9 or world government. If people from world government asked them for Luffy's life card, but they couldn't get it, what kind of scenario would it be? Besides, Spondum might even help fuel the flames. Luffy didn't believe it, and they could join the C633P0 after they had done it. Maybe, when they are desperate, they will really consider joining themselves. As for saying that Luffy will kill Blueno, it can only be said that there are a few people who are secret agents who treat him with sincerity. What's the bastard talking about? When did we get his life card? And among the restrained CP9s, there are also people who are not very smart. For example, a dog with a grumpy personality. Oh no, it is a wolf. At this time, he is very puzzled when Rob Lucky got Luffy's life card. Idiot, that's a way to provoke us and the world government. Calipha's face was gloomy, and he glanced at Rob Luigi and Keiko who fainted not far away although they were not restrained. What? How dare that bastard do that? Wait, does it make sense for him to do it? The simple-minded Jabra is still confused, even if he is restrained, he can't settle down. Our mission failed, what do you think the Spondum guy will do? Calipha glanced at Jabra angrily, how did he pass the test to become a CP9 at that time? Even if Jabra is stupid, he understands what it means. As for that bastard Spondum, he must have put all the blame on himself and others, and he might even add more fuel to it. Chapter 206 Garp boarded the ship. Garp Vice Admiral, continue to attack. On the dog-headed warship, Bogart, who was Garp's adjutant, looked at all the downed shells and couldn't help asking. To be able to shoot down all the shells thrown by Garp can only be said to be the grandson of Mr. Garp. Bogart still knows something about Garp and Luffy's relationship. After all, he is one of Garp's closest people in Marine, and he knows some secrets. But looking at Garp's merciless way of throwing cannonballs just now, outsiders definitely can't tell that the two are actually related to grandfather and grandson. Ha ha ha. No need, throwing cannonballs won't help, it's better to go down and fight, it's been a long time since I beat that stinky boy. It's a little itchy. On his own warship, Garp didn't care whether his words would cause misunderstanding by others. But maybe on someone else's boat, Garp wouldn't care at all, would he? A question mark slowly appeared on Bogart's head. Even though I know that Garp is usually not rude and training soldiers is ruthless, but that is your grandson, and your hands are itchy because you haven't beaten your grandson for a long time? Garp Vice Admiral, what about those CP9 people? Need help? The speaker was a pink-haired young man who was not strong. Help? Didn't you hear what the Straw Hat Kid just said? Let them fend for themselves before they figure it out. Even though he knew that what Luffy said just now was just a diversionary plan, the Marines weren't the only ones on the scene. Moreover, Garp had a bad impression of the people of the world government. Since the other party had this suspicion, then he didn't need to pay attention to it at all. Kirby, you still have a lot to learn. Bogart glanced at the rookie sea soldier in front of him. Although it was only about a month of training, the will of the other party was really good. Otherwise, it is impossible to exercise the original fat in this short period of time. Yes, Mr. Bogart, I will try my best. Kirby saluted Bogart, expressing his obedience to the teaching. There was a serious look in those eyes, but at the same time there was a trace of expectation. "Mr. Luffy, are you so strong?" Kirby, of course, also saw the scene where Luffy just destroyed the cannonball thrown by Garp. Such cannonballs, Kirby asked himself, except for dodging with the shave he just learned, it is completely impossible to resist. "I'll leave it to you here, Bogart, this old man is going to see my grandson." With that said, Garp ignored the reaction of the sailors on the ship, and with one step, he disappeared on the deck. At the same time, there was a constant sound of air explosions coming from the front of the warship. Snapped. Bogart slapped his forehead. This Garp, he walked away, and he had to say that Luffy was his grandson, and now he had to explain it again. "Hey? Grandson? Mr. Garp's?" Sure enough, after Garp left, the sailors on the ship exclaimed in surprise. The relationship between Garp and Luffy is currently unknown except for some of Marine's generals. Fortunately, these Marines also know about it. However, it is also a good thing that these people are Garp's diehards, and they won't talk nonsense, otherwise everyone will know about it, and Marshal Sengoku will have a headache again. Not to mention Bogart, who was having a headache, and how to explain it. Garp, who left the warship, quickly came to Luffy and the others on the moonwalk. See, Marine. Garp, who suddenly appeared on the deck of Thousand Sunny, startled everyone except Luffy and Nami, but he was still on alert for the first time. To be able to go directly to Thousand Sunny across such a long distance, the strength is estimated to be very strong. "Why, get on my boat, are you planning to be a pirate with me? Smelly old man." For Garp's behavior of directly rushing into his own boat, Luffy could only sigh in anger. "Stinky boy, what nonsense are you talking about? Haven't felt the iron fist of the old man's love for a long time. Mr. Garp, why are you here?" 35. Although the last time we met was 5 years ago, Nami recognized Garp right away. Looking at the old man who seemed to have more white hair than 5 years ago, Nami asked embarrassingly. After all, it was Garp who saved him from the pirates at the time, but now he has become a pirate, which made Nami a little unsure how to deal with Garp. "Hey, it's little Nami, I haven't seen you for 5 years, is she already so beautiful?" Garp didn't care about that at all, but after seeing the girl's appearance, his eyes suddenly lit up and he leaned in front of Luffy. "This girl is so beautiful now, have you started?" With that wretched look on his face, Luffy thought he saw Kizaru. Does this old man still have such a side? Garp, is that the Garp? Although I did hear Luffy talk about his relationship with Garp, it was the first time everyone saw Garp. Marine hero Garp suddenly got on the pirate ship of himself and others. Although the other party was the grandfather of his own captain, he still felt terrified. However, although Garp got close to Luffy just now, his voice was not lowered. As soon as these words came out, a black line was drawn across the foreheads of everyone, and there was a feeling of shattered image in an instant. And Nami, who was the party, didn't dare to have an attack. After all, maybe he should call the other party's grandpa? You came to my boat specially, wouldn't it be just to talk nonsense? Luffy didn't want to pay any attention to the stinky old man in front of him, and just wanted him to leave quickly so that he could continue sailing. "Stinky boy, how did you talk to Grandpa? As a grandfather, let me see what happened to my grandson?" As he said that, Garp had the intention of hitting people. The itchiness he said on the warship was not a joke. "Just talk, don't move." Looking at Garp's raised fist, Wang Hao, Luffy spoke quickly. "What a joke, there are so many people, if Garp comes here, won't the indifferent image that I have built up for so long be destroyed?" Hearing Luffy's words, everyone looked at the two of them curiously, wanting to know what Garp would do to Luffy. "What are you talking about? How could I do something to my grandson?" Garp snorted, and the fist that had been stretched out suddenly stretched out a finger and pinched his nose. As for what he said, Luffy scoffed, and wouldn't do it himself? Didn't you throw the cannonball just now? This sudden gesture of reaching out and clenching a fist, if it wasn't for his quick reaction, wouldn't he have already hit it? Oh, stinky old man! So, you came here to show your nonsense. Luffy thinks Garp should have something to tell himself, otherwise he would have to go to his own boat specially. Chapter 207 Useless Smelly Old Man. At this moment, Thousand Sunny was filled with a strange atmosphere. Except for Garp's hearty laughter from time to time, everyone else was extraordinarily restrained. However, this is also impossible, after all, it is the marine hero who is facing Garp. Most of the people present grew up listening to Garp's story. They were not born to be pirates. When they were young, it can be said that they all admired this marine hero. What's more, the other party is Luffy's grandfather. If he can teach a grandson as strong as Luffy, how strong should Garp himself be? Of course, they were wrong about this. Luffy's strength had nothing to do with Garp. If it has anything to do with it, maybe it is the ability to be beaten? Although there is no one who can beat him in Luffy now. It was a marine hero, and an elder of his own captain. Naturally, everyone did not dare to be as reckless as usual. Even Frankie, who had just joined, who was used to being a high-profile person, didn't dare to breathe loudly at this time. It's better to say that I'm still nervous now. After all, Blueno is still in his own Toonton space. Shouldn't Garp come for Blueno? Tell me, what are you doing here to find me? Looking at everyone's restrained appearance, Luffy was helpless too. Maybe after 633 got along for a long time, they would not give the old man face like himself. But now it is the first time to meet each other. Even if I am in their situation, it is estimated that it will not be much better. Therefore, Luffy can only finish the matter as soon as possible and let Garp leave quickly. Garp also seemed to feel the dignified atmosphere, although he himself was the kind of person who didn't have any airs, and could even be said to be an old urchin. But these juniors don't know, and even if they do, it's impossible to relax when they meet for the first time. I heard that you have mastered the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki. Garp also stopped playing tricks and asked the question he had always wanted to ask. When he heard Sengoku talk about this before, his first reaction was that Sengoku was joking. But at the time, Sengoku, looking like he was furious, told Garp that he wasn't joking. Now that the chance finally came, Garp certainly had to ask. After hearing Garp's question, everyone on the side raised their ears. This is a good opportunity to understand the strength of your own captain. Luffy stared at Garp for a while before answering. Yes, you didn't come here just to confirm this, did you? Although it was just for confirmation, Garp was shocked to hear Luffy say that he had mastered the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki. Garp naturally wouldn't doubt whether Luffy was talking big or what character of his grandson. Although Garp didn't come home for a long time, he still understood. Yes it is, no it is no, Luffy doesn't lie about this kind of thing. How did you cultivate? Could it be that you were taught by some old monster during the years I was away? Garp stared blankly at Luffy, as if he wanted to see if the person in front of him was his grandson. Could it be that someone used the strange devil fruit ability to occupy it? I answered your question, but you, what is the current situation of the devil fruit and devil fruit illustrations I asked for? Although the current Luffy has learned about the special effects of his observation haki, the demand for union fruit and Pokédex is not so great. But it still makes Luffy happy to be able to knock the old man. Ahaha, is that? Garp, who was still staring at Luffy at first, burst into laughter after hearing Luffy's words. For himself, if he had these two things, he would have given them, after all, he was his grandson. But the point is that he didn't, and Luffy is now a pirate. Even if he had the cheek to ask Sengoku for it, Sengoku couldn't agree. Cut, useless stinky old man. Although Luffy doesn't have to have these two things, it doesn't stop Luffy from mocking Garp. Bia, stinky boy, what are you talking about? Did you talk to Grandpa like that? Garp deserves to be Garp, this skin is not ordinary thick. Isn't it? Sun Tzu's little request can't be fulfilled, isn't it useless? Luffy pouted and retorted directly. Is that a trivial matter for you? There is no news about Union Fruit, even naval headquarters. As for the devil fruit illustration, do you think it is Chinese cabbage? Garp is not happy when he hears it. Can these two things be a little thing? Do you really think that your grandfather and I are devil fruit trees? Nami on the side, after hearing Union Fruit, the first reaction was that Luffy prepared it for him. In other words, Luffy has been planning devil fruit for himself since a long time ago. Thinking of this, Nami couldn't help feeling a little sweet, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Cut, it's useless, if you say so much, you still can't do it. Luffy doesn't give Garp face, and he doesn't know what character the stinky old man is. The thick-skinned one is comparable to Red Line. You stinky boy, you are really neither big nor small. Garp, who had nothing to refute, could only scold it indifferently. He seemed to want to raise his fist but held back. I heard you met Ace. Stop worrying about devil fruit, Garp suddenly came to ask such a question. Well, but I reckon he's going to die. Luffy said something calmly that made Garp jump. Hey? What's the situation? Confused by Luffy's words, Garp forgot what he was going to say. Didn't a traitor escape on the Whitebeard? You know that. Looking at Garp, it looks like Ace hasn't been caught yet, meaning he hasn't met Blackbeard yet? Well, have you heard of it, is it related to him? Wouldn't Luffy say one thing out of nowhere, that is, this guy, would beat Ace? Ace is going to hunt down this guy and we'll meet in Alabasta. Is this person strong? Even Ace who has eaten Maramara fruit is no match. Although he is not his own grandson, and Ace is an adult, he has his own way to go. But after all these years together, Garp couldn't be indifferent to the possibility of Ace being killed. Ace relies too much on devil fruit. I don't know why he has been on the Whitebeard for 2 years, but he can't even know Haki, or is not skilled. Hearing this, Garp couldn't help rolling his eyes, thinking that everyone is like you, only 17 years old and strong enough to wake up armament Haki. But what Luffy said was right, in Whitebeard's knowledge, Ace wasn't physically fit even when he first joined. But after 2 years, don't you know how to exercise? Chapter 208 Planning. By the way, your boat is really good. Who built it for you? There is no need to worry about the problem of Ace, the chicks have grown up, and each has its own fate. Since Ace has embarked on that road, he needs to bear all the consequences. Garp quickly put these things aside and looked at it with interest. Thousand Sunny. You don't care who helped me build it, you can't sit on such a ship anyway. Luffy had already seen Garp's heartlessness, and seeing him change the subject at this time, Luffy was not surprised. Hey, isn't it the boat made by Baseho Adam? Why can't I sit on it? Although he is not a master, after all he is so old, he still has some knowledge. Oh, you have certainly been on the boat made by Baseho Adam, but the material used in my boat is not just Baseho Adam. Luffy was also thinking about revealing memory alloys to Garp. In the future, I will work with the world government, which is basically a sure thing. According to the latest plot that he learned before he crossed over, even if he didn't trouble them, that I would not let him go. As for the reason, Luffy didn't know, maybe it was because of the straw hat. Since it is destined to meet, there are some people that Luffy still has to win over. And Garp is one of the more important ones. Although he is a pirate and Garp is a marine, at that time, Luffy does not believe that Garp will stand by. Therefore, revealing a little information to Garp is considered an early hello. As for whether or not Garp will talk nonsense, Luffy believes that his grandfather still has his senses. Don't look at Garp's usual inconspicuous and unscrupulous appearance, but that's just some innocuous things. Even if it was stated in the original book that Luffy's father was Durag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, in front of the Marines, is it really such a big deal? Everyone at the top of Marine should know, not to mention the world government, but what is the impact of speaking out in front of these Marines? Hey? I don't see any difference, isn't it the treasure tree atom mixed with metal? Garp looks left and right, and while it's true that the ship is made entirely of treasure atom and metal, there's nothing more special about it, right? Wait, metal? There is nothing special about the metal boats alone, but according to the news, Luffy and the others arrived in the capital of Seven Waters only a week ago. In a week, a ship made entirely of metal and treasure tree atom was built. This speed is not right. Even base Ho atom is quite troublesome to process, let alone metal. How did this kind of thing happen? Your ship took a week to build. Garp was a little surprised. Could it be that the shipyard in the city of Seven Waters, Master, has some new technology? How about it, stinky old man, do me a favor. 99. Luffy didn't answer Garp's question directly, but was ready to ask Garp to do him a favor. What? You say it first. 35. Hearing Luffy's words, Garp looked at Luffy warily. This stinky boy usually doesn't ask himself for help at all, but once he asks for help, there will be no good. Don't be so vigilant, I just want you to advertise the new metal we synthesized. Luffy winked at Frankie, who had been cautiously beside him. Frankie understands that, although he still looks a little afraid of Garp, he still uses the ability of Munch Munch fruit to open his mouth and spit out a piece of metal from it. Frankie handed the metal to Luffy and quickly backed away, always feeling that the aura between Garp and Luffy was a bit strange. New metal. Garp glanced curiously at the piece of metal in Luffy's hand, which looked like a normal cuboid. The color is also the silvery white of those common metals, and there is nothing special about it from the outside. You try its hardness. Luffy handed Garp the metal in his hand and motioned for him to squeeze it. With the power of Garp, it is not difficult to deform or break a piece of metal. Garp didn't hesitate, took the metal block that Luffy handed over, and first weighed it in his hand. The weight was not heavy. But this is not surprising, the force in the hand is indeed stronger than ordinary metal. That's it. It's just a little harder than ordinary metal, so there's nothing special about it, right? 4 flowers 0. Spreading his palms, Garp glanced at Luffy strangely, looking at the metal block that had been bent by himself. If that's all there is to it, there's nothing special about this metal, right? Before waiting for Luffy's answer, Garp could already see something was wrong. The metal that was bent by himself was returning to its original shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is... Garp was a little surprised that the metal could be recovered automatically. He seemed to have seen the information on this metal somewhere. How about this new alloy? How about an advertisement for me? 35. Seeing that Garp discovered the characteristics of this metal, Luffy asked with a slight smile. We named this metal Super Memory Alloy. In addition to its better performance than ordinary metals, it can automatically return to its original state after being damaged. With Luffy's affirmation, Garp's expression slowly turned serious. I have indeed seen information about this metal somewhere. That is, in a report put forward by Vegapunk, there is theoretical information on this metal. Now, this metal has actually been made, and it was made by his grandson. At this time, Garp has a feeling that the metal in his hand may be a hot potato. What do you want to do with this metal? Garp knew that Luffy couldn't ask for help just to sell the metal. If it's just for selling, why bother to find yourself? As long as there are so many forces in the ocean, as long as they know the goods, they won't let go of this metal. So, Garp felt, Luffy wanted more than that. I just want a place to go to World Summit. Luffy directly stated his purpose. There were no outsiders on the boat, Luffy didn't need to be secretive, and everyone obviously wouldn't go around talking. This is impossible, you are a pirate, even if this metal can allow a non-world government member country to join the world government, it is impossible for a pirate to participate in the World Summit. Garp vetoed. Why did Luffy want to qualify for the World Summit? Garp doesn't want to get into this point, but Luffy wants to participate in the World Summit, and the world government is absolutely impossible to agree to. Chapter 209 revealed. Who said I was going to the World Summit myself? Luffy looked at Garp calmly. Although there is no suitable candidate yet, the World Summit will not start in 2 years. It should be said that Vivi will also participate in the World Summit 2 years later, but Vivi's situation and the status of being targeted by IM is not suitable for contact with himself. Luffy's best bet is to find someone he doesn't have contact with on the bright side. You don't want to build your own country, do you? If it is this new type of metal, it is completely possible to seek the qualification of an allied country in the world government. What exactly does Luffy want to do? Garp stared into Luffy's eyes, as if he wanted to know what Luffy was thinking. Garp, however, saw nothing. Luffy's eyes, nothing but calm. I don't have that interest. My dream has been to travel around the world since June 3rd, but you Marines and the world government don't seem to want to let me go. Luffy really didn't think about building a country or anything. The reason why I want to qualify for the World Summit is to understand the actions of the world government for the first time. If there is any action related to him, Luffy can know it immediately and be prepared. Garp was silent for a while. Regarding Luffy's bounty, this was indeed beyond Garp's expectations. As long as Luffy doesn't do things that hurt civilians and violate justice, Sengoku will not set a bounty for Luffy. However, Luffy, who was able to compete with Hawkeye just after going to sea, attracted the attention of the world government, which is why Luffy was offered a reward so quickly. However, what is even more unexpected is that in just 1 or 2 months, Luffy has even mastered the winding of Conqueror's Haki. The current Luffy, in addition to power, might have been able to compete with the 4 emperors standing in the New World. Looking at the silent Garp, Luffy wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, it wasn't a big problem whether Garp helped him or not. Crucially, what Luffy wanted was an attitude from Garp. If Garp agrees to help, then when facing the world government in the future, Garp will probably stand on his side. On the contrary, if Garp would refuse his request, although the two would not turn against each other, Garp would stand on his opposite side. This is a matter of attitude. What Luffy wants to know is, in Garp's heart, whether the riddled world government is more important, or the son and grandson. Whether it's Luffy or Durag, the enemy wasn't Marine from the start. I can grant your request. Just when everyone was overwhelmed by the silence between Luffy and Garp, Garp finally spoke up. And hearing Garp's answer, Luffy's calm eyes finally wavered. After all, he was his grandfather in this life, and Luffy still hoped that he would be on his side. But, you can't do things that endanger civilians. This condition, for Luffy, means nothing. This is of course no problem, as I said just now, my dream is to travel around the world from beginning to end. And after Luffy answered, the depressing atmosphere between the two seemed to disappear at once. And Garp, also changed back to the previous inconspicuous appearance. Hey, stinky boy, do you want me to help you so much? Changed from the seriousness just now, Garp's current appearance made Nami and others relieved. The appearance of the two just now made them wonder if the two would fight, or if they ended up breaking up. No matter what kind it is, it's not what everyone wants to see. Although Garp is Marine and he is a pirate, in the end, Garp is still Luffy's grandfather. If that's the case, then I'll tell you some news. Seeing Garp's appearance, Luffy was a little amused, but also moved in his heart. Oh? What news? Is there any news that you, the pirate, know, but I, the Marine, don't? Garp suddenly became interested, and with Marine's intelligence system, it is reasonable to say that as long as it is important information, it will basically not be missed. But Luffy has news that he doesn't know, which makes Garp curious. Could it be that this kid deliberately used an irrelevant news to fool himself? Garp muttered to himself, if that was the case, then he wouldn't give him any more face, just beat him up. Garp made a secret decision in his heart, but he still had a smile on his face. Virgo, under Qingxuan da Flamingo. Luffy didn't think there was anything wrong with telling Garp this. Da Flamingo, I will meet myself sooner or later. Luffy might have been apprehensive when he first set out to sea, but now, Luffy is confident that he can kill him even with one hand. As for Virgo, there is no difference between killing him early and killing him later, and it will not affect him. Virgo? Which Virgo? 35. Garp only thought the name sounded familiar, but at first he couldn't remember who Luffy was talking about. Although he is also Vice Admiral, Garp runs around outside all the year round. Except for people such as ghost spiders, others are not necessarily recognized by Garp's character. The base chief of your Marine G5 base, Vice Admiral Virgo. For such Garp, Luffy had seen it before, and just explained it patiently. Hearing Luffy's prompt, Garp remembered all of a sudden, and then the whole person was not well. What the heck, a Marine Vice Admiral, or the base chief of the G5 base, you told me he was under Qingxuan da Flamingo. That heavenly yaksha has so much energy to arrange a Vice Admiral in Marine? Garp didn't believe it for the first time. Even if the identity of Dover 0.4 Lumingo is different from that of ordinary pirates, it is impossible to have this ability to arrange a Vice Admiral in Marine. But Garp, who knows Luffy's character well, and knows that Luffy won't deceive himself, that is to say, this matter is likely to be true. Hey, brat, do you have any evidence? Garp's face turned serious again, and it was no joke. There is a pirate spy in Marine. If this kind of thing spreads out, it would be Marine's joke. Virgo is one of the top codders of the Qingxuan family, Hart, who joined the Qingxuan family as early as 30 years ago. Luffy said no more. With this information, with Marine's intelligence capabilities, he should be able to find evidence soon. What a Doflamingo, who, as Shishibukai, actually reached out to Marine. Chapter 210 Experiments. Garp, who got the news from Luffy that Virgo was under Doflamingo, did not stay on Thousand Sunny. The eyes and ears of a pirate appeared in Marine, and he climbed to the position of Vice Admiral. This kind of thing is not a trivial matter. Garp, who hurried away, didn't ask how Luffy got the news. All he has to do now is to pass the news back and let Marine's intelligence department check whether the news is true. Garp, who had just returned to the dog-headed warship, immediately called his adjutant Bogart. Bogart, contact me with Staff Crane. Yes, Garp Vice Admiral. 35. Bogart knows Garp well, and Garp is usually giggling and has no image. But once there was a serious look on Garp's face, something big was up. Bogart didn't ask what happened, but walked quickly back to the office to get the phone bug out. Hey, finally gone. On Thousand Sunny, after 14 Garp left, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Garp's performance is approachable, no one dares to be presumptuous. The title of Marine Hero is still very deterrent. Hey, Luffy, what did you just say? Why can't we understand? Whether it's the World Summit or the Virgo thing, for Usopp and the others, it's a little too far away, and Luffy has no plans to explain it. You will know these things later, and now is not the time to consider them. Now, there is one more important thing. There is a saying about whether munch fruit can lock the devil fruit reborn after the death of the able person in the body, as it was said on the previous life online. Frankie swallowed Bluno into his body, proving that munch fruit people do have swallowing space. What we need to do now is to test whether the devil fruit can only be reborn in the Tuntun space after the capable person dies in the Tuntun space. Hey? Is there anything we haven't done? Everyone looked at Luffy in confusion. Now that everyone is on Thousand Sunny, and the supplies have been fully prepared, there should be nothing missing, right? Frankie, can you just kill the person you swallowed? Luffy looked at Frankie. Although demon fruit power dies, devil fruit will not leave the body immediately, which Luffy has confirmed with his special observation haki. But just in case, it is best to kill it directly in the Tuntun space Vice Admiral demon fruit power. Yet, Frankie just swallowed someone. Everyone thought Luffy was just trying to kill the man Frankie had swallowed. Frankie felt it, then shook his head. No, although I can transform things in Tuntun space, I can't kill people directly. 35. Is that so? Then you let the people out first. 3. And after Frankie releases the people, you make a candle box and lock them in. 5. Maybe killing people directly would make some people feel cruel, but since trouble came to the door, Luffy couldn't have a good temper and let people go directly. The other party is not a good person, and it does not violate Garp's requirement of not harming civilians. This real pirate world is far from being as simple as it appears in the comics. I'll kill this CP9 person in a moment. If anyone can't stand it, they can avoid it. Although Luffy has killed a lot of people along the way, they were all killed by Vice Admiral opponents in the process of fighting. This time, Luffy was ready to attack people who couldn't resist, so Luffy didn't force them to accept this kind of thing. Everyone, look at me, I look at you, no one chooses to leave. Even Konis, who just came down from Sky Island, who was originally an ordinary civilian, did not choose to leave at this time. These people, like Enel at Sky Island, didn't make a good impression on Konis. Sanji, bring me a fruit. Sanji nodded, and quickly brought a piece of fruit from the pantry. By the way, Frankie, you should be able to use the power of the Blueno you swallowed by now, right? Luffy didn't tell Frankie to spit Blueno out right away. Well, it's a very magical ability. 9. Luffy nodded, not letting Frankie demonstrate the ability of the door fruit. Remember that feeling, when the time comes, you will swallow the Blueno that I killed along with the fruit, and use your synthesis ability to see if you can synthesize the fruit and the feeling of that ability. Luffy talked about what Frankie was going to do. You want to control where devil fruit are respawns? But is this really possible? 55. Robin immediately reacted to what Luffy wanted to do. As the most knowledgeable person on board, his head naturally turned fast enough. That's why we have to experiment, isn't it? And now, we have just that opportunity. Once successful, Luffy no longer needs to pin his hopes on illusory providence. Luffy nodded towards Frankie, motioning him to let the Blueno out. Frankie understood, the ability of Munch Munch fruit was activated, Frankie's mouth slowly opened, and finally his chin fell to the ground. Then, Blueno was spat out of Frankie's wide-open mouth. After the Blueno was spit out, Galtino, who was ready, waved his right hand, and the 637 liquid candle quickly wrapped the Blueno that had not yet reacted. Then, a rectangular candle appeared in front of everyone. Sanji handed over the fruit, Frankie took the fruit, and did not stop using the Munch Munch fruit ability, still with his mouth open. After all, I have to swallow this candle cuboid right away, saving the trouble. Seeing that Frankie had swallowed the fruit, Luffy didn't hesitate, covered the emission with his palm, and slapped the candle cuboid with his palm. With observation haki able to see what's going on inside, you don't have to worry about slapping Blueno to death. After confirming that Blueno's breath has disappeared and the breath of the reborn devil fruit has not appeared, Luffy wrapped the candle cuboid and stuffed it into Frankie's gaping mouth. After all, there is a layer of candles wrapped around it, so there is no need to worry that Frankie really eats people. After Luffy shoved the candle cuboid completely into Frankie's mouth, Frankie slowly closed his mouth and returned to its original shape. I saw that Frankie was still chewing a few times, and he didn't know why he did it. In Luffy's opinion, the activation of the Munch Munch fruit ability should not require this, right? Or do you understand it wrong? Everyone looked at Frankie nervously, not caring that Luffy had just killed a helpless man. Chapter 211. The test was successful. Finally, Frank's chewing stopped. The others looked at Frankie expectantly. How? How did it work? Everyone understands that if this kind of thing can really succeed, those who have never eaten devil fruit but want to eat devil fruit will be able to eat devil fruit in the future. And even some devil fruits that no one wants to eat and are of little use can be put up for auction. In this way, there is no need to worry about the financial problems on the ship, although the gold of Sky Island is enough for everyone to squander for a long time. But who would refuse more and more wealth? Of course, all of this is based on the fact that munch fruit can really limit the rebirth of devil fruit, otherwise it is useless to think about it. Looking at Frankie's tangled face, everyone thought it was a failure. What's the matter, Frankie, can't you? Did it fail? After all, failure is normal. 35. Seeing everyone's face full of disappointment but still comforting Frankie, Luffy had the urge to laugh out loud. Several minutes have passed, and after the demon fruit power died, it was time for the devil fruit to be reborn. But Luffy's observation haki, which had been on since the beginning, didn't sense the breath of the reborn devil fruit leaving. This means that Frankie's side should be successful. Otherwise, there is no rebirth, and Luffy confirms that Blueno is indeed dead. The rest may be that devil fruit was absorbed by Frankie, but then Frankie should explode and die. Thinking of this, Luffy suddenly felt a sense of fear. Before, I only thought that munch fruit might be able to limit the rebirth of devil fruit, but I didn't think about whether the reborn devil fruit would be directly absorbed by Frankie. If Frankie was absorbed directly, then Luffy would be the one who killed Frankie himself. Fortunately, none of this happened, and it seems that my luck is as good as ever. However, if there are similar things in the future, you have to think carefully before taking action. Okay, don't play tricks, take out the door fruit. Seeing that Frankie is still tangled, and his eyes are still looking at himself, Luffy still didn't understand that he wanted to see himself disappointed. Everyone else looked disappointed, only Luffy remained calm. Frankie really wanted to see Luffy's disappointed look. After all, since the first meeting before, except for the visit to Thousand Sunny, Luffy showed a surprised look. Other times Luffy is so bland. With this chance now, Frankie still wanted to see if Luffy would put on another look. But as soon as Luffy spoke, he knew there was no chance this time. Frankie, who originally wanted to show off when everyone was disappointed, lost his interest in showing off. A fruit with a strange spiral pattern was spit out directly from his mouth. Ugh! Really successful. Others changed their expressions of disappointment to expressions of shock and excitement. Hey, Luffy, how did you know I made it? Frankie still doesn't understand. Did Luffy know that munch fruit has such ability? Oops, don't worry about that, just know that Luffy knows everything. Nami put an arm around Luffy's arm and interrupted Frankie's question with a face full of excitement. His eyes had also changed into Bailey's shape. The success of this experiment means that there will be a steady stream of Bailey's income in the future. It's no wonder that Nami is not happy. As for getting the devil fruit, you have to kill. As long as you don't kill those innocent people, what does it matter? Nami, whose adoptive mother was killed by pirates when he was a child, still has kindness in his heart, but this kindness is not for everyone. It's actually possible to do it. If this ability is known to others, we may be in big trouble. After the initial shock, Robin was the first to calm down. This ability to obtain devil fruit 100%, once known to outsiders, the Straw Hat Pirates will never have peace. So, this kind of thing, only our own people know about it. I believe you also understand the seriousness of it. As for Robin's words, Luffy naturally agrees, although his own strength has reached a certain level. But if this news is spread out, it will definitely alarm the top forces in this sea. Whether it is Kaido or Charlotte Linlin, or Marine, world government, etc., it is impossible to let themselves go. Not to mention some pirates who sit in the well and watch the sky, they will definitely come to trouble them one after another. I know, I won't say it. Thinking of the scene where he was chased and killed by various pirates, Usopp couldn't help shivering, and waved his hands repeatedly to indicate that he would not talk nonsense. And what about the crew after that? Do they need to be informed about such a thing? With a cigarette in his mouth, Sanji looked at Luffy's arm held by Nami with an envious look in his eyes, and asked. You don't need to know it. When we get devil fruit again, we will naturally know. As for whether they are reliable, no one asks that question. No one in the room would doubt Luffy's vision. In other words, to doubt the people Luffy invited on board was equivalent to distrusting yourself. After all, they were also invited by Luffy to board the ship. I think the secret seems to be comparable to the Pluton blueprint. Frankie spat out the candle box containing Blueno's body. In this way, I have two big secrets in my body. I always feel that even if I am a super, I can't bear it. Wang Huzeo. Frankie couldn't help but keep complaining. Although the Pluton design has been burned by Frankie and the iceberg, Frankie has already remembered the content of the design in his mind. Speaking of which, why would Frankie have such a thing as a Pluton blueprint? The powerful people who learned about ancient weapon from Luffy's mouth are full of curiosity about the real ancient weapon. We're not talking about this kind of stuff now, it's time for us to go. Now that it has been determined that Munch fruit can indeed limit the rebirth of devil fruit, there is no need to continue to linger. Luffy's words interrupted everyone's curiosity, and everyone was also sensible and didn't ask any more questions. Although everyone is a companion, some secrets are still rotten in their own hearts. Frankie glanced at Luffy gratefully, not because he didn't trust these people who had become partners, but because he didn't need to know this kind of secret. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 212 Fishing. Click. Nami answered indifferently, and at the same time took off the bath towel that wrapped her body, and walked towards Luffy's position without any cover. The success of Marienu's ability has given him a lot of pressure, and now as long as he has time, he will get into its infirmary for research. At least sailing at sea all the time, it will be boring after a long time. Today, Thousand Sunny is much bigger than Mary, and can store a lot more supplies. Speaking of which, the two haven't made out for a long time. They had a chance when they were in Sky Island, but because of Enel's special ability to network, Luffy held back. This week, Thousand Sunny has been sailing on the sea. Otherwise, leave him alone, isn't he disgusting? It didn't seem to notice that Nami was sneaking into the bathroom. I heard that the wine that has been hit by the waves tastes better. Shadow fruit and transparent fruit are all good abilities, and Princess Mononoke Perona, the ability of Lingling fruit seems to be very incomprehensible. Luffy came out of the bathroom and walked all the way to the bow, and everyone was busy with their own business. Usopp's somewhat excited guess, this gift of the sea, is a real surprise. With the father-daughter relationship between Perona and Gecko Moria, if he wants to let Perona on board, he may not be able to kill Gecko Moria. At least Mary's observation haki should be able to hear it. With Thunder Fruit's boost, Mary's observation haki can hear the sound. Later, when I was in the capital of Seven Waters, I still lived on the Mary a few days ago. Isn't it written in front of the sea god's royal treasure? This is called a driftwood barrel, and it is a tribute to the sea protector god who prays for safe navigation. As for why there is one less fishing trio, it can only be said that Chopper has been busy studying the horns of the unicorn lion recently, and has no time to fish together. Luffy, who was taking a bath alone, opened his eyes and looked back at the bathroom door. After hearing Nami's explanation, everyone lost interest. If anyone dares to gossip, there will be no pocket money next time they land on the island. Oh, that means we are about to enter the magic triangle. Luffy stopped Usopp's movements, although he knew that the barrel was a trap thrown by Gecko Moria, but it didn't prevent Luffy from drawing people out. Hey, hee. Because I am not in a hurry, I just raise the sails and sail with the help of the current and wind. Then let's throw it away. Looking at the surprised expressions on the crowd, Luffy explained. Luffy ignored Robin's eyes and went directly to the bow of Thousand Sunny. At this moment, Nami was walking towards Luffy with bare feet and only a bath towel. It seems that Nami didn't sneak in, just that everyone was busy with their own business and no one noticed. Then let's drink it. It should be worth it, right? Thump. This is a trap, not a tribute. In any case, Thousand Sunny is much bigger than the Mary, sitting on the head of a lion, and can see farther than Mary's sheep's head. Luffy was speechless for a moment. The financial power master was in the hands of Nami, and he actually had this role. No, we just open it, the other party wants to fish, why can't we drag the other party down? The sound of the door being locked reached Luffy's ears. Several days have passed since he left the Seven Waters. Everyone's armament haki fell on his head. Treasure chest on the treasure ship? Will there be treasure in there? However, there seems to be a guy on board who covets the transparent fruit. After taking a shower, Luffy suddenly felt refreshed. Sitting on a lion's head, which is completely different from the sheep's head on the Mary, is a completely different feeling. There is also transparent fruit, whether observation haki can perceive it, also needs to be tested. Hey? How did you know? At this time, everyone had gathered together, observing a wooden barrel with the word treasure written on it. Just as Luffy looked into the distance, Usopp's exclamation caught everyone's attention. Luffy glanced at Sanji. The transparent fruit was completely wasted for Sanji. With Germa 60 SIXS battle suit, Sanji didn't need this transparent fruit at all. So, what's the use of this thing? We can't afford this little wine and dry food. Zoro, an alcoholic, was the first to respond. 66.99. Luffy shook his head hilariously, and sometimes it's really funny to watch them gossip like this. Later, the Mary was remodeled, and everyone lived in the Frankie family, and there was no chance. Usopp was puzzled, why the barrel hasn't been opened yet. How did Nami know? My observation haki can see what's inside, it's a flare. Moreover, the fish that Usopp and Galtino catch from time to time are kept in the aquarium, so there is no need to worry about starvation. Seeing that everyone was losing interest, Nami suddenly said in a bewitching tone. Nami, who also dabbles in all kinds of knowledge, said angrily after seeing the words stuck on the barrel. At close range, even the slightest sound could not escape Melly's perception. Seeing Luffy's speechless appearance, Nami suddenly whispered in Luffy's ear. Ah, Luffy, come and see, we've caught a treasure chest. Usopp turned pale in shock, and hurriedly grabbed the barrel, wanting to throw away the barrel that he had just caught. Although Moria himself will not come out, the transparent fruit person can lead him to kill him. I was thinking about what surprises there will be. The result is this. Who would gossip? Everyone knows our relationship anyway. Why did you come in? Aren't you afraid of being gossiped? Isn't this a treasure chest on a treasure ship? The click just now was the sound of Nami locking the door after walking in. Thankfully, she thought she really had a treasure and ran out of the room in a hurry, knowing that her legs were still soft. 637. What's the matter? Don't you want to? Treasure chest? It can't be said that no one noticed, but there was someone who noticed. However, as he walked past Robin who was lying on the cloud chair reading, Robin glanced at Luffy meaningfully, and then continued to indulge in the ocean of knowledge. While thinking, Luffy came to the deck lawn. Can you abduct Perona onto the boat? Nami jumped into the pool at once, then quickly leaned into Luffy's arms, and said hard at the same time. Idiot, there's wine and dry food in there. Nami has also returned to the room to change clothes and come out. At this time, she has a more radiant feeling. Chapter 213 The Devil and Number 039, S Triangle. Does Captain Luffy already know who the other party is? Hearing Robin's words, everyone was already taken aback, and they didn't show any surprise. But Frankie, who just joined, doesn't know much about it, so he's still curious why Robin said that. The other is Gecko Moria of 7 Warlords of the Sea, a loser who has lost his faith. It can only be said that devil fruit in this world is a double-edged sword. Not because of devil fruit's inability to swim. But devil fruit not only gives the eater a powerful force, but also inflates the eater's mentality. Either Crocodile or Gecko Moria, one challenged Whitebeard, the other challenged Kaido. If you really think that you are the protagonist of destiny, you just enter the new world and you want to challenge 2 combat ceiling? The 7 Warlords of the Sea, the losers. Although I have seen the strength of Straw Hat Crew before, it is enough to see that they are powerful if they can beat the agents of the world government without fighting back. Although Luffy has never shot, but everyone else is so powerful, how can Luffy be weak as the captain? But Frankie did not expect that the 7 Warlords of the Sea, who were specially recruited by the world government, were so insignificant in Luffy's eyes. Usopp, open the barrel. Usopp agreed, stretched out his hands, and slammed the lid of the barrel. The moment the lid was opened, a red flare was shot from the barrel and rose straight into the sky. What are we going to do next? Are we waiting here for someone to come? The signal bomb has been launched, which means that the other party has received the information. Zoro and Sanji are already gearing up, and the previous battle with CP9 made the two truly realize the power of Haki. Haki now desperate to improve himself through combat. No, there's going to be a huge wave here soon, and we'll have to change direction. Nami's solemn voice sounded from the side. Hey? But now it's clearly calm. When did Nami miss out? Ah, I see, Nami, which way are we heading? When Nami said this, everyone on the boat started to act. As a newcomer, Frankie did not question Nami's words, but quickly ran to the rudder of the bow. Go straight to 2 o'clock. This direction is completely reversed. It's okay, don't underestimate this 1000 Sunny, Mary, get ready to work. Frankie didn't do anything superfluous, just changed the direction of the rudder and shouted Mary. Understood. Mary, who was helping Zoro and Usopp to take down the sails, responded, and then the lightning flashed, Mary disappeared on the deck. After turning around again, Frankie pressed a switch next to the rudder. The number 1 on the side of 1000 Sunny's ship has changed into number 0, and at the same time, 2 outer wheels stick out on both sides of 1000 Sunny. And not long after Mary left, the 2 outer wheels began to turn, carrying 1000 Sunny against the current. Mary, a thunder fruit-capable person, can use electricity to drive the outer wheel, which can save a lot of coke for emergencies. Feeling the 10,000 miles of sunshine starting to move steadily in the direction Nami pointed, Frankie let go of the big hand that clenched the rudder and said, "But we seem to have entered an incredible sea area." Although 1000 Sunny had escaped the waves, it seemed that they had broken into some thick fog. What a thick fog! Where the hell is this place? Did you just breathe a sigh of relief, but ended up running to a place that looked even more sinister? If I'm not mistaken, this should be the famous Devil's Triangle. 35. Frankie has always lived on the Grand Line, and he has heard of some of the famous waters of the Grand Line even if he has not seen it in person. Devil's Triangle. Usopp shuddered, the name was not a good place to hear it. That's right, it's that weird sea area where anything that enters it will disappear mysteriously. Frankie replied with a gloomy face, a face that was indeed a little terrifying against the surrounding fog. Also, this sea area is said to be haunted. Haunted, haunted. Usopp and Chopper are already hugging each other in fear. What's going on with this horror story unfolding? Not only Usopp and Chopper, Marayanu and Konis could not stand the strange atmosphere at this time, and their bodies trembled slightly. 4 Flowers 0. The two got closer to each other, and soon hugged again. This kind of weird environment is really too exciting for the young Marayanu and Konis who just left Sky Island. But the others didn't react much. Even Sanji scare Usopp and Chopper with more scary stuff. He. He 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 he. 35. A slightly strange song came from the depths of the thick fog, and at the same time, a huge monster loomed in the thick fog. What sound? Ya! Konis and Marianu, who were already trembling with fright, suddenly screamed. And Usopp and Chopper on the side were not much better, the two of them were scurrying around, as if they were looking for something. And Sanji, who was still telling horror stories just now, also froze. Although he didn't feel anything when he told it, it would be another matter if he actually encountered it. Take Qingxuan. Send it over there. The singing voice continued, and the huge figure was also revealed in the eyes of everyone. You, ghost ship ah. Since the sound came from the ship, that means there is someone on that ship. Unlike Usopp and Chopper's panic, Zoro and Sanji calmed down first. If it's just an enemy, there's no need to be afraid at all, just kill it, just. Plus. Zoro and Sanji, who were already in a fighting stance, finally saw who was making a sound when the broken ship approached. Who? Then, with big eyes and small eyes, the two ships suddenly fell into a strange silence. No way! Are the haunted legends true? At this time, Nami had already hugged Luffy's arm tightly, and there was a trace of panic in those bright eyes. And Yunhusasi, who didn't understand what the master was afraid of, seemed to have seen the skeleton on the opposite boat holding a teacup. The young body froze all of a sudden and seemed to have a tendency to faint. And Usopp and Chopper didn't know where to find the cross and garlic, etc., and they kept talking about 4. Chapter 214 Brook and Number 039, S debut. So, why should we go there? Usopp held Luffy's shirt tightly, not knowing why Luffy wanted to go on that terrifying ghost ship. Chopper also grabbed one of Luffy's legs, shaking his head desperately. Because that skeleton is our next partner. 39. Luffy calmly said the words that completely silenced the crew. Luffy, you must be joking, right? Usopp looked at Luffy hopefully, hoping he just heard it wrong. No, it's true. Luffy shook his head, saying he wasn't joking. Thump. Usopp slipped in his hands and fell on the deck. The other party is a musician Lu Sanchi, so you should have a lot in common with Konis. Luffy turned to look at Konis, who was equally terrified. What? It turns out to be a future partner. Zoro and Sanji's acceptance rate is relatively high, no matter who the other party is, or whether it is a person or not, since it was invited by Luffy, then there is no problem. You two accepted it too quickly. Although Galtino wasn't too scared, he couldn't help but complain that Zoro and Sanji accepted it so quickly. Captain Luffy is amazing as always. The one who said this is Robin, she can be said to be the other person who accepts it faster besides Zoro and Sanji. That Mr. Skeleton should be demon fruit power, right? Being able to accept it so quickly also benefits from Robin's extensive knowledge. Although I don't know exactly what devil fruit is, it is undoubtedly the power of devil fruit that can do this kind of thing. Yes, is that so? When they heard devil fruit's ability, the people who were originally scared suddenly calmed down miraculously. People, the biggest fear is the unknown. Once you know that it is caused by something you are familiar with, you will no longer be so frightened. Well, it's really the power of devil fruit, and, remember the island whale we encountered the first time we jumped over Upside Down Mountain? When Luffy chuckled, he asked Usopp a few people who were leaving from East Blue together. This skeleton is one of the members of the pirate group that Laboon is waiting for. Ugh! What? Unlike Usopp, who was surprised by a few people, Robin, who joined after Luffy entered the Grand Line, obviously didn't know about it. And under Usopp's explanation, everyone also showed a surprised look. At the same time, the feeling of fear at the beginning has disappeared at this time. No wonder Luffy you made that agreement with that whale, I thought it was just a stopgap. 35. After all, it has been so long, even if the pirates did not have an accident, it is basically impossible for them to live that long. So, is anyone going with me to invite our new buddies? Seeing that everyone was no longer afraid, Luffy asked the question again. Although it is more convenient to go alone, you still need to ask everyone's opinions. Such a big pirate ship, maybe there are treasures on it. There will be no one else but Nami who can still think about the treasure in this situation. Since it's a partner who is about to get on the boat, let's wait until he gets on the boat to get to know him again, there is no point in going to so many people. Others agree with Zoro. So, Luffy stretched out one hand to grab the edge of the pirate ship, and wrapped the other hand around Nami's slender waist. In Sanji's fire-breathing eyes, Luffy's extended right hand shrank, and he flew to the pirate ship with himself and Nami. He. How are you? 35. Luffy and Nami had just appeared on the dilapidated deck of the pirate ship, and a skeleton with a broken teacup in his hand appeared in front of them. Although the skeleton in front of him is an existence that is about to become a partner. But such a close observation made Nami's heart skip a beat, and he couldn't help grasping Luffy's hand tightly. I actually spoke, but why does the skeleton still have an exploding head? After the initial panic, Nami spoke in surprise. He was dressed in a gentleman's suit, with a bow tie, a gentleman's hat on his head, a gentleman's crutch on his arm, and a teacup in his hand. If it weren't for the explosive head and the body with only bones left, Nami would have thought that the other party was some noble gentleman. Why, beautiful lady, how beautiful you are! 35. The skeleton didn't answer Nami's words, but praised Nami in awe. If it wasn't for his bones, Luffy thinks he must be looking bright and radiant right now. No more. It is indeed a joy to be praised, even if the praised person is a skeleton. I love looking at beautiful women. But I'm a skeleton, so I don't have eyes, he. Brook-style skeleton joke, but only Brook himself can laugh. Can you show me the fat times? If you want to try and see if the yellow spring fruit can bring you back to life for the second time. Knowing that Brook is such a person, skeleton, but speaking like this in front of his own face, Luffy thinks maybe he should tear him down. He, this little brother, how did you know that I ate the yellow spring fruit? It seems that because of living alone all the year round, Brook is not afraid of Luffy's words. Just curious that Luffy actually knew that he had eaten the yellow spring fruit. We'll talk about that later, Brook, I'd like to invite you to join my pirate crew. 39. As always, go straight to the point, Nami on the side covers his face, so others will really answer 0.4? Okay. Although I don't know why the other party even knows his own name. But since the other party can know that he has eaten the yellow spring fruit, the name should not be a problem. How could you agree so easily? Brook's answer made Nami speechless. One dared to invite directly, and the other dared to agree directly, right? Since you agreed, can you tell us if you have any treasure left here? But Nami didn't bother to care too much. Anyway, once Luffy invited, the other party would definitely get on the boat in the end. The most important thing now is to ask the other party if there is any treasure left on this ship. As for the rest, we'll talk about it when we get back to Thousand Sunny. It's a pity, after we lost the battle, all the treasures here were taken over by the pirates. Chapter 215 Brook gets on board. He, how are you? I'm Brook who is dead with only bones left, I met for the first time, and I will be grateful to you for your care in the future. On Thousand Sunny, facing a crowd of onlookers, Brook didn't feel embarrassed at all, and still greeted him with his usual laughter. Tisk, there really is a talking skeleton. Nian. Zoro couldn't help but be amazed at the skeleton in front of him who was dressed in a gentleman's outfit, had an explosive head, and could speak and move normally. Evil, the evil spirits are gone. Although they knew that the skeleton in front of them would be their partner, Chopper and Usopp couldn't help shaking their legs when they first saw this kind of thing. The two men held crosses in their hands, garlic hung around their necks, and were chanting words. How can there be talking skeletons in this world? They must be dreaming. Great, it turned out to be a dream. Unlike the timid duo's funny, although it was quite scary at first. But when it really appeared in front of her eyes, Marianu and Conies were less afraid. 14 The two of them looked at this talking skeleton curiously, and seemed to want to see something. Qinghai is really amazing, there are actually talking skeletons. Nian. Although he knew it was devil fruit's power, Conies couldn't help but sigh. No, that's not Qinghai's problem. Marianu couldn't help but complain about Conies's emotion. He, I didn't expect there are so many beautiful ladies here. Brooke looked around, the dark eyes looked at the ladies on the boat, and the whole skeleton face looked gloomy. Just when everyone thought he wanted to do something, Brooke suddenly bent down and saluted. Excuse me, can you show me your underwear? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he was punched on the skull by Nami. Cut, it turns out to be a lecherous skeleton. Looking at Brooke being beaten by Nami, Zoro groaned and glanced at a certain cook without a trace. But obviously, a certain cook was quite sensitive to Zoro's eyes, and immediately noticed Zoro's eyes. Then, the two scuffled again. Mary, come out and meet Brooke too. Luffy shouted, after all, they are all adventure companions in the future, come out to meet, and save people's surprise by suddenly appearing in the future. As soon as Luffy's voice fell, Mary's illusory body appeared on the deck. You, ghost. However, Mary had just appeared, and Brooke, who stood up again, seemed to be frightened, his body quickly retreated, and he looked extremely frightened. 6699. You are clearly the skeleton yourself, how can you say that others are ghosts? Everyone couldn't help but complain, is this skeleton really okay? Hello, I'm Mary, the ship's spirit. Please give me more advice in the future. Mary is still polite, even if he is regarded as a ghost, he is not angry. Excuse me, my name is Brooke. Hearing Mary's self-introduction, Brooke regained his composure, and then bowed to Mary to apologize. Then Brooke looked at Mary curiously. It's actually a ship spirit. This kind of thing that only exists in legends actually exists. As a grandfather who can be everyone on the boat at an age, Brooke naturally has experience, and he has naturally heard the legend of the ship spirit. But just because I heard it, I was surprised. This group of people, seeing their boats with pirate flags, are obviously a group of pirates, but they can nurture the spirit of the boat, it is really incredible. Okay, since we all know each other, let's have dinner first. Let's sit down and talk about some things slowly. Sanji also stopped fighting with Zoro and walked towards the kitchen. That's great, let's go eat. I haven't had hot rice for a long time. By the way, I want milk for my drink. Hearing Luffy talking about eating, Brooke was immediately distracted. How familiar are you guys? For Brooke's positive appearance, everyone couldn't help but complain for a while. But I didn't say much. After all, I'll be a partner in the future. If he can be so familiar with himself, he doesn't have to worry that he won't be able to fit in here. In Thousand Sunny's restaurant, everyone took their seats, and Sanji quickly made a hearty dish. Wow, this is so delicious, I'm so moved that I cry, although I don't have the eyes to cry. Brooke was tasting the food in the bowl, and suddenly had the urge to cry, it had been a long time since he had eaten hot food. Hey? Can you really taste it? This is too strange, isn't it? It's obviously just a skeleton, why does it still have a sense of taste? Of course, although I'm just a skeleton, I can still taste the flavor. Maybe this is the magic of devil fruit. Also, the food you ate didn't leak out, are you really a skeleton? Robin sat next to Brooke and watched Brooke pick up the chopsticks to pick up the food and swallow the food, but he couldn't see the food through the gap between the bones. 6699. It has to be said that Robin is sometimes quite black-bellied. By the way, Brooke, what devil fruit are you eating? It turns you into a skeleton. Although still a little creepy about Brooke's appearance, Usopp has also removed the cross and the big 637 garlic. After all, he has to eat. I eat yellow spring fruit, which can give me the ability to live again after I die. Brooke swallowed a mouthful of food and continued. But our ship got lost in this devil's triangle, and by the time my soul found my body, only this skeleton was left. Then what happened to your explosive head? They've all turned into skeletons. Why are there still exploding heads? Because my hair roots are stronger, the afro stayed 95. Brooke answered rightly. No, that's not explained by the strength of the roots, is it? How did your boneless skull make this bang-up hairstyle cling to? Leave him alone with these unimportant things. Luffy ate the last bit of meat, took a tissue, wiped his mouth, and said. Everyone looked at Luffy, except for Brooke. Everyone was no stranger to the empty plates piled up in front of Luffy. Let's talk about you, Brooke. Your shadow was taken away by Gecko Moria. Luffy's words made Brooke stop eating. His empty eyes looked straight at Luffy. Brooke didn't expect that Luffy would even know such a thing. Chapter 216 Ghost. Ah! There's really no shadow. Everyone looked at Brooke in amazement. The bright lights shone on Brooke, but did not leave a shadow around him. At the same time, Nami also took out a mirror and looked at Brooke. Robin and Galtino appeared in the mirror sitting around Brooke, but there was a vacancy in the middle where Brooke was sitting. Evil spirits go away, evil spirits go away. Usopp and Chopper, who were no longer afraid, jumped out of their seats again. You two idiots, you both said that Brooke's shadow was taken away by someone else. Nami yelled at Usopp and Chopper speechlessly. Even if we eat this meal together, even if the other party is really an evil spirit or something, is it necessary to be so afraid? You're right, my shadow was indeed taken away by Gecko Moria, and with my shadow taken away, I cannot survive in the Sunday. Brooke didn't hide it either, but replied with a somewhat depressed mood. However, I'm really happy to see you today, but I can't agree to your previous invitation. Brooke's words made Zoro and Sanji smile slightly. It seems that the skeleton in front of him is surprisingly a good person. I'm here to wait for the chance to take back my shadow. We can help with the shadow thing. Didn't you agree when Luffy invited you before? Brooke's rejection was somewhat unexpected. Nami still remembered that Brooke had already agreed to Luffy before. How could he have rejected it again? I'm really grateful to be able to invite me, a dead man with only bones left, to board the ship, but I can't let you accompany me on this adventure. 35. Brooke voiced his concerns, but the rest of the boat was relieved. Sure enough, those who can be invited by Luffy to board the ship are not bad people. Gecko Moria is nothing to be afraid of, he's eyeing us, why haven't we been eyeing him? Brooke was taken aback by Luffy's words, they were also being targeted by Gecko Moria. Did you open that driftwood barrel? Brooke suddenly thought of the wooden barrel he had opened out of curiosity. It was because of the flare in the barrel that Brooke was found by Gecko Moria and his gang and took away his shadow. Could it be that these people in front of me also opened that wooden barrel? It did open, but we did it on purpose. 9. Looking at Brooke's appearance, it was obvious that someone came to the door after opening the barrel. At this point, Usopp was a little proud, and look, that's the difference. Even so, do you remember Laboon? 35. Brooke was about to say something, but was interrupted directly by Luffy. Hearing the name Luffy said, Brooke froze in place. What a familiar name, the little guy who followed him and others away from West Blue. Have you met Laboon? Brooke was a little excited, he didn't expect to hear the name of that little guy again here. It's really you. Everyone looked at Luffy in amazement, and other things might explain it. But how on earth does this Brooke, Luffy know that a man who has been wandering in the Devil's Triangle for decades? No, the skeleton, is the one the island whale Laboon is waiting for. I made a promise with Laboon that next time we meet, I will take you and appear in front of Laboon. So, are you really going to face Gecko Moria alone? This is really. Today is an unforgettable day for Brook. Not only saw long-lost humans, but also ate long-lost food, and even heard news from Laboon. Also, we seem to have been targeted. Everyone followed Luffy's line of sight, and a real ghost passed through the walls of Thousand Sunny, and half of his body appeared in the restaurant. Really, there really are ghosts. So, the cowardly duo hit the street again. Hey! Hey! This time, not only the timid duo, but also Nami next to Luffy, Konis, and others next to them were surprised. This is not Mary's kind, even if the body is illusory, it still looks like a human. It's the real, white phantom that only appears in storybooks. How, are you still going to deal with Gecko Moria alone? Luffy ignored the white ghost that was only halfway up the dining room, and looked at Brook, waiting for his answer. After that, I will be grateful to you for your care. If it was only because Luffy and others were also targeted by Gecko Moria, Brook might still not agree to Luffy's invitation. But Luffy told himself about Laboon, which Brook couldn't refuse. The specter of surveillance came and went quickly, and Luffy didn't pay much attention. Because it is uncertain whether Haki can catch the ghosts generated by these spirit fruits, maybe these ghosts are the same as passive ghosts in addition to reconnaissance. Luffy didn't want to be seen in public, and he would be embarrassed by then. So, Brook, you should know how to find Gecko Moria. Thinking about it over the years, Brook should have also investigated the news of Gecko Moria from various aspects. Otherwise, do you really have to rely on the yellow spring fruit to consume Gecko Moria to death? Luffy, is that really a ghost? Brook didn't answer, but Usopp shivered and ran to Luffy's side, asking what happened to the ghost just now. It is indeed a ghost, but it is a ghost created by the spirit fruit. Seeing that the others were not in good spirits, Luffy had to explain. Otherwise, this state will affect the mood too much. It turned out to be devil fruit. Wang Huzeo, Luffy's explanation worked, and when everyone heard that it was devil fruit's power, they became less afraid. I don't know what they are afraid of, aren't the real ghosts and the ghosts created by devil fruit both ghosts? But this is why Luffy is familiar with the plot. Otherwise he might be scared when he encounters this kind of thing for the first time. We've entered the island where Gecko Moria is. Luffy patted his head, feeling confused. Since Perona's ghost had already arrived on his ship, it proved that the other party must be nearby. And at this moment, Thousand Sunny suddenly shook. Everyone quickly walked out of the restaurant, and Mary was the first to appear in the bow. In front of Thousand Sunny, I don't know when, an island has appeared. At the back of the boat, a circle of wall-like things appeared, blocking Thousand Sunny's retreat. Chapter 217 Transparent Fruit. Oh? Looks like we're stuck. After taking a look at the surrounding situation, Robin said with a chuckle, but there was not much worry in his words. Although this area has been blocked, it is undoubtedly impossible to stop Thousand Sunny from the height of those things that are similar to walls. But Luffy's purpose was originally Gecko Moria, so it didn't matter if Thousand Sunny stopped him. In other words, the only way for us to get to the island is this one. Zoro's hand was already on the hilt of the knife wrapped around his waist, and there was a grin at the corner of his mouth. Looking at that expression, sometimes I really feel that Zoro is quite suitable for the line of pirates. This island is a bit strange, the recording pointer has no reaction at all. Seeing that there is an island here, Nami habitually glanced at the recording pointer on his wrist and found that the recording pointer did not point to the island. Because this is an island from West Blue, it is called the Ghost Island of Lost in the Sea, Thriller Bark. That's when Brook stepped forward and explained that this was what he later investigated. After all, although West Blue was also born, when Brook died, Gecko Moria didn't say anything about the sea, and it was still a 640 question. To sail the whole island like a ship is amazing. 39. Sailing an entire island as a ship without the ability of lion fruit. And being able to get into the Grand Line from West Blue is quite a feat indeed. However, with such a large island boat, how did Gecko Moria escape Kaido's pursuit with the boat? Could it be that the ship didn't go there? It shouldn't be possible, but if the island ship was driven there, how could the island ship be so well preserved? Can't figure it out, but that doesn't matter. Then what do we do now? Go directly to the island. Galtino looked at the ghost castle-like building on the island and was eager to try it. He had a fight with someone from CP9 before, which gave him a deeper understanding of his abilities, and with observation haki, the effect was really amazing. The current Galtino also seems to have a tendency to develop in the direction of fighting madness. However, when he encounters an enemy who can also observe haki in the future, he may not be like this. Do you need someone to explore the way? Frankie has just joined the Straw Hat Pirates a few days ago, so he doesn't know much about Luffy's strength. At this time, he opened his mouth to ask, and at the same time, he also tuned the soldier's dock system to channel 2. I saw that the place marked with the number on the side of the Thousand Sunny ship was first converted into the number 2. Then, the place opened like a door, and a small Mary-style lifeboat swam out of it. Hey? Is it the Mary? Everyone was a little surprised to see the boat that swam out. Except for the size, the shape looked exactly the same as the Mary. This is Channel 2 of the Thousand Sunny Soldier dock system, the Mini Mary. Although this boat is exactly the same as the Mary, this Mini Mary is made of treasure tree atom and super memory alloy. It's amazing, it's exactly the same as the Mary. Usopp and Chopper jumped on the Mini Mary with some excitement. Zoro, Sanji, the two of you are with Usopp and Chopper too. There's a thick fog here and there, and I'm not very relieved that it's just the two of you. Luffy wouldn't admit it was just to get Sanji away so he could hide the transparent fruit. Understood. The two also had no objection and jumped on the Mini Mary at the same time. As a result, the Mini Mary was completely full. Sure enough, just as Luffy expected, after a short while, the Mini Mary disappeared from everyone's sight. It disappeared all of a sudden. It's too weird here. Everyone had been staring at the Mini Mary just now, but the trace of the Mini Mary was suddenly lost. Except for Luffy and Mary, the others' observation haki cannot perceive the position of the Mini Mary. But everyone was not too worried. Zoro and Sanji were already the strongest on the ship. And several of them have mastered observation haki, so if they encounter danger, it should be no problem to avoid it. If the island were moving, wouldn't Thousand Sunny be unable to anchor? It's okay, even if you can't anchor, isn't Mary still there? 35. Yeah, I almost forgot that Mary was still here, so even if we all get off the boat, we don't have to worry that Thousand Sunny will drift away. Everyone's eyes lit up. Mary was originally a ship spirit, and it was normal to be able to drive a ship alone. Moreover, now that they have eaten thunder fruit, combined with observation haki, everyone no longer has to worry about Thousand Sunny's problems. Luffy was just trying to get Mary to sense if anyone had gotten in on the boat. It was Luffy's own observation haki, who saw a figure quietly ascending Thousand Sunny. It seems that observation haki can still perceive the transparent fruit ability. However, it was only now that he felt it. It seems that if the ability of the transparent fruit is developed well enough, the dream will also block observation haki's perception. Unfortunately, this guy doesn't have the aptitude to develop transparent fruits to the extent that they can ignore observation haki. Since it's here, why hide? Luffy stretched his arms and grabbed the figure that had just climbed up Thousand Sunny. Absalom, who was grabbed by Luffy's neck, was completely unable to withstand Luffy's strength, and with a scream, Luffy fell to the ground in front of everyone. At the same time, the original transparent body was also revealed. What is this thing? How does it look like a man and an animal? The sudden appearance of Absalom startled everyone. This strange appearance and the ability to climb thousand sunny unnoticed by everyone, is it also some kind of strange demon fruit power? Cough. You can actually find me, it's impossible. Absalom, who was thrown on the deck by Luffy, clutched his neck and struggled to stand up from the deck, looking at the people in front of him in disbelief. Intuition told him that the person he was eyeing this time might not be so easy to mess with. Transparent fruit ability person, it should be really useful ability, but you don't seem to have developed it very well. Luffy looked indifferently at the orc in front of him. This guy was not a fur race, but a transformed human. Transparent fruit. Luckily Sanji isn't here, otherwise he might be mad with joy. I think it's better not to tell the chef about the transparent fruit. Robin looked dangerously at the orc in front of him, and at the same time he kept telling Galtino, Frankie, and Brook. Chapter 218 The Attribution Problem. The ability of transparent fruit, if I didn't eat the yellow spring fruit, maybe I would want to eat it too. Swish. Brook's words immediately attracted several sharp eyes. Ah! If I hadn't eaten the yellow spring fruit, I would have died by now. Yo he. Brook changed his mouth immediately, even though there were only bones left, there was still a chill under these eyes. At this time, Absalom shrank his head under Robin's eyes. Although I usually use the ability of the transparent fruit to do some things that men understand. But in this situation, although the women in front of him are all beautiful, there is nothing Absalom can do. At such a long distance, the use of transparent fruit has been discovered by himself, not to mention that he is still surrounded by this group of people. Robin's words were also recognized by the ladies on the ship, and they all turned their attention to Galtino and Frankie. As for Brook, the warning eyes just now should have made him understand the seriousness of the matter. Being stared at by these women, even Galtino and Frankie couldn't stand it, and the two of them nodded their heads to show their understanding. As for Luffy, although Sanji invited him to board the ship, with Sanji's character, Luffy would not dare to take the risk of giving the transparent fruit to Sanji. With Sanji's obsession with the women's bathhouse, the ghost knows whether he will develop the transparent fruit to some outrageous level. While that's a good thing, Luffy doesn't want his woman to be spied on by other men. Moreover, the ability of transparent fruit may be able to make a deal with the Revolutionary Army. If nothing else, just this time, the violent Kun Bear will come here, and he may be able to show off some cards with Drago. Thinking of this, Luffy turned his gaze back to Absalom. At the same time, he gestured to Galtino and Frankie. Galtino understood, waving out the liquid candle in his right hand, wrapped in Absalom's terrified eyes of Vice Admiral, and finally solidified into a box. Luffy raised his hand and slammed emission with a palm. After a scream came from the candle box, Frankie swallowed the candle box skillfully. As for fruit, Frankie has stored a lot in ton space after confirming that Munch fruit can indeed limit devil fruit's rebirth. It was the second time that Frankie had done this kind of thing, and Frankie didn't make any more jokes. Soon, the candle box and a devil fruit were spit out. This is... When Galtino trapped Absalom, Brook thought Luffy was just trying to catch him. But what happened next completely shocked Brook. Frankie's ability can limit the rebirth of devil fruit. Even though Brook has just joined his own pirate group, Luffy has nothing to hide. This is really... Looking at the devil fruit that Frankie spat out in front of him, and Luffy's explanation to himself, Brook was shocked and speechless. But in addition to the shock, there was a touch of emotion lingering in Brook's already dry heart. Even though he was only a newcomer who had just joined, he told himself such an important secret directly. Mr. Luffy's trust in Xia really moved Xia's eyes to tears, although I no longer have eyes that can shed tears. Brook can only use his own skull jokes to cover up his heart at this time. So Luffy, who are you going to use this fruit for? Everyone has long been aware of Luffy's behavior, so there is no strange emotion. Now, what everyone is more concerned about is the ownership of the transparent fruit. The ladies on the boat are quite concerned about this issue. After all, it is about their privacy. If this devil fruit is to be eaten by the people on their ship, Nami and the others still hope that the one who eats the transparent fruit is a woman. I have other plans for the transparent fruit, you don't have to worry. Originally, the transparent fruit was also a good choice for Marianu. Combined with her hinting ability, she can completely subdue the enemy unconsciously. However, after having Koni's slow fruit ability, Marianu's ability is not so necessary in combat. So shall we disembark now? I don't know what happened to Zoro and the others. Luffy wasn't worried about Zoro's safety, the most troublesome transparent fruit power user had been solved. Flowers. The rest, that is, Gecko Moria himself and Perona of the spirit fruit abilities may cause trouble for them. As for the doctor and the zombies on the island, there is really no threat. But it's time to disembark. Put Thousand Sunny ashore, and then let Mary watch Thousand Sunny, and everyone else disembark. Anyway, staying on Thousand Sunny can't do anything, and it's good to see and experience. I always felt that if Mary watched the ship, Thousand Sunny would be more like a ghost ship. Thousand Sunny came ashore soon, and Mary also showed her figure at this time. Luffy explained to Mary, and then quickly got off the boat, and the others followed behind Luffy to get off the boat one after another. 0. Hey, is there a downward entrance? Just after landing, what appeared in front of everyone was a staircase extending down. I don't know why the stairs are going down in such a big castle. Looks like ghosts are calling us in. Although it is already known that everything here is because of Devil Fruit's ability. But such an environment still made some girls feel uncomfortable. Just stay calm and make sure you can turn on observation haki, and you don't have to be so scared. That's true, but in such a gloomy scene, especially with a real skeleton around, it's good that Koni's and the others didn't scream. Going down the stairs, the first thing you enter is a narrow alley full of bones. Here, a strange three-headed creature is staring at Luffy and the others. The three mouths also let out bursts of low growls from time to time, as if they would pounce at any time. But looking at the three-headed dog-like creature, his eyes were mainly fixed on Brook. It seems that it is indeed a canine creature. Are these, dogs? Koni's and Marianu, who were still scared, were not so scared after seeing this strange three-headed dog. It is true that the three-headed dog is a little bit more happy. Looking at its grinning appearance, not only does it not feel scary, but it is also a bit funny. Looking at the heads, it is true that they are all canines, but it seems that they are not all dogs. 4. Chapter 219 Swallow the Ghost. Although the dog is a little bit happy, it is big enough to be a mount. The three ghosts quickly entered Frankie's mouth, and Luffy looked at Frankie curiously. And the key is that this dog has self-awareness. After being beaten, he took the initiative to whimper and lower his body to give Luffy a ride. And it wasn't just Brook who was surprised, others, including Luffy, were equally astonished. I don't know what to use to fuse it, so I combined the ghost with the bullets in my inventory. Brook's words surprised Nami. What is the purpose of stitching shadows, animals, and plants together to make this kind of thing? The ghosts seemed to notice the strange man who had been attacking them and started drifting towards where Frankie was. Hey? It's useless, then look at my fresh fire. Those strange plants on the road haven't moved yet, but the white ghost came out first. He raised his right hand, opened his palm, and pointed the black muzzle at these ghosts. Seeing that the flames couldn't hurt the ghosts, Frank stopped breathing fire. To be able to do such a thing? But what exactly does he want? Try not to be touched by these ghosts. Although it will not cause you any harm, if you are touched, you will definitely regret it. 99. The speed of the ghost is not fast, and the number is not large. If the two of them pay attention, they should not be touched by the ghost so easily. It was really annoying to have these ghosts floating around, Frankie couldn't stand it. The ghost flew through the flames, still unharmed. Da-da-day. As for Frankie and Brooke, Marianu hasn't had Haki awakening for them since they just joined. It's amazing, can even ghosts be eaten? Then will my old bones be eaten too? Yo ha ha ha. Nami looked at the trees on both sides of the road that looked like human faces with closed eyes and said. Luffy didn't force it, anyway, there was Mary on Thousand Sunny, so he didn't have to worry about any problems. Hey? What's the matter with your hand, can it still be turned into a gun? Although Luffy was there would be no danger even if he followed, but the environment seemed to make him very uncomfortable, and he refused to follow him to the island. I can't touch it, then I will conduct a long-range attack on the headquarters. Luffy's words sounded at the right time. Frankie was startled, and then stopped the action he wanted to avoid. You might be able to see if you can swallow them with the munch fruit power. A series of fire snakes spewed out and flew towards these ghosts. Even if you want to be temporarily separated from the master, you will not go to the island. Those ghosts didn't have much intelligence, and after seeing Frankie's mouth wide open, they floated towards Frankie's mouth. But Frankie didn't give up the attack either, taking a sharp breath, and then spewing flames at the ghosts like a flamethrower. Che, can't hurt them? Is it because there is no entity? I'm a modified person, and my whole body is covered with weapons. How about it, isn't it super? 995. So it is, but your bullets don't seem to be able to take out these ghosts. Thinking of this, Frankie activated the munch fruit ability, opened his mouth wide, and faced the direction where the ghost was floating. As Frankie spoke, he put on his unique pose. Galtino spread a layer of candles on the dog's back, and Nami, Marianu, and Konis sat on it. Once the matter of Gecko Moria is resolved, let them wake up together. Instead of paying attention to the ghosts, Brooke was drawn to Frankie's hand. Makita simply didn't want to sit on this strange dog. He. Everyone present, except Brooke and Frankie, has awakened observation haki, and it is not difficult to avoid these ghosts. Although there should be another one sitting on the dog's back, neither Robin nor Makita chose to sit on it. Robin had to look around, and it was inconvenient to sit on the dog's back for 640. Everyone looked at Frankie curiously, wanting to see if Frankie could really swallow the ghost. What the hell are these ghosts, and the sound is so ugly. 35. Watching these ghosts flying towards him, Frankie thought of what Luffy had just said, and wanted to dodge for the first time. Brooke didn't investigate what Gecko Moria was doing to collect shadows and corpses to make these things. Brooke nodded, looking at the ghosts that were attacked by Frankie, and found that they didn't take any damage. The bullet is white and transparent, just like the ghosts just now. As for now, they can only ask for their own blessings. Frankie, who stopped posing, found that the ghosts were not harmed. These trees are so strange, they actually have human faces. The sudden appearance of the ghost did not scare everyone, after all, it was already known that this was the creation of devil fruit. I don't know, I just know that Gecko Moria has been collecting the shadows and corpses of the strong. Because the shadow has been taken away, Brooke has been investigating Gecko Moria for so many years, and naturally it is impossible to find nothing. Although nothing could be seen from the skeleton's face, Brooke's tone showed that he was really surprised at the moment. He. Everyone walked, and soon came to a forest area. But the 3 bullets were indeed pinched in Frankie's hand. In theory, your munch fruit can swallow anything, and these ghosts should also belong to the things that can be swallowed. Konis didn't hold her Cloud Fox Sissy, it was left on the boat. I saw that Frankie changed his open mouth back to its original state, and made a 0.4 chewing action. Frankie caught the 3 bullets he spat out. As the chewing action ceased, 3 bullets spit out of Frankie's mouth. And, as Luffy had already reminded, if they still encountered ghosts, it was their own problem. These are all good things done by Gecko Moria's men, Hogbake, and these are the results of stitching up these trees or animals with other people's shadows, and so is the dog you are sitting on. Brook wanted to sit, but was punched on the skull by Nami, and now he still has a bag, and I don't know why the Skull Guild has a bag. That said, Frankie's Munch Munch fruit ability worked. According to the original work, the ghost does not stay in the human body, but directly penetrates in and out. But now, after those ghosts floated into Frankie's open mouth, they didn't float out of Frankie's body. Chapter 220 Ghost Bullet. Luffy just mentioned it casually. After all, these negative ghosts have no actual lethality. Same trait as negative ghosts? So, can it make people negative? Everyone quickly came to a cemetery, and it can only be said that this cemetery really has the feeling of a cemetery in a ghost story. Here, is it possible that zombies will pop up? The dry figure who had just crawled out of the soil had only time to look towards Luffy when he heard the sound of a gunshot. In Luffy's observation hacky perception, the bullet passed through the zombie's body without causing any damage. Seeing that their bodies were wrapped in bandages, some even had their heads fallen off. Luffy threw the bullet in his hand, then grabbed it and threw it hard at the pile of zombies. It seems that the characteristics of bullets and passive ghosts are indeed combined, but it is too strange to be able to be pinched but not hit the entity. It can only be said that Devil Fruit's ability is sometimes really inexplicable. Okay, what's the matter? I feel that this kind of bullet is useless. This 640 zombie is not injured at all. Luffy nodded, and glanced casually at the three-headed dog carrying Nami's trio of 14. Amused by the three-headed dog under him, Nami slapped one of the dog's heads angrily and cursed. Or after the fusion of this intangible thing, only Frankie himself, who is a Munch Munch fruit ability, can touch it. There are many wooden crosses, but most of them are scattered. At this time, when the first zombie was lying on the ground passively, a lot of zombies slowly crawled out of the soil. What are these bullets for? Frankie, give him that bullet just now. Hearing Luffy's words, the three-headed dog seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, sticking out his tongue in a pleasing manner. At that time, there should be zombies whose shadows have been taken away on the road, so you can try it at that time. With Sanji around, there's no need to be afraid that Zoro will lead the way, then their goal after going to the island first will only be the castle. The bullet streaked through the air with a pale tail flame, and then quickly penetrated the zombie-like thing. Then, as soon as the dry arm hit the ground, a long thing that really wanted to be a zombie emerged from the mud. It's pointless to test this guy, and you can't speak. You are too spineless, aren't you? It's also a bit like pretending to be a three-headed dog. Although it may not be as powerful as Garp's throwing shells, it is not less powerful than ordinary firearms. Although everyone saw Frankie holding the bullet in his hand just now, but no one else touched the bullet, but does this fusion make sense? Frankie doesn't know what the bullets are capable of, as he says, he doesn't know what the ghosts used to synthesize the three bullets do. Frankie retrieved the bullet and threw it at Luffy. Can zombies still talk? No way, the life of the dog is important, and dignity is meaningless to a dog. Although I knew that this was not a real corpse, but as a girl, in this kind of cemetery, seeing this situation, my heart skipped a beat. A few people got closer, and soon they could hear what the zombie said. It was clearly like the ghostly transparent appearance before, as if there was no real bullet, but it was pinched in Frankie's hand. The bullet didn't even have any effect on the already tattered clothing. Occasionally mixed with a few stone tablets, the soil is soft, and it looks like the kind that is often haunted. Maybe it can be used by Usopp to make up for the lack of Usopp's attack power. So even if Munch Munch Fruit's abilities don't work on these ghosts, Frankie will be fine. You load these 3 bullets first, there will always be someone along the way for us to test. It can only be used to deal with some miscellaneous soldiers, and it has little effect on people who have seen the color. Do you have to use a gun? Or do you need to achieve a certain speed? I don't understand, it seems that it still needs to be tested. I need a test subject, although I can synthesize these things into new things, but if I don't know the ability of this thing itself, I don't know what use this thing is. I saw that the zombie suddenly bent over and knelt on the ground, murmuring something non-stop. Frankie answered, then loaded 3 bullets into the gun in his palm. Go on, the castle is not far away, Zoro and the others should be in the castle too. The 3-headed dog jumped under Luffy's gaze, and his body involuntarily took 2 steps back, and the 3 pairs of eyes showed a look of flattery and fear. I really don't know what's going on with these things. Woohoo! Frankie threw it to himself, but didn't trigger the negative state, but using the shooting can make the zombie negative. The 3-headed dog whimpered, what a joke, he was beaten to the ground by a punch before, and it was really useless for the 3-headed dog to come. Luffy reached out and took it, and he did get it. He held it in his hand, no different from ordinary bullets. J.E. Nami could feel Marianu and Konis, who were sitting behind them, tremble with fright as well. As for whether they will be caught by Moria and others and take away the shadow, I think Gecko Moria and the others are not so fast, and Zoro and the others are not so easy to be caught. The bullet goes through several zombies at extreme speed. But how does this kind of bullet define the target of the attack? Leaving aside what the zombie was talking about, Nami looked at the negative and disembodied zombie for the first time. But this fusion doesn't seem to make much sense, even if Perona joins himself and others to let Frankie fuse a lot of these bullets. However, you can try it out. But he knew what the bullets were, and he was sure that they could be fired by his own firearm. Just after Nami finished saying those words, suddenly a dry hand stretched out from the soil. Anyway, it doesn't rely on bullets to kill, and it doesn't matter whether you use a gun or not. But what Luffy didn't expect was that the ability of this munch fruit could actually swallow even insubstantial things like ghosts. Zombies can't do it, isn't there a hogbark, and it can also be tested at that time. Frankie and the others also looked at the zombie that was hit. Clear. Obviously, it knew what Luffy meant by looking at it, so it showed that look for the first time. Frankie, can the bullet you just fused be used by someone else? If I can be reincarnated, I hope I can turn into a paramecia. I'm so bad, I'll just die. And those zombies that were hit by bullets, who were still alive, lay on the ground like the first zombies after the bullets passed through. Chapter 221 Brook, Frankie awakens Haki. That is, as long as the speed reaches a certain level, will this bullet be effective? At the same time, he slowly inserted the rapier he had just drawn back into the gentleman's crutch, and at the same time, he also said in his mouth. Looking at the zombies that were about to rush in front of him, Brook pulled out his rapier that was hidden in the crutch and rushed towards the zombies as well. Haki? I seem to have heard of this power, but I only have a handful of bones left, can I still wake up Haki? Yo hee 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 hee. Brook stretched out his boneless arm, and an inexplicable aura wrapped around it. Nami was amazed, Konis, Robin, Galtino and Frankie stopped what they were going to do, and they were also a little surprised. If there are enough ghost bullets, and with their own weapons, they can shoot in a large area, and they will not be afraid of too many opponents at all. Hey? Could it be that the effect of this bullet is to make people negative? 99. Hey? Do you think of me and them as the same kind? It's too rude. I'm a skeleton, not a zombie. Mary doesn't have a body either, so he can't be a master armament Haki, but an observation Haki is fine. Marion, help Brook and Frankie wake up Haki. At the same time, Frankie and Brook, like Galtino and others before them, fell into a state of sluggishness for a while. But the situation of the two of them is not normal, and now we can only talk about it after Marianu uses the Red Awakening for the two. After so many years, Brook doesn't even have a master Haki, it's really unreasonable. Luffy wasn't surprised by this. Luffy knew about Brook's strength, but he wasn't very satisfied. Although it can't be seen, the master observation Haki can definitely feel it. Careful Robin first noticed the strangeness of these hit zombies. Isn't the physical fitness required by armament haki not a physical body? No matter, let Marianu try it out and you'll know, it's better to take advantage of it now. Anyway, Marianu and Frankie are there, just together. Strange, can they both awaken armament haki? But now looking at those few zombies who were also lying on the ground passively, it was a complete contrast to those zombies who were alive and kicking. Brooke suddenly said with his trademark laugh that, as a kind, he thought these zombies were normal. Although the few zombies that were hit were bent over and were in a passive state, the other zombies were alive and kicking, running towards Luffy and the others. If so, then Brooke and Frankie, if armament haki is strong enough. Hey? It's amazing, I didn't even see how he swings the sword. Brooke naturally noticed the sight of Frankie and others, and then shouted in dissatisfaction. Similar to Brooke's bones, Frankie's modified body, because it is the body they depend on for survival, is it also in this range? While this was a good thing, it left Luffy brooding. Marianu did not get off the back of the three-headed dog. Anyway, there were only 3 people sitting, and there was enough space on the back of the three-headed dog. Marianu took out the palette and paintbrush that she was carrying, and with a wave of her hand, 2 red patterns appeared on the chests of Brooke and Frankie. Having said that, Brooke is still looking forward to it. If he can make himself stronger, he will be more sure to deal with Gecko Moria. Brooke's speed was even better. After rushing behind these zombies, Brooke suddenly slowed down and continued to take a few steps forward. Hey, bastard, what are you doing? We'll be killed if we don't kill these people. Galtino raised his thumb and praised Brooke, but he seemed to be used to nicknames Sanji and Zoro, so he blurted out a nickname for Brooke. And this kind of negative state obviously makes those zombies lose their fighting spirit. Not only is this not useless, but it is also very useful. Everyone looked at the equally energetic Brooke, then looked at the zombies, and suddenly nodded in agreement. Although the main direction of the two should be devil fruit and technological weapons, this does not conflict with haki. In the same way, Frankie also succeeded, and his hand was also wrapped in that vague aura. Soon, Frankie and Brooke woke up at the same time. Hey? Okay. Pretty good at it, skeleton. 35. He, thank you for the compliment, but can you not call me a skeleton man? Although I do have only bones left. 99. Can it be the same as the black knife, by turning one's bones or transforming the body into a black knife roar? Haki? What is that? If it can make people negative, this bullet is not without merit. Hearing Luffy calling his name, Marianu, who was sitting between Nami and Konis, froze for a moment, then nodded immediately. It's really troublesome to have 2 guys. 3 dings of nose song, Nox /. Is this negative state, then, the power of that ghost? And those zombies who rushed over did not understand the situation at this time, and they still called out to those accomplices who were in a passive state. Brooke turned back and let out his signature laugh, though Galtino was clearly not happy with the way he was addressed. The clanging sound of retracting the sword and sheathing sounded, and those zombies, who were originally aggressive and full of vitality, suddenly stagnant and fell to the ground. Luffy rubbed his chin and thought as he looked at the zombies who were thrown by himself with bullets lying on the ground passively. With the last word read out, the rapier in Brooke's hand finally returned to the gentleman's crutch. Unlike Brooke, Frankie has absolutely no idea what a haki is. They can talk again, and their vitality is still so good. Apart from their appearance, these guys look like zombies. What else do they look like zombies? He, shouldn't zombies be like this? But Marianu's abilities didn't take long to take effect. Like the first zombie just now, Frankie thought it was because the zombie was special, so he felt that the bullet didn't do any damage, and the wine felt useless. Could it be that the master can't be haki because he doesn't have a body? There is also a question, that is Frankie's body has been transformed by him, will it have any effect on the awakening of haki? However, according to normal standards, the physical quality of the two is completely enough to awaken armament haki. Luffy's eyes lit up, this might indeed be the way to go. But why are these zombies so alive? Shouldn't zombies be dead? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 222 The Real Purpose. He, this feeling is really strange. Feeling the power wrapped around his hand, and the feeling that everything around him seemed to be in the master, Brook let out his signature laugh again. This is really a kind of superpower, making me, who was already super, even more super. Frankie was equally surprised. However, one of the two has a skull face, and the other has always been that kind of arrogant face, and they can't see any difference from usual. The power in your hands is armament haki, and the power that perceives your surroundings is observation haki. Luffy briefly explained haki's classification to the two. I have an idea, the two of you, one is a skeleton, the other is a modified human, maybe you can often use armament haki to strengthen your bones and bodies. Luffy shared his thoughts with the two of them. Although it may not be successful, what if? There is no loss or harm in doing so anyway. Then do we need to do the same? Although I don't know why Luffy made the two do it, Galtino felt that he needed to do it too. The two of them are quite special, so I suggest that, for the normal 640 people, haki only needs to be used when needed. However, you also need to exercise haki more at ordinary times. In future battles, haki will be the key to determining the winner. Of course, if it's Logia's devil fruit like Mary, you don't need armament haki too much, but observation haki still needs attention. 99. This, 3, you should have learned from the previous battle, right? Luffy has said more than once that people who know observation haki are a lot harder to deal with than those who don't. Especially after the observation haki master reaches a certain level, it is even more annoying. Also, your wax fruit is quite good at shaping, and armament haki can't fall either. And Galtino has the advantages of wax fruit, whether it is observation haki or armament haki, it should be paid attention to. After all, there is a precedent for Katakuri, and the development direction of Galtino is basically the same as that of Katakuri. Indeed, I found out during the fight against that CP9 Mori, maybe his power is higher than mine, but because of, observation haki, he really couldn't even touch me. Galtino quite agrees with Luffy's words. When he fought against Jabra before, Jabra was undoubtedly much stronger than himself in terms of speed and strength. But because he has observation haki, he can predict his attack in advance, so he can't hit himself at all. But after using armament haki himself, he was able to firmly grasp Jabra, the Zoan devil fruit. This is enough to see the important role of haki in the battle. Okay, now that Brook and Frankie have awakened haki, and the zombies here are gone, let's move on. The castle is not far away, if you keep going, you will reach the destination of this trip in no time. And at this moment, a black shadow flew towards here from nowhere. And after the shadow flew close, it suddenly got into Brook's body. This is, my shadow is back, yo he. It's really my shadow. Although the shadow got into his body before he could react, Brook didn't panic. In the first time, he reacted, but this was his shadow returning to his body. Brook had seen the scene where the shadow returned to the body. At this time, when he looked at his feet, his shadow had already appeared at his feet. Looks like it's Zoro and they've taken care of the zombies holding your shadow. 35. Luffy remembers that in the original book, Brook's shadow was placed in Shimotsuki Ryoma's body. Now Brook's shadow is back, which means Shimotsuki Ryoma's zombie has been dealt with. I don't know if Zoro has got the black sword Chushui, if so, wouldn't Zoro have 4 knives now? Is Lord Zoro so powerful? I fought against the zombie with my shadow before, but unfortunately, I was not his opponent at that time. 99. Brook said with some regret that if he was alone, maybe this time he would be unsuccessful. But I didn't expect that the zombie that made me helpless would be solved by the swordsman on board so quickly. Although today was the first day we met, Brooke was sure that this was solved by Zoro, and by Zoro alone. Brooke knew the swordsman, and they wouldn't allow others to intervene in a swordsman's duel. Also, how long until Zoro and the others disappeared into the mist? It seems that I do look at them first. Mr. Zoro is already so powerful, how strong should Luffy, as the captain, be in front of him? Brooke's dark skull eye sockets glanced at Luffy, thinking a little curiously. Then what are we going to do next? Brooke's shadow has returned, should we continue to trouble Gecko Moria? That's what they asked, but they didn't mean to return to Thousand Sunny right now. At that time, when Luffy said to open the signal barrel, it was already doomed to meet Gecko Moria. Of course, Gecko Moria was not the main target, mine was someone else. Luffy's observation Haki didn't perceive anyone else nearby. I was still waiting for the appearance of the violent Kun Bear, and Luffy still had to make arrangements in advance for the 2-year cultivation time. After all, the current self will not be cornered by Kizaru. If it is not arranged in advance, it is uncertain whether the bear will be shot like the original at that time. Therefore, it is still necessary to meet a violent Kun Bear here. Of course, Luffy wouldn't be waiting here if the tyrannical Kun Bear didn't show up like the original. It might be a little troublesome, but it didn't leave Luffy helpless. The target is someone else? Are there other big people on the island besides Gecko Moria? Nami and several people expressed their confusion. They had never heard that Luffy came here to find someone. I just thought he wanted to deal with Gecko Moria because Gecko Moria wanted to deal with himself and others. Now Luffy said that he came here to find someone, which made several people very curious. Is there someone more powerful than Gecko Moria on this island? The other party is not on the island at this time, and I'm not sure whether the other party will come here. Chapter 223 Arriving at the Castle. This. Nami and others, you look at me, I look at you, a little surprised for a while. It wasn't surprising that Luffy knew something in advance, but that there was still something Luffy wasn't sure about. Is there anything you're not sure about? Nami directly asked everyone's doubts. Luffy hadn't spoken yet, but Brooke was the first to speak. He, is there anything strange about this? 99. As a newcomer who just joined, Brooke obviously doesn't know what everyone is wondering. After all, people are not gods, so how can they predict in advance? Nami and the others didn't answer Brooke's question. After waiting for a long time, he naturally knew why everyone asked this question now. Luffy glanced at the curious people speechlessly, and felt that he knew everything for granted. The speed of his own sailing is much faster than the original. I didn't even go to the N-Ice lobby this time, and I'm not sure if the bear will get a mission to kill himself and others. But think about it, he should still come. Although he did not declare war directly against the world government, he solved CP9 and took Frankie away. This is tantamount to taking away Pluton's blueprints, which in the eyes of the world government seems more serious than declaring war on him. Don't say that some of these are gone, no matter whether the person I'm looking for will come or not. After Gecko Moria is resolved, we will leave as usual and will not stay here. As they walked, Luffy said. As for the oddballs around, Luffy didn't care. They were supposed to be the victims of Gecko Moria's shadow fruit, but it didn't matter. Anyway, Luffy will deal with Gecko Moria, although he may not kill him, but at least he can knock him unconscious, so that the fruit ability will be released naturally. Everyone walked for a while, and finally came to the ghost castle that they saw from Thousand Sunny. Without hesitation, Luffy walked in with a few people. As for the three-headed dog, at the door, Luffy let it go. After all, after carrying Nami's children all the way, Luffy didn't kill it, and let it live for a while longer. When the time comes to deal with Gecko Moria, the shadow within it will also leave. When Luffy walked into the castle was already in a mess. Marianu and Konis winced as they entered. There are strange zombie corpses everywhere, and the gloomy layout of the castle is really strange for them. But looking at the appearance of these zombie corpses, it should be Zoro's hands. These should be done by Green Algae Head? It seems that they are also in this castle. Glancing at the various strange corpses on the ground, Galtino spoke. The opening is the Green Algae Head, obviously it is not a day or two. He, they are really powerful, but how did they know how to release the shadows? Brooke, who wasn't a little excited about the shadows' return just now, didn't think about it, and now he looked very curious at the corpses whose shadows had clearly left on the ground. Hey? Don't the shadows leave as long as you stun these things? Brooke's words made Nami stunned for a moment. Isn't it useless to stun these zombies? Stunning is indeed useful, but it is for demon fruit power. It is useless to stun these zombies, and these zombies cannot be stunned. Brooke squeezed his bony chin oddly, looking thoughtful. That is, do you know how to get shadows out of these zombies? 35. Nami looked at Brooke with a bad look. He had never heard Brooke say such a thing before. If I had said it earlier, wouldn't I have been able to do more preparations? That's right, as long as you put salt in the mouths of these zombies, this is what I finally found out over the years. Not noticing Nami's expression at all, Brooke was still thinking to himself. Boom! Brooke, who was contemplating, was directly punched by Nami on the exploding skull. If there is a way, you should have said it earlier. Although it is not important, it is good to do more preparations. It really doesn't matter, anyway, there is Luffy, just solve the demon fruit power Gecko Moria as the source. He, didn't this make me a little too excited when I heard the news of Laboon, didn't I remember it? Brooke didn't look angry either, still smiling with a bag on his head. I don't know why he can still grow a skeleton with a skeleton. Seeking flowers 0. Maybe someone told them, but there are many victims here. Luffy thought of the woman who gave Nami Charlotte Linlin the life card. It looks like Zoro and the others have already dealt with most of the enemies, and I don't know if they have met Gecko Moria. Zoro, Sanji, Chopper and Usopp, the 4 of them are not out of luck against Gecko Moria. But the opponent also has a Perona, and the ability of Lingling Fruit is still quite hard to guard against. Also, Usopp, shouldn't it still be so negative? Let's hurry up. It's not that I'm afraid that something will happen to Zoro and the others, but Luffy's observation Haki senses a sudden appearance. 95. Everyone agreed and didn't ask any further questions. It's better to solve it early, the environment here is not very good, it is still comfortable to stay on Thousand Sunny. Zoro and Sanji are fighting over which way to go when Luffy and the others finally find the Zoro 4. And Usopp was talking to Chopper, looking at Chopper's lost face, he seemed to have encountered something that made him very uncomfortable. Luffy and a few people walked up, and Sanji, who was fighting with Zoro, immediately threw Zoro aside. The lower body twisted in front of Robin and the girls like a tornado. Miss Robin, Miss Nami, Miss Konis, Miss Makita, Miss Marion. Before Sanji could say anything, Galdino, who was next to him, spoke in a mocking tone. Rich curly eyebrows, why haven't you killed Gecko Moria yet? Isn't it because I was afraid that I couldn't beat Gecko Moria and slowed down on purpose? In addition to Zoro, there is now another Galdino. Hey? What stupid things are you talking about, you candle bastard? It's not that the idiot Chlorella has to lead the way, or will have dealt with Gecko Moria long ago. 5. It seems that Galdino is more attractive to Sanji than women. Hey? You lewd Kappa have the nerve to talk about me? I don't know who is in heat with a zombie. Hearing that Sanji slandered himself, Zoro immediately shot back, so the scene where the two were fighting turned into 3 and 4. Chapter 224 Reunion. You 3 idiots, be quiet for me. Nami let out a roar, and the 3 who were fighting shook at the same time, and then quickly separated. I can't beat you, you can't scold you, you can't scold you, and you still master everyone's pocket money, what can you do? Be obedient. Chopper, what's wrong with him? How sullen? Seeing that the three finally quieted down, Robin also asked. Chopper's appearance was clearly not right, obviously some kind of provocation. The idol you have admired for a long time is actually a scum who studies taboo medical techniques and has no humanity. His faith has collapsed. 39. Sanji lit a cigarette, took a puff in his mouth, and replied. What the hell is this? Dr. Hogbuck, you've all heard of it, haven't you? Sanji leaned against a wall, and 643 took another puff of cigarette, and released Shikai. You're talking about the genius surgeon who miraculously saved so many patients, Hogbuck, 35. Like this kind of genius surgeon, everyone has heard of it more or less. After all, such people often appear in newspapers. That's right, it's him. As a doctor, Chopper used to look up to Hogbuck very much. Everyone has heard of it, and Sanji continues to speak. That doctor is under Gecko Moria, and these zombies are all from him. After flicking the long burned soot, Sanji didn't leave and continued talking. And speaking of this, everyone also roughly understood the reason. If these bizarre zombies were created by Hogbuck, then this man really deserves to be damned. These zombies weren't made by dolls stuffed into shadows captured by Gecko Moria. It is made of various real animals, human body as material, and the ability of Gecko Moria. This kind of doctor who doesn't take people is actually a world-famous genius surgeon on the surface, and the previous Chopper even regarded him as an idol. Now, after learning the true face of the other party, Chopper has a feeling of collapse of faith in an instant. This is also the reason why Chopper behaves like this when Luffy and others meet Chopper. It would be so. No wonder Usopp kept saying something to Chopper, it turned out to be comforting Chopper. Nami looked at Luffy, wondering if there was anything Luffy could do to stop Chopper from being sad. Luffy shook his head. It's useless to rely on others to say this kind of thing, you can only come out after you figure it out yourself. By the way, how did you unleash Brook's shadow? Chopper's questions just let him figure it out, and Galtino asks the question of Brook's shadow before. Before entering the castle, we met a group of people who told us to put salt into the mouth of the zombie, so that the trapped shadow could be released, and they also gave us a lot of salt. It was Zoro who said this. He always felt that Sanji seemed to be stuck by something. When Zoro mentioned the group, his body couldn't help shaking. As for Brook's shadow, it's not because of salt, that zombie with Brook's shadow finally burned his soul and disappeared. Having said that, Zoro also glanced at the knife at his waist. There, at this time, there was already one more knife than before. As for how to know that the shadow in the zombie is Brook's, it is really the character shown by the zombie, which is too recognizable. Hey, Green Algae Head, have you switched to the 4-knife flow? Only then did Galtino, who noticed that Zoro had a knife on his waist, couldn't help but ask. Swago broke when he was fighting with the opponent, this knife was entrusted to me. 35. Zoro said with the autumn water he just obtained in his hand. Chu Shui, this is a black knife that has been trained with armament haki, but it can increase your strength a lot. Now that Brook and Frankie were told to use armament haki to exercise their body, Zoro would naturally also know about the black knife. You even know that this knife is Kyushui. Zoro is shocked, does Luffy still have research on knives? Otherwise, how could he know that this knife is autumn water just by looking at it? It's not important, what's important is that you can try to use armament haki to infiltrate your Headei characters, and when Headei characters become black knives, I think your strength is enough to challenge Hawkeye. As for the 3rd generation Geisha, don't be ridiculous, I don't know how long it will take to turn a knife into a black knife. If you distract yourself, when will you get it? Moreover, Zoro's current armament haki is not that strong, and even Hidei does not know when he will become a black sword. Therefore, 2 years of cultivation is still necessary, after all, the strength of those monkeys is indeed quite good. Black Knife? Hawkeye. As soon as he heard Hawkeye's name, Zoro no longer wondered why Luffy knew Qingxuan's name. Luffy didn't explain too much, mainly because Luffy didn't know the specific principles of these things, so he might as well get his own insights. After all, what he realizes is what really belongs to him. All Luffy has to do is to open a door for him and let him know that this is the case. By the way, along the way, besides encountering zombies, do you have anything else? 99. It was Frankie who asked this question, thinking of those ghosts before. Didn't Zoro and the others meet? Ugh! Zoro and Sanji, who were asked by Frankie, froze, as if thinking of something bad, and their faces suddenly turned ugly. Oh, and we also met the kind of ghosts we encountered on Thousand Sunny. The answer was Usopp, who didn't seem to pay attention to Zoro and Sanji's faces at all. Usopp said 0.4 to the ghost he met before. I don't know what the three of them did. That kind of ghost is obviously useless except to scare people. I really don't know why they are looking for life when they touch that kind of ghost. 5. And Zoro and Sanji didn't refute except for their ugly faces. After all, there is no harm without comparison. Obviously Usopp has also been touched. Why is he okay? Is it really his own fault? Luffy said that it was called the negative ghost. People who are touched by that ghost will become very negative. What, have you been touched? As soon as Galtino's words came out, Zoro and Sanji's expressions became even more ugly. Wait, why is Usopp okay? He has also encountered that kind of ghost? Zoro and Sanji couldn't understand the thought that Usopp had also encountered that kind of ghost, but he seemed to be nothing. Chapter 225 The Devil Ounce. Because I am very negative. Ha ha ha. Stopping to continue comforting Chopper, Usopp put his hands on his hips, looking like he was terrified. Is this something to be proud of? Ha ha ha, Long Nose, you are so funny. While everyone else was speechless, Frankie burst out laughing and even ran up to Usopp, patting him on the shoulder and saying he was funny. He, that's really interesting. Brooke on the side also laughed out loud. Obviously, the three of them should have something in common. That doctor should be solved by you. Ignoring the trio's weirdness, Luffy asked Zoro and Sanji. Well, Chopper's hands. Hearing Zoro's answer, Luffy nodded knowingly. If that's the case, Chopper doesn't need everyone to worry, it's just a temporary discomfort now, and it'll be fine after leaving here. Have the zombies in this castle been eliminated? 14. Luffy and the others walked all the way, but they didn't encounter anyone in the way. Everything I encountered has been resolved, so why does Gecko Moria make so many zombies? Zoro doesn't understand this behavior very well, and these zombies are not particularly powerful. Even the swordsman dragon horse zombie is not particularly powerful. However, it was only at the first meeting, because the autumn water seemed to be harder, that the snow that Zoro had not had time to cover armament haki was cut off. It is obviously impossible for these zombies to fully reproduce the strength of the deceased before his death. After all, that zombie sword, Ryoma, can't even use haki. Zoro doesn't believe that the legendary dragon swordsman can't even use haki. Maybe Devil Fruit's ability is like this? Sanji said uncertainly. After all, I don't know the specific abilities of Shadow Fruit, I think Shadow Fruit can only do it to this extent. Luffy shook his head secretly, this Gecko Moria was completely destroyed by Kaido. Moreover, even though he had fought with Kaido, he still wanted to dominate the world with these zombies. I really don't know if his brain was broken at that time. Since everyone here has been dealt with by you, let's move on, and we should be able to see Gecko Moria soon. Better get rid of the Gecko Moria matter and talk to Bartholomew Bear. In other words, how to deal with the guy who can release ghosts, his ability is quite tricky. 35. As they walked, Zoro looked at Luffy and said. I still remember the scene where I and Sanji were hit by the negative ghost before. Fortunately, Sanji was also hit, otherwise I was afraid that I would not have been laughed to death by him. However, that ability was useless after covering armament Haki by himself. What kind of ghost ability is this? The other party's ability is still good, and I have plans to invite her on board. Perona's ability can be regarded as a kind of ability to kill at first sight. If people who don't understand Lingling fruit, they will be dealt with when they first meet. Moreover, with the ability of Frankie Munch Munch fruit, Usopp can also be armed. Even the slingshot is much faster than the ghost itself can float. With Usopp's character, it is very likely that he will be despised by the enemy. At that time, unexpected effects may occur. But this is not a long-term solution after all. Usopp's strength has to find a way to improve it, and there is still a lack of suitable devil fruit. Hey! You beat the boss, and they will board the boat with you. Hearing Luffy's words, everyone seemed incredulous, although there was such a presence on the ship. Galtino and others were like this. But obviously the current situation is different. Galtino and the others are not familiar with crocodile. Strictly speaking, it can only be regarded as an employment relationship. Does the person who created the ghost have nothing to do with Gecko Moria? Be a villain once, she gets on the boat, Gecko Moria lives, otherwise, Gecko Moria dies. Anyway, Gecko Moria is not a good person, but kill him and get his fruit. Luffy doesn't care about Gecko Moria's life or death. Even if Perona agrees to get on board, Luffy will beat Gecko Moria unconscious. As for Gecko Moria doing something to steal the shadows again, that's none of Luffy's business. Unless he shows up in front of Luffy again. Gecko Moria is not a good person. Is the guy who set the ghost a good person? If the other party is also the same person as Gecko Moria, Luffy should not invite the other party to the ship, that is to say, this person should not be bad. The nature is not bad. 99. Boom! Just when Luffy finished speaking, a huge arm directly smashed the wall where Luffy and others were. The people who had already mastered observation Haki also moved to a place that was not attacked for the first time. In the smoke and dust in the sky, looking out from the smashed wall, what appeared in everyone's sight was a huge human figure. After the smoke cleared, everyone could clearly see the appearance of the huge figure. The head has double horns, ferocious teeth, red skin, and golden hair that reaches to the waist. The hands are thick and the belly is round, but the lower body is relatively small, and the legs are not even half as thick as the hands. This huge creature is very tall, about 6 to 70 meters in size. It is several times bigger than BROGY 643 and Dory that I met in Little Garden before. Okay, so high. After seeing the specific appearance of the creature that appeared in front of him, Usopp's old problem was repeated. His legs were trembling, and he couldn't speak well. What is this? Chopper also opened his mouth wide in shock, and he didn't care about the sadness that Hogbuck brought him. This is the demon ounce. Robin, who was familiar with ancient books, immediately recognized this strange-looking and huge creature. Ozzy? Didn't that die hundreds of years ago? Why is he still here? Everyone knows more or less about Ounce, which can be called a legend. It is said that Ounce was frozen to death while attacking the land of ice, that is to say, was this body found by Gecko Moria? There is only such an explanation for the scene in front of him, and the frozen corpse obviously still maintains the appearance when he died. Has it been discovered that we are not easy to deal with, so I just put a shadow on Ounce's body. Ozzy's shadow in the original book is Luffy's shadow, and now, Luffy won't be taken away by the mere Gecko Moria. That is to say, in order to deal with himself and others, did Gecko Moria have to put his body in someone else's shadow? Chapter 226 Gecko Moria appears. With such a big body, I don't know if my knife can cut it. With the words Hideo in his mouth, Zoro held the third-generation Geisha in one hand, and exchanged the scriptures for the black sword Kyushui in the other hand. Looking at the incomparably huge demon ounce zombie in front of him, the corner of Zoro's mouth pulled a hideous arc. Chopping is definitely capable of slashing, and the black knife is not just black. Luffy glanced at the black knife Qingxuan in Zoro's right hand. Even Doflamingo's armament haki with his string fruit can cut off little ounce's legs. Qingxuan, who has been trained into a black knife, has no reason to cut down ounce, who is already a corpse. Even if Zoro's armament haki is not strong enough, Qingxuan itself is sharp enough. But others are not so good. Those present, except for Luffy and Zoro who took the autumn water, are also Konis's slow fruit, which can play a role in this zombie ounce. The rule-based ability of the slow fruit, except for armament haki's certain defensive effect, can be said to be basically unsolvable. And the demon ounce, who is already just a corpse, obviously cannot be armament haki. He, Straw Hat Crew, I didn't expect to catch a big fish this time. Just when everyone's eyes were attracted by this huge ounce, a strange laughter came into everyone's ears from a distance. Looking at the source of the sound, everyone discovered that, at some point, at the neck of zombie ounce, there was a figure with the same grotesque physique. Although ounce was tall, everyone could still see the figure clearly. Grey skin, shirts with bat-like collars, and gothic art costumes do make you feel like you're seeing a demon at first glance. But if you take a closer look, you will find that his head is attached to his neck, his hair is like a fiery scallion, and his belly is swelled sharply around his waist. Coupled with very short legs, it makes people feel funny how they look at them. This is Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The man who appeared on Ounce's neck was self-evident. However, the crowd did not have similar fear or anxiety. Even the Marine Admiral has encountered it, the 7 warlords of the sea, what's there to be afraid of? Be careful not to be accidentally touched by Ounce, such a big body, it is not a pleasant thing to touch. This Ounce seems to be too big to be messed with, but for Luffy, it is really not enough to look at. It is to remind everyone to be careful, if they accidentally bump into it, for them, there might be an accident. Although the master wrote armament haki, for such a huge Ounce, Nami and others did not have enough speed to run out of Ounce's body range. I'll leave it to you, Ounce, and let them experience unrivaled power. Even if everyone has appeared here, Gecko Moria still doesn't seem to have any plans to take action personally. It doesn't seem to know what Absalom and Hogbark have been done with. Otherwise, with Gecko Moria's character, it is impossible to remain indifferent. Although it is not a personnel thing, it has to be said that Gecko Moria is still good for his subordinates. After saying that sentence and handing it over to you, Gecko Moria disappeared from Ounce's neck and was replaced by a black shadow shape. Luffy observation haki sensed that the other party had appeared at the very center of the castle, where there was a girl figure. This ability is quite interesting, but I don't know if there is a distance limit. The body and the shadow can be swapped in a split second. Guess how Gecko Moria escaped from Kaido's hands at that time, right? Otherwise, Gecko Moria might still be in Kaido's labor camp. This guy just ran away like this. Everyone was quite speechless when Gecko Moria ran straight away. Even if you have enough faith in Zombie Ounce, why don't you stay and see the results? For the time being, I'm not going to fight, you guys try to fight Ounce. With Koni's ability and the autumn water that Zoro just got, it shouldn't be a problem. Luffy once again left the fight to Zoro and the others. Although one-on-one, even Zoro, now, would not be a match for Ounce, a zombie of this size. But if you cooperate with everyone's devil fruit ability, if you want to deal with this zombie Ounce, it should not be a problem. It's exactly what I want, otherwise you will solve the opponent every time, and we will never become stronger. Zoro grinned, and didn't know why even the words Hidei didn't fall out of his mouth, and he could even speak. 3 swords flow, 180 troubled winds. 3 swords were swung out, and 3 slash waves flew out from Hideichi, 3rd generation Geisha and Black Sword Qingxuan. the sky blue slash wave flew towards the short feet of zombie Ounce. However, he could only fly towards Ounce's feet. After all, he was so tall that he couldn't hit anywhere else if he wanted to. Pft. Two sounds of gold and iron mingling, and a sound cutting into the flesh came at the same time. Everyone looked towards Ounce's leg. Zoro's 3 slashes left only a small wound on Ounce's leg. There was no blood flowing out, after all, it was a corpse that had been dead for hundreds of years. Hey? It's really hard. 35. Looking at Ozzy's leg with only one wound, Zoro couldn't help but open his mouth, and at the same time looked at the black knife Qingxuan in his hand. That slash that left a wound was undoubtedly swung by the black knife Qingxuan. This slash, Zoro did not wrap haki, and even so, Qingxuan was able to cut a wound on Ounce's leg, which seems to be the uniqueness of the black knife. After all, Hidei, who is also one of the big quick knives, failed to cut the wound. Wang is good, can even the slash of the green algae head only be able to do this? Sanji glanced at Ounce's legs as well, and his current attack was indeed inferior to Zoro, the swordsman. It seems that this time I can only do auxiliary work. A low roar reached everyone's ears from a high altitude, and Zoro's slash drew the attention of this huge zombie. I saw Ounce lifted the right leg that was scratched by Zoro. Although there was a wound, it did not affect the movement of zombie Ounce. In other words, this wound doesn't work at all for this zombie Ounce. Zombie Ounce raised his legs, and his huge figure caused the surrounding wind howling. Then, the leg stepped down hard. Miss Conies. Clear. Although facing such a huge creature, Conies felt a little drum in his heart, but his subordinates did not slow down. Chapter 227 Straw Hat Crew vs Majin Ounce. Dull light. Conies let out a coquettish snort, pinched his hands into orchid fingers, and circles of pink light diffused from the slender fingertips. Although the pink light is not fast, the speed of the zombie Ounce is also very slow because of its huge size. The huge sole of the foot, which was heavily stepped on, met with the pink light when it was still some distance away from the ground. The dull pink light doesn't completely shroud zombie Ounce. But it was because of this that only the raised foot of the zombie Ounce, whose foot was hit by the dull light, suddenly slowed down. Zombie Ounce, whose body remained unaffected, staggered suddenly. But fortunately, because of the huge size of zombie Ounce, this loss of balance did not make him fall completely. When zombie Ounce was hit by the dull light and the speed of his feet slowed down, Zoro and the others spread out one after another, away from the position where zombie Ounce stepped on his legs. While Galtino retreated to a safe place, his hands melted into liquid candles, and he threw a mass of candles towards the unraised leg of the zombie Ounce. After the candle wrapped around zombie Ounce's legs, it didn't freeze for the first time, but began to spread up along zombie Ounce's legs. The effect of the dull light passed quickly, and Galtino's candle was solidified just before the effect of the dull light was lost. The candle solidified the entire left leg and part of the left half of the zombie Ounce's body. After the dull light failed, the originally raised right leg was able to speed up in an instant, and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! Although he just stepped on the ground, but with the blessing of his huge body, he still stepped on a deep pit on the ground. However, looking at the level of damage to the ground, it seems that it is not as destructive as Makida's previous kick. Green algae head, color cook, do you still have any salt there? Taking advantage of the interval between zombie Ounce's attack, Galtino asked Zoro and Sanji. Since this Ounce is a zombie, it stands to reason that salt will also have an effect on him. Another point. At the same time, everyone's eyes lit up. They were just shocked by the huge size of Ounce, and almost forgot that Ounce was just a zombie. In this case, you give Makita the salt, Sanji is responsible for sending Makita up, and the others try to attract the attention of the zombie Ounce. Now that half of Ounce's body is fixed by Galtino's candle, and he can't break free in a short time, it is a good opportunity. Everyone understood, Zoro threw the 2 small cloth bags containing salt to Makita, and then looked back at the zombie ounce who was struggling to break free from the candle. Makita took the salt thrown by Zoro and glanced at Sanji. At a height of nearly 70 meters, even if Makita can reduce her body weight to 1 kilogram, it is not so easy to send. Try it, at such a high distance, you may not be able to send Makita up. Although my foot strength is really good, 70 meters is still very difficult. Zoro continued to attack Ounce with Slash Wave, but this time it was no longer a random attack, but aimed at the leg joints of Zombie Ounce. At the same time, Brook also rushed towards the Zombie Ounce, and the target was where Zoro attacked. Although half of his body was restrained, Ounce's hands were still usable. When the right leg was attacked again and the cloud leg could not move, Zombie Ounce waved his stout hands violently. Konis saw this, and the dull light shot again, this time because it was aimed at the waving hands of the Zombie Ounce, and the distance was relatively far. Therefore, the area where the dull light radiates is larger, even covering Ounce's entire upper body. The originally powerful arms waved, as if the pause button was pressed in an instant, and they stopped there. No, it's not completely stationary either, it's just that the speed of movement is really negligible. Good job, Konis. Seeing the zombie Ounce's upper body, Bia, seemed to have fallen into stillness, and the eyes of the others lit up at the same time. No matter how big you are, as long as you don't armament haki, there will be 30 seconds of extreme slowness. The crowd didn't waste any time, and began to bombard wildly at the leg joints of Zombie Ounce. Brook's stab, Chopper's arm is strengthened to cover Armament Haki's hooves, Galtino also covers Armament Haki's candle hammer, Zoro's black knife autumn water. Usopp! Frankie shouted at Usopp, and at the same time, a transparent bullet was thrown at Usopp. There are a total of 3 ghost bullets synthesized before, I used 1, Luffy used 1, and now there is 1 left, Frankie threw it to Usopp. This bullet has the ability of a negative ghost, you find the right time to give him a shot. Seeing Usopp catch the bullet, Frankie explained aloud. Usopp was stunned after taking the bullet, a bullet with negative ghost ability. By the way, does negative ghost work on zombies? Without waiting for Usopp to ask any further questions, Frankie also rushed towards the leg joints of Zombie Ounce. Miss Makita, 9. Sanji shouted at Makita. No matter if you can send Makita that high or not, you have to give it a try. Makita nodded, causing the latter two to run at the same time. After feeling that the distance was close, Sanji glanced in the direction of Makita. Makita understood, jumped up in Sanji's direction, and at the moment when she was about to touch Sanji's kicked foot, the Light Lion Fruit ability was activated. A huge force came from Makita's foot on the back of Sanji's instep. The body of Makita, who had lost her weight to the lightest, slammed into the sky. At this time, the upper body of Zombie Ounce was still under the effect of the slow fruit, which could not prevent Makita from constantly approaching his head. At this time, everyone turned their attention to Makita in the sky. The distance doesn't seem to be enough. Usopp, wearing goggles, was the first to see what Makita was in. Tisk, you are so useless as a cook. Zoro couldn't help taunting Sanji when he saw Makita reaching the chest of Ounce the zombie. Well, Sanji didn't refute, after all, the facts were there, and now it's up to Makita to do anything about it. 6 flowers. Robin, who had been inactive for a while, crossed his hands in front of his chest, closed his eyes, and activated the ability of flower fruit. At the same time, Makita's back grew 6 white arms. The 6 arms slammed hard, grabbed Makita's body, and continued to raise Makita in a backflip position. After feeling the power coming from her back, Makita did not panic, but followed the power and flew towards the head of the zombie Ounce. Chapter 228 Failed Strategies. Good job, Miss Robin. Seeing Makita, who was about to fall, rise again with the help of Robin, Sanji couldn't help but exclaimed. Everyone else also looked relieved. Zombie Ounce's upper body was still under the ability of the slow fruit, and he couldn't make any resistance moves. And the lower body is still imprisoned by Galtino's candle because one leg is still imprisoned by Galtino's candle, so he can't dodge by moving his body. Makita, who was in the air, glanced at the ferocious head in front of her. The opponent's mouth could not be completely closed due to the teeth. And the teeth are not perfectly fit, and Makita's heart is slightly loose. He took out one of the 2 packets of salt in his hand, and threw the packet of salt into the mouth of Zombie Ounce with ease. At the same time, Makita also kept an eye on her, tightly clutching another packet of salt in her hand. Her body flipped upside down in the air and landed on the shoulders of Zombie Ounce. Although the distance is far apart, for everyone, this distance can still be seen clearly. After seeing Makita throw the salt into the mouth of Zombie Ounce, everyone looked at Zombie Ounce with a little nervousness. After all, Zombie Ounce is so big, and everyone is not sure whether the same amount of salt can release the shadow in Zombie Ounce. However, everyone did not realize that from the beginning of the battle, the shadow that was originally on the shoulders of Zombie Ounce had disappeared. Everyone didn't care, or because of the huge size of Zombie Ounce, they subconsciously ignored the shadow just now. At this moment, Makita, who was standing on the shoulders of Zombie Ounce, saw the salt she had just thrown in from Zombie Ounce's mouth and was thrown out again. What happened? Makita was startled, and then forced herself to calm down. Observation Haki unfolded, and Makita felt another breath in the body of Zombie Ounce. After all, it wasn't long before Observation Haki was awakened, and it was impossible for everyone to turn on Observation Haki all the time, and it could only be used when necessary. Looking at the salt that was thrown out again and the aura he sensed in the body of Zombie Ounce, Makita did not hesitate. Instantly changed the weight of his body, raised his right foot and kicked the head of Zombie Ounce fiercely. With one foot, the head of Zombie Ounce was kicked crooked by the force of the 10-ton kick. However, such injuries may be fatal for ordinary people. But for the Zombie Ounce, who was just a corpse, it didn't have any effect other than tilting his head to one side. After one kick, Makita didn't linger any longer, and the effect of Koniza's dull light was about to fail. So, Makita jumped straight from the shoulder of Zombie Ounce. When she was about to land, Makita opened the umbrella she was carrying, and her body, which had already changed her weight, fell back to the ground lightly. What's the matter? Makita. Although he didn't see the salt thrown out again, the Zombie Ounce didn't lose his ability to move, that is to say, the salt thrown in by Makita didn't take effect. Is salt useless? No, there is still a breath in Zombie Ounce's body. It's that breath that threw the salt I threw in again. 5. Hearing everyone's inquiries, Makita shook her head and explained. There is someone inside Zombie Ounce? Is it Gecko Moria? The first thing that comes to everyone's mind is Gecko Moria. After all, if Gecko Moria can just leave the Zombie Ounce's shoulder, it can naturally appear directly in the Zombie Ounce's body. It should be him, right? The shadow left when he left before, should be able to exchange places with him directly. Just after the battle started, we ignored the shadow. I think it was at that time that the shadow entered the body of the Zombie Ounce. 5. Everyone around Makita said a word to me, and quickly analyzed the form clearly. It also means that the salt does work on Zombie Ounce, but, if Gecko Moria is in it, what are we going to do to throw the salt in? Luffy looked at Zombie Ounce, who was about to resume action, sensed Gecko Moria, who appeared in Zombie Ounce again, and shook his head amusingly. This guy, isn't that stupid, knowing that even Zombie Ounce can't change the fact that he is afraid of salt. Therefore, he deliberately left at the beginning of the battle, so that everyone did not think about this aspect at all. And after the battle begins, let your shadow sneak into the body of the transformed Zombie Ounce, and then switch positions with yourself. For Flowers 0. In this way, even if Zoro and the others successfully put salt in Zombie Ounce, as long as he throws the salt out in time, Zombie Ounce will be fine. Even it will give Zoro and others the impression that Zombie Ounce is not afraid of salt. But Gecko Moria apparently didn't expect Makita to have awakened observation haki. When the salt was thrown out, he noticed and sensed him appearing in the body of Zombie Ounce. "What's the matter, Luffy, doesn't salt work on Zombie Ounce?" Due to the long distance, Nami, who was beside Luffy now, did not see the salt thrown out, nor could he hear the conversation between Zoro and others. Observation haki is not so far away, so at this moment, she and Marianu have the ideal idea of Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria remodeled a driving space inside Zombie Ounce, and the salt that Makita threw into Zombie Ounce was thrown back by Gecko Moria. Luffy explained a little. "However, what are you going to do now that Gecko Moria is found inside Zombie Ounce? Without solving this problem, even if Makita still has a salt packet in her hand, it will still be thrown by Gecko Moria. Damn it, that guy is too disgusting." Zombie Ounce, who could be dealt with immediately, was saved by Gecko Moria, Nami said uneasily. "What to do next? Don't force Gecko Moria out of the body of Zombie Ounce, even if you do it again, it will be the same result." Makita looked at Zoro and asked. "Since Gecko Moria is in Zombie Ounce, it means Zombie Ounce's body has been modified. As long as it is transformation, the transformed part must be the weakest position of Zombie Ounce. As long as you find that position, you should be able to force Gecko Moria out." 35. As a transformed person, Frankie is particularly sensitive to this aspect, and the first time Makita spoke, he thought of the weakness of the Zombie Ounce. And how to find this weak position is not difficult for everyone who has awakened observation haki. Chapter 229 Shadow Revolution. "Makita, where is the breath you just sensed? Everyone's observation haki can't cover such a long distance, so I have to check with Makita to confirm the approximate location." Just now, Makita was standing on the shoulders of the Zombie Ounce and turned on observation haki perception, so she can perceive it. Now everyone is standing at a distance from Zombie Ounce, plus Zombie Ounce's huge size. If you want to use observation haki to perceive, you have to get close. "Near the stomach," Makita answered succinctly. "If it's just around the stomach, then I'll go up this time, Chef Se, is it all right?" 95. Hearing Makita's words, Zoro looked at Sanji. Even if it is a weak place after modification, it needs a sharp knife to break open. "Humph, green algae head, you can't cut the stomach of the 647 Zombie Ounce." Sanji replied sarcastically, agreeing. Although Zoro can't lose weight like Makita, there is no need to kick Zoro that high this time, and this distance is completely fine. Bang bang! Everyone looked in the direction of Zombie Ounce. It was Zombie Ounce hammering the ground under the feet fixed by the candle. Although Zombie Ounce itself doesn't have much intelligence, Gecko Moria can manipulate it. Since the candle on his body can't be removed, destroy the ground, as long as the Zombie Ounce can move. How simple and rude. 35. It's obviously impossible for Galtino's candle to immobilize Ounce the zombie. Although it did bind Bragi and Dori in Little Garden before. But that was when Bragi and Dori were exhausted after the fight, and that was what allowed Galtino to succeed at that time. And now, although Galtino has become much stronger, Ozzy the demon is 3 or 4 times bigger than Bragi and Dori. And Zombie Ounce can be regarded as heyday. It is not bad to be able to restrain him for such a short time. "Conies, are you strong enough?" Although only 2 dull beams were released, Conies had never exercised or fought before. Both times the range of sluggish rays is not small, which is quite a burden for Conies. At this time Conies, sweat had begun to appear on his forehead. "Well, maybe 3 times of dull light can be released." Conies wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied to Zoro. "Enough." Zoro nodded. "Looks like the attack just now worked." 35. At this time, Galtino noticed the Zombie Ounce, who had already broken through the ground and moved, and was limping during the action. It seems that even a corpse can't change its mode of action. Although it will not feel pain and will not die again except for the salt, its body structure is the same as before. If you break a leg, you will lose your balance when you walk. Shout, these guys are really difficult to deal with, and the corpse of Ounce, which was finally repaired by Hogbuck, was beaten up like this. Inside Zombie Ounce, Gecko Moria gritted his teeth and felt Zombie Ounce walking unsteadily. This is the corpse that I found with great effort, and I still think of relying on him to come to the government of the Grand Line. Well now, this Zombie Ounce can't even beat the Straw Hat crew, how is this possible? Moreover, what happened to the light emitted by the woman just now? Zombie Ounce couldn't move when he touched it. Sure enough, just looking for a shadow will not be able to exert the strength of this Zombie Ounce. But now is not the time to think about these issues. Since other people's shadows are not enough, then add your own shadows. Thinking like this, Gecko Moria thought to himself, Shadow Revolution. The shadow that had previously exchanged places with Gecko Moria quickly appeared behind Zombie Ounce from somewhere in the castle, and then jumped into Zombie Ounce's shadow. Did something happen just now? The appearance of Gecko Moria's shadow did not hide the sight of Zoro and the others. It's like the shadow of the guy who just swapped places with Gecko Moria. That flashing shadow looked the same as the shadow that appeared on the neck of the Zombie Ounce before. But after the shadow entered the shadow of Zombie Ounce, who was limping, seemed to return to normal. How did you do it? Everyone was shocked when they saw Ounce, the zombie who had returned to normal. Even the head that had just been kicked crookedly by Makita returned to normal. It should be the shadow's problem, but it's not a big problem. With Koni's slow fruit ability, Zombie Ounce is the same as normal. 35. Although he was surprised, what Galtino said was right, the ability to get the fruit of slowness was the same whether he was disabled or not. The other party is coming, you pay attention. Zoro said something, and everyone started to act again. At the same time, the Zombie Ounce, who had returned to normal, punched the position of Zoro and others. With the advantage of body size, there is no need to be close to Zoro etl. Boom! The castle behind was smashed a lot by this punch again. However, this attack also did not work against Zoro etl. Even, because of Zombie Ounce's punch, Zoro and Sanji jumped on Zombie Ounce's arm at the same time and ran up Zombie Ounce's arm. It seems that Zoro and Sanji appear on the arms of Zombie Ounce, and Gecko Moria controls Zombie Ounce's other hand to shoot Zoro and Sanji. Dull light. After all, one person can't prevent the siege of so many people. Koni's dull light accurately hit the Zombie Ounce. However, to prevent the dull light from hitting Zoro and Sanji, Koni's moved slightly away. Although it successfully hit the left hand raised by Zombie Ounce, it was just that. But that's enough for Zoro and 0.4 Sanji. At this time, the height of the two people is exactly the height of Gecko Moria in observation Haki's perception. Originally, if Zoro was kicked from the ground, the effect might not be very good, but now, it is much easier to just kick Zoro in parallel. Zoro glanced at Sanji, jumped slightly, and rose into the air. Sanji understood, quickly took 2 steps forward, raised his right leg to catch Zoro who fell. Then, before the Zombie Ounce was about to withdraw his right hand, he kicked Zoro hard. Sanji, who completed this action, quickly jumped off the arm of the Zombie Ounce. It's not that easy to go on without leaving. After all, Sanji doesn't have Makita's light lion fruit, and if he jumps off too high, he will be injured. As for Zoro, ask for your own blessings. Chapter 230 Defeated Gecko Moria. 3 Swords, Ghost Slash. Robin crossed his hands, and his arms were connected to form a large net. The arms on both sides grabbed the walls of the castle and easily caught Zoro who fell. Makita successfully flew to the head of Zombie Ounce, and threw the remaining salt into Zombie Ounce's open mouth. 3rd Gear, Zixiang. Because of Zombie Ounce bending over and hammering the ground, Sanji won't have enough strength this time. Of course it's impossible. Are you an idiot? I'm Gecko Moria's crew. Zombie Ounce, who had completely turned into a corpse, under this blow, his head fell back, and his entire body fell backwards at the same time. No. Hey, where's Luffy? Luffy glanced at the corner of his eyes and wanted to grab his hand, but because he was a spirit body, he couldn't touch his piranha, and his hands kept moving. Sanji, who had fallen back to the ground, gleamed in his eyes. The other party was lying on the platform transformed in zombie 14-ounce's body at this time, murmuring something in his mouth. Of course, if the invitation doesn't work, it can only be threatened. Out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Gecko Moria who appeared in front of everyone. However, Luffy's attack had already been released, and Piranha, as a spirit body, couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. Although Frankie staggered, Usopp rubbed his nose with his thumb and laughed triumphantly. Yeah, they made it. Don't be so afraid, I won't hurt you, on the contrary, I'm here to invite you to be my partner. It's all thanks to your bullets, ha ha ha. Nami turned around and found that besides Marianu, Luffy had disappeared without knowing when. That ghost shot was beautiful, long nose. But for Piranha, it was the father who rescued and raised her. But the two of them are not worried. With Luffy's strength, if something happens to them, he will be fine. And just when Gecko Moria was still in a dazed state, a transparent bullet cut through the sky and hit Gecko Moria precisely. Sure enough, this guy is an idiot, and he was actually called an idiot by her. But being called a fool by a fool, Luffy felt the need to scare her. He even forgot to use his devil fruit ability. Makita, who had already seen the effect of the ghost bullet, actively understood it, and jumped lightly as if at the beginning. But how could he who was once saved by Gecko Moria betray Gecko Moria at this time? The other is to fly to the feet of Gecko Moria, who is lying in the body of Zombie Ounce. Piranha, who has been living in this castle, doesn't know the sinister nature of people's hearts. At this time, when she sees Luffy's murderous attitude, she panics completely. A shriveled piece of flesh fell from the air, raising a cloud of dust on the ground. Gecko Moria is not dead yet. Lord Moria is still in the body of Zombie Ounce. Once this Zombie Ounce falls down, Lord Moria will not be hurt. At this time, everyone looked at the sky at the same time. I saw the captain of Straw Hat Crew, who was just below the castle, and actually appeared behind him at this time. Marianu shook his head and said he didn't know where Luffy went. Although a little surprised, Luffy actually said that he wanted to invite himself on board. This is also thanks to his own observation Haki being able to see what's inside, so he can shoot the ghost bullet at Gecko Moria at the first time. He could only watch helplessly as the transparent beam of light shot towards Gecko Moria. Moreover, the ability of Devil Fruit is really unbelievable to actually combine that kind of negative ghost and bullet. Zombie Ounce's huge body fell heavily to the ground, smashing a large area of land and trees. An unfamiliar voice sounded from behind Piranha. Piranha was startled and turned her head sharply. The knife light flashed, and the stomach of Zombie Ounce was torn from the place where there were stitches. Makita, who was holding an umbrella, fluttered back to the ground and came to the front of everyone. Two shadows flew out from the huge body of Zombie Ounce, and one flew to an unknown place. Without the interference of Gecko Moria, the salt successfully entered the body of the Zombie Ounce, and it began to take effect. After Makita threw the salt into Zombie Ounce's mouth, she changed her weight and kicked Zombie Ounce again. He, now that Zombie Ounce has been solved, what should I do with Gecko Moria? Piranha was visibly startled by Luffy's sudden appearance behind her, and her whole body couldn't help but take a few steps back. The transparent column of air blazed away, targeting Gecko Moria in the body of Ounce, the zombie lying on the ground. Miss Makita. With Sanji's full strength, Zoro took a good posture, and when he got close enough, the three knives in his hands and mouth suddenly swung out. Boom! Looking at Gecko Moria, who was still in a passive state, Brooke looked at the crowd and asked. "Ah, Lord Moria." Looking at the zombie ounce who finally fell to the ground, Nami raised his fist and waved it. "Sure enough, you won't agree directly. Since you don't agree, then I'll have to kill Gecko Moria. Soft spider web." If it wasn't for her spirit body, she might have fallen from the castle in these few steps. Tears were already welling in Perona's eyes, even though Gecko Moria was seen as a bloody bastard. Now that his father might be killed in front of his eyes, Perona finally couldn't help shouting loudly. You, why are you here?" 99. Luffy shook his head helplessly. It's useless to rely on mouth alone. Well, not only did he not agree, but he was also called an idiot. It seems that Perona's character is not bad. Ha ha ha, of course, in terms of shooting, I won't lose to anyone. Are you kidding me? I'm Lord Moria's subordinate, how can I get on your ship? Looks like Gecko Moria was really nice to her and actually cried. What are you going to do? Wait 647, wait. Perona's eyes widened, and the spirit body quickly flew to the location of Gecko Moria. Sanji caught the leaping Makita with his feet and kicked the lighter Makita into the sky again. High in the castle, Perona, who watched the zombie ounce being defeated by the Straw Hat crew, couldn't help exclaiming. Watching zombie ounce finally fall to the ground, Frankie ran to Usopp's side, raised his big hand, and pressed it against Usopp's shoulder several times. Kill, Ghost Bullet. With that said, Luffy walked to Perona's side, clenched a fist with his right hand, and a faint air flowed between Luffy's fists. Chapter 231 Perona joins. The transparent air beam came in an instant, and it hit Gecko Moria, who fell in the body of Zombie Ounce, with precision. Perona didn't say any more nonsense, just stared at Luffy. That guy Luffy actually made such a lovely lady cry. As for saving Gecko Moria on your own, no kidding. Gecko Moria can't even swap places with Shadow because of the negative ghost. Perona in the spirit state quickly flew to the fainted Gecko Moria. Zoro and the others were not too vigilant about the goth girl who suddenly floated down. Why is there so much drama in this woman's heart? Luffy gave Galtino a strange look. Is this your turn to say? The other party obviously did not sincerely want to join these people, and he was not sure what he would do in the future. Gecko Moria is not dead, just passed out. Your expression completely reveals what you're thinking. How can there be such nasty people in this world? Luffy didn't kill, after all, he still had the idea of inviting Perona. So, join us and I'll let Gecko Moria live, otherwise, Gecko Moria will just die here. It can only be said that Perona is too simple. Not only Luffy, but others also completely saw what the girl in front of her was thinking. Hey? Really? Moria-sama? Didn't you see the air column just now? It's so thick, so long, it will really kill people. Idiot, we were originally pirates. But there is no way, now Moria-sama's life master is in the opponent's hands, so he can't mess around. Damn it, you bastards! So, Lord Moria, I did this to save you and myself, so don't blame me when you wake up. Perona got up and floated in the air, turning back and not forgetting to repeat the conditions just now. Okay, since you said so. Hearing Sanji's words, Perona raised her head sharply, looked at Sanji and confirmed, those round eyes opened wider. Master has the power of observation haki, whether people die or not, they can fully perceive it. Seeing Perona struggling for a while, and her face changing in prayer for a while, Luffy and the others all looked at her speechlessly. This damn it man, sooner or later, will use the negative ghost to make him kneel in front of him. But everyone didn't understand why Luffy had to forcefully invite this woman onto the ship. Is her ability really so important? Is she the one with the spiritual fruit ability that Luffy wants to invite? 6699. Perona thought bitterly in her heart. Is it really okay for a guy like this to join us? Now either join the Straw Hat Pirates or watch them kill Gecko Moria. If it goes on like this, there will be no end. I have to find Bartholomew Bear myself. How can I play face-changing games with her here? Don't worry, she won't do anything bad for us. Jumping from the height of the castle to the ground was not difficult for Luffy. Perona didn't want to die so early. Perona is crazy, how does this man know what he thinks? Immediately, Luffy changed the subject and looked at Perona with a half-smile. Hey, what's your look? I'm not like her, I don't have that deep affection between Crocodile and me. 39. Of course, Luffy won't do such stupid things, and it's not Luffy of the original book. Luffy answered. Perona, who was still battling herself in her heart, was startled by Luffy's sudden opening, and her whole body shook. This is the way Luffy behaves this way, unless there is an even-handed presence. After some explanation, Sanji complained about Luffy again. I see, you have to remember what you said, and you can't hurt Moria-sama anymore. At the same time, the shadows collected by him also poured out from the bodies of the zombies that had not been resolved at this moment. If they refused, maybe they would kill themselves. Ugh. 35. Didn't you get on board that way? Seeing the sad face of the girl in front of him, Sanji couldn't help but speak. Luffy's voice came from behind Perona again. Usopp couldn't help complaining about Chopper's words, why this little brother still hasn't figured out his position. Of course, with the exception of Chopper, he's also a simple reindeer. Then he came back to his senses and gave Luffy, Wang Ma Zhao, a vicious look. Gecko Moria, who was still in a passive state, had no room to resist, and rolled his eyes with a scream. If you agree, go and bring your body. Whether it's the lion fruit of the golden lion, or the childlike fruit of the sugar, it doesn't matter if you sleep, but once you lose consciousness, the fruit's ability will be ineffective. Most of devil fruit's abilities will fail when the person with the ability loses consciousness. Are you talking? Otherwise, if you can quickly solve the opponent, why waste time and let the opponent use more abilities to cause trouble for yourself? Even if you do nothing and fall from such a high place, with the physique of the Luffy Rubber Man, nothing will happen. Chopper next to him heard Luffy's words and couldn't help but speak. However, if you want to pretend to agree and wait for an opportunity to escape in the future, the next time you meet Gecko Moria, I won't be merciful. Seeing Harry from Luffy's eyes, Galtino couldn't help but speak a lot louder. No matter where Zoro and the others should be around, they cried out. Looking at Perona drifting away, Galtino asked. Certainly. Ah. Yes, we were originally pirates. 35. Although this girl's ability is very strange, but in the case of precautions, everyone is not afraid that the girl will suddenly attack. Also, their own ghosts saw them kill Absalom and Hogbark. The same is true of Gecko Moria now. Under the third gear of Luffy's move, Gecko Moria completely lost consciousness. There are also a lot of abilities that I don't have the opportunity to use. I feel like Luffy at this time is like a pirate. As for this attack, it's just to stun Gecko Moria and release the shadow that he captured. Looking at Perona, who was still changing his face, Luffy finally couldn't help but speak. Pretend to promise him first, then run away when you get a chance. Despite this curse, Perona had no other choice. Moreover, the plain head, who only wears underwear and a floral shirt, can eat the ghosts he made, who knows if he can eat himself. Chapter 232, Dealing with the Storm-Kun Bear. The Straw Hat Pirates, are they all here? The disappearance of Luffy and Bartholomew Bear was only a momentary thing. Zoro and others did not react at all, and the two disappeared. When she came to everyone's side and noticed that everyone's faces were wrong, Perona asked curiously when she saw that Luffy was not here. This is not the first time everyone has met Shishibukai, there is a Shishibukai lying in front of them. Looking in the direction of the sound, a tall and strong figure came into view. I thought the other party was a Shishibukai similar to Gecko Moria, so there shouldn't be any problem. Fix us? Are you alone? For Shishibukai, besides Luffy, Robin is the one who knows the most. Bartholomew Bear did not ask how Luffy knew about his relationship with the Revolutionary Army. 6699. It seems that his cheap father is quite trusting the Bartholomew Bear in front of him. Bastard Luffy, alone again. Is it the same Shishibukai as Gecko Moria? Luffy wasn't afraid that the other party couldn't see what he was saying. This distance was nothing to the Bartholomew Bear in front of him. Bartholomew Bear did not speak, but waited quietly for Luffy's next words. However, the person Luffy was waiting for was actually one of the 7 warlords of the sea, so what was that for? Moreover, the previous crocodile was also Shishibukai. This devil fruit, for others, may not bring much strength improvement. But at the same time, Zoro and Sanji didn't know about it because they didn't act with Luffy just now. Nami yelled angrily. Furthermore, this fruit must be of great help to you. After solving Gecko Moria before, Luffy didn't do anything. Galtino thought Luffy really didn't expect it this time. Luffy wasn't surprised that the Bartholomew Bear took himself to his own boat. Luffy said before that the purpose of coming here is to wait for someone. Hearing Galtino's words, everyone realized what Luffy just said. It now seems that Luffy is still the same Luffy, and what he says is never wrong. I don't know, Bia, whether he is such a stern person himself, or because he was transformed. Monkey-d-Luffy. Since Captain Luffy said it's okay, let's wait here. Therefore, the people in front of Robin said that the person in front of him was one of Shishibukai, except that everyone was surprised at first, but there was no other feeling. With your relationship, even if there is no devil fruit, I will not refuse. Fine. 1 yard is 1 yard, my relationship with him may not be as good as you think. 35. Luffy left a word, and disappeared under the slap of the Bartholomew Bear. A figure appeared silently not far from the crowd, where the zombie ounce fell. Perona on the side was a little unclear, but she still wisely did not speak, even she could see that the atmosphere was not right at this time. Without asking anything, Bartholomew Bear agreed to Luffy without even needing the devil fruit proposed by Luffy. Meeting 2 Shishibukai in a row is really Shishibukai. This is one of Shishabukai's violent kun, Bartholomew Bear's. Is he the one you're waiting for? Although curious as to why Luffy would say such a long wait, Bartholomew Bear showed no emotion. Although Luffy did have something to look for, but seeing the other party calmly saying that he wanted to deal with them, it still made Zoro and others a little angry. What do you want to talk about? With a little bit of trouble, everyone regained their fighting stance. Luffy turned his back to the crowd and lip-mouthed the Bartholomew Bear in front of him. Meanwhile, the Bartholomew Bear also disappeared in place. Hearing Luffy's words, even Bartholomew Bear couldn't help but look startled. It's really convenient. I've been waiting for you for so long, Bartholomew Bear. But this feeling of being concealed by Luffy really made Nami quite uncomfortable. Who? Luffy remembers that in the original book, even Ivankov didn't know about it at first, but the Bartholomew Bear in front of him knew it. Nami didn't think that Bartholomew Bear could take Luffy away. It must be Luffy who wanted to do it himself, and was taken away by the other party. Luffy continued to look at Bartholomew, said the bear. Everyone's faces were a little ugly. Although Luffy said nothing before disappearing, Bartholomew Bear's ability exceeded everyone's expectations. How about, let's talk somewhere else? However, although a little surprised, but not too much fear. Although their crew members are trustworthy people, there are some things that should be understood after they have enough strength. Galtino couldn't understand, but he still put away the ability that he was ready to release. Since Luffy had something to look for, he probably didn't need to fight. Everyone who had just ended a war was in a state of nervousness at this time. But the ability that the other party showed, everyone was completely unable to react. On the other side, Luffy and Bartholomew Bears appear on Thousand Sunny. Bartholomew Bear did not speak, but the tall figure appeared in front of Luffy in an instant, and a palm with a fleshy ball slapped towards Luffy. There was no one on board now except for an unknown spirit, Mary, and it was indeed a good place to talk. The moment he saw the appearance of the person who appeared, Robin recognized it. Luffy came over from behind the crowd and watched Bartholomew Bear finally appear. That didn't make any sense, and Luffy wouldn't answer if asked. Luffy hasn't seen Durag since he was born. Whether the paths of the two are the same and whether their personalities can be compatible is still unknown. Wait for me? The task I received was to solve all the Straw Hat Pirates, but there was no other task. Perona, whose spirit body has returned to her body, walked out of the castle. A devil fruit, do me a favor. Well, what's the matter with you? And, what about that bastard in the straw hat? Robin opened his mouth to comfort. It was useless to say anything now. If Luffy wanted to explain, he would take the initiative to tell himself and others. But for the Revolutionary Army, with this fruit, many things can be done. At this time, he looked at Galdino curiously. Paramecia transparent fruit. Luffy doesn't talk nonsense either. Some things don't need to be said, everyone knows it well. Luffy. Chapter 233 Big Mom and Number 039, S Life Card. Bartholomew, the bear leaves, taking the transparent fruit that Luffy has just received. And after Bartholomew Bear left, Mary's figure appeared on the deck. Luffy, are you really going to do this 2-year practice? Mary heard the conversation between Luffy and Bartholomew Bear just now, word for word. For Meili, 2 years of cultivation means that within 2 years, Meili will not see these partners. This is undoubtedly a very lonely thing for the born ship spirit. We're about to reach the Sabayati archipelago, and after that, the New World. The battle in New World was much more brutal than the first half. Basically, it's the level of Master Haki. It's just that the level of Haki Master of everyone on the ship at present, compared with those who have been Master Haki for a long time, the gap is not, it can be said that it is not big. It is even blunt to say that the gap between the Zoro and the others today is as big as those who have been defeated by them who cannot Haki. If they are allowed to enter the New World in the current situation, they may still be able to move forward safely under the protection of Luffy, but their strength will be stagnant. Because, there will be no more evenly matched battles for them to grow. The battle in New World will be countless times more brutal than the battle in the first half of the Grand Line. Also, Chopper's new drug should be almost ready, and they also need a period of adaptation. Chopper broke the news before entering the thriller bark. In 2 days, after the chopper has been tested, it will be ready for everyone to use. Although I don't know the specific effect, I think it should not be bad. The sudden surge of power also takes time to settle. Is that so? Mary's expression was still a little gloomy. However, we are not all separated. If Nami can get lion fruit, I will take her and Thousand Sunny with me 5. This is a recent decision that Luffy made, the ability of Munch Munch fruit to ensure that Luffy gets 100% of the fruit he wants. And as long as the Golden Lion appears, Luffy is sure to kill the current state of the Golden Lion, and then get his lion fruit. And with lion fruits Nami, just take the time to go to Visalia, a small sky island, and borrow some books. Going to Sky Island is an easy task for lion fruit abilities. Really? Luffy's words lifted Mary's spirits, as long as he didn't leave himself alone for 2 years. When did I lie to you? Well, let's go get Nami and the others back. The matter has been resolved, there is no need to stay in this spooky place. Luffy chuckled, and it was not unexpected for Mary's performance. If there is no crew, how can a ship spirit be born? Mary's originally depressed mood also recovered a lot, agreed, and then controlled Thousand Sunny toward the coast close to Zoro and others. With Thunder Fruit's power generation, you only need to control the direction, and you don't need to sail at all. Mary's observation haki unfolded, and after sensing the direction of Zoro and the others' breath, he turned the rudder and headed there. However, they didn't advance much, and Thousand Sunny stopped. There was really no sea left. The next road, only Luffy walked. When Luffy appeared in front of Zoro and the others again, there was already a large group of people around. The leader was a burly woman with a pair of knives crossed behind her back. To be precise, it is not burly, but fat. Luffy. Nami, who was talking to the woman, saw Luffy coming back and ran over immediately. At the same time, he held a white paper object in his hand. This is the life card? Luffy raised his brows. He didn't expect that Nami didn't interact with that woman, but he still got Big Mom's life card. You really know what this is? It was given to us by the Lola to thank us for saving our lives. When we go to New World in the future, if we are in trouble, we can find her mother through this life card and ask her mother to help. Hearing Nami's words, Luffy almost laughed out loud and asked Big Mom to help. I'm afraid it wasn't time to deliver food to others. But Luffy didn't say anything. He wasn't afraid of Big Mom, and this life card might actually be useful. But speaking of the life card, before Ace left last time, he didn't leave me the life card. Did he forget it? Or did he deliberately not leave it for me? Moreover, at this point in time, I don't know if he has run into Blackbeard. However, recent news has not reported any news about Fire Fist Ace's arrest. Could it be that the two haven't met yet? Or that Ace beat Blackbeard? It's not impossible. After learning about Dark Fruit's abilities, Ace should be prepared. Moreover, Blackbeard was injured by himself before. Although it was not fatal, it was enough for him to drink a pot. However, with Blackbeard's old-fashioned pen character, Ace's stunned youth is really hard to say. Since it is the other party's kindness, then accept it, maybe it will be used in the future. 99. It would be better if Zeus could be turned around. Although there is already Mary, a Thunder Fruit-capable person, who would refuse to make their pirate team stronger. Listen to Lola, her mother is a very powerful pirate. Luffy, do you know who her mother is? Powerful pirates, or women, have heard of two people in Nami's cognition. One is the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, and the other is Big Mom, one of the four emperors. One of the two is known as the world's most beautiful person, and the other is one of the four emperors of the world. There is a lot of information about them in the newspapers. As for other female pirates, I have no impression. But Boa Hancock's age is not like having a daughter as big as Lola. Is it really Big Mom? As one of the four emperors, how could my daughter be taken away by Shishibukai? It's Big Mom, one of the four emperors. There's nothing to hide about this. Hey? But, if it's the daughter of the four emperors Big Mom, how dare Gecko Moria take Lola's shadow? Nami can't believe it, it doesn't make sense. For those who don't know Charlotte Linlin, it's really expensive to have such doubts. But there is no doubt that Charlotte Linlin is not a kind mother, on the contrary, she is a person who will kill her own children at will. Chapter 234 Perona. Hey? Did Mary bring the boat over? After receiving thanks from those who lost their shadows on the thriller bark, Luffy returned to Thousand Sunny with the crowd. Everyone knew where Thousand Sunny had parked before, and now that they are here, it was obvious that Mary drove the boat over. Hey? Didn't the ship stay here all the time? Of course, with the exception of Zoro, he didn't see that the place where Thousand Sunny stopped was not the same as before. For Zoro's lunatic, everyone has long been surprised, and now listening to Zoro say this, no one is going to refute. Oh, no, there are still people who refute it. Luchi, don't show your sense of direction. Sanji glanced sideways at Zoro and sneered. What? So, the two began to fight on a daily basis. These 652 people are idiots. 35. Following behind, Perona, who was forced to join the Straw Hat crew, looked at Zoro and Sanji who were fighting, and said with a venomous tongue, "Hey! You ghost girl dare to call others stupid." Zoro, who was arguing with Sanji, stopped when Perona said he was an idiot, and looked at Perona strangely. Number. A black hash mark appeared on Perona's forehead. Although he didn't know what Zoro meant by saying this, the look in his eyes made Perona feel that what the other party said was not a good thing. Negative ghost. A white and transparent ghost appeared and passed through Zoro and Sanji's chest at once. "I'm sorry to be born as a human being, but if there is an afterlife, I hope it's a shellfish." Zoro and Sanji both lay on the ground at the same time, talking to themselves negatively. "Humph, if you dare to look at Miss Ben like this, you know that Miss Ben is amazing." It was completely impossible to see that the other party was still heartbroken just now that Gecko Moria might be killed. Luffy and the others subconsciously took a step away. Stupid people are contagious. "You bastard, you let me do such a thing." Zoro, who had recovered, was immediately furious, as if he wanted to cut Perona with a knife. It was so embarrassing to look just now. "Miss Perona, please send me another negative love." Sanji ran to Perona and said obsessively. "Is this already perverted?" He actually awakened this hobby. Perona took a few steps back with a look of disgust, keeping her distance from Sanji. The curly-haired chef is actually in love with the ghost. So, in the scuffle between Zoro and Sanji, everyone returned to Thousand Sunny. He, I can finally leave this devil's triangle. I've longed for sunshine for a long time." 55. Coming to Thousand Sunny again, Brook had the urge to cry. He has been wandering in this misty sea for decades, and now he is finally about to leave this place. The long-lost sun, the long-lost adventure, everything seems to be getting better. Everyone was still a little uncomfortable with the sudden addition of a skeleton on the boat, especially Usopp, Chopper and a few girls. "I always feel a little nervous in my heart. If I wake up this night and see a skeleton standing on the bow of the boat, it must be very exciting." "Brook, you're not allowed to leave the room at night, you know." So, Nami announced the Straw Hat Pirates' first clear rule since its inception. Of course, this is a joke, and once everyone is familiar with it, it won't be scary. What's more, in addition to the skeleton, there is also a woman who can put ghosts on the ship. I always feel that Thousand Sunny also has a tendency to develop in the direction of ghost ships. It's impossible to tell whether it is day or night in this devil's triangle. In short, Sanji should prepare a banquet first and celebrate for the new partners. After fighting in an environment like the devil's triangle, everyone needed a banquet to relax. Moreover, there just happened to be a new partner to join, by the way, to make up for Brook and Frankie's share. When the banquet is over, it is time to leave this devil's triangle. Oh! Banquet! Usopp and Chopper were the first to get excited when Luffy was going to have a party. He, banquet, I haven't experienced it for a long time. I just ate a quick meal on Thousand Sunny before and rushed to the thriller bark. Now, I finally have the opportunity to have a good time. Brook joined Usopp and Chopper's riot. Originally faced with Usopp and Chopper, who were still a little hairy in Brook's heart, he also really recognized Brook at this time. Looking at the people who were already making a fuss, Sanji chuckled lightly, snuffed out the cigarette butts, turned around and entered the kitchen to prepare. And as the three of Usopp were making a fuss, the others gradually relaxed, with smiles on their faces unconsciously. This kind of life is really good. Perona stared blankly at everything in front of her. Perona, who was ready to be squeezed and bullied by the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates, suddenly had an urge to join in. No, I was forced to join the Straw Hat Pirates, how can I envy them? Perona shook her head sharply, trying to get rid of the thought just now. Your name is Perona, isn't it? Well, it's not bad here. Perona's body froze at the gentle voice in her ear. Looking up, it was the beautiful woman with a pair of many wings. In the previous battle, it was her ability that limited the demon ounce. My name is Conies, from Sky Island, and it's great to have you as a partner. 35. Conies smiled softly at Perona, the holy image like an angel, which made Perona feel ashamed again. I was just caught, not your partner. Facing this kind of gentle smile, Perona seemed very uncomfortable, and said with a stiff neck. 0.4 Hehe, since Mr. Luffy invited you on board, then you are our partner. Mr. Luffy didn't miss it. Although Conies herself is a young girl, but this natural gentle personality allows her to better communicate with Perona. Humph, I don't believe it, that guy is a damn it guy. Perona obviously had a bad impression of Luffy, after all, the guy threatened him badly at the time. Conies just smiled, didn't explain anything, still looked at Perona tenderly. The effect is not bad, although Perona's face is reluctant, but he is still dragged into the restaurant by Conies. It seems that you are a villain in people's hearts. Looking at Perona who was pulled into the restaurant by Conies, Nami covered his mouth and chuckled, and glanced at Luffy teasingly. Chapter 235 Drug Development Completed. Holy Land Marie Joyce, Between Powers. This is a very large room, the whole room is pure white, it can be said to be quite luxurious. In the room, there were 5 old men standing at this time. 4 of them were wearing suits and white shirts, and only one was wearing a kimono with a knife in his arms. These 5 people are the top leaders of world government, 5 elders. At this point, one of the 5 elders with curly white hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on the left side of his face said, "What should I do with the newly emerged Straw Hat Pirates?" And what he said was about Luffy's group. First Hawkeye, then Crocodile, and now Gecko Moria, Shishibukai has been beaten in half by them. 99. 5 elders, with long straight white hair and a long beard, continued. What did the bear do? Didn't he let him deal with the Straw Hat crew? It's so easy to say, why come back and say the mission failed? Pirates really can't be trusted. The blonde, golden-bearded 5 elders with a scar on their chest spoke with a touch of anger. Those who can fight against 14 Hawkeyes and still get out of their bodies, it is reasonable that the bears failed to keep them, and the bears are no longer considered pirates. Corrected 5 elders with a mustache, a bald head and a Madara birthmark on his forehead. Gecko Moria is also a piece of shit, but at least he's better than the crocodile guy, and he can continue to be Shishibukai. 5 elders in white kimono, bald, and glasses opened their mouths. That bastard crocodile actually wanted to take over the allied countries, and also plotted ancient weapon. This is unforgivable. This is not the time to discuss Gecko Moria and Crocodile, but how Straw Hat crew will work out. Seeing that the topic had a tendency to be pulled away, the curly-haired 5 elders spoke again to bring the topic back. What else can I do? Luffy, the Straw Hat boy, is the grandson of that person. Even if we want to solve him, it is best to use the hands of the pirates. What happened to that person's family? First the son, and now even the grandson has become a pirate. Humph, after all, it's the D family, so it's not surprising that such a person appears. One more thing, Straw Hat took Tom's apprentice, and there's a good chance that Pluton's blueprints are on him. As soon as these words came out, the 5 elders fell into silence collectively. Pluton's design drawing is not a trivial matter, it is related to ancient weapon, and even they have to be treated with care. Those guys from CP9 are also trash, and that Rob Luigi, isn't he known as the strongest CP9 in 800 years? Why can't even a pirate deal with it? The matter of Rob Lucci and others will be discussed later, and they are still loyal to the world government. Since being put together by Luffy, Spondam really put all the blame on Rob Lucci and his gang, and they are still being pursued by the world government. Speaking of CP9, the fruit that was snatched by the red hare was eaten by the Straw Hat Boy now, right? That fruit. Well, now is not the time to discuss that fruit. About the Straw Hat crew, they should be arriving at the Sabayati archipelago soon, and it's time to let Kizaru go. Curly-haired 5 elders interrupt the conversation about devil fruit while making a decision. It can only be so, just this time Sabayati archipelago has gathered a lot of supernovae, and there is a reason to dispatch Marine Admiral. The other 5 elders nodded. After that night's banquet, Thousand Sunny had been sailing at sea again for several days. However, the destination of this trip, Sabayati archipelago, is still missing. However, Luffy was not in a hurry, it was a lot earlier than the original book. Besides, the golden lion hasn't appeared yet, and Nami's lion fruit is still on him. On Thousand Sunny, Luffy was still sitting on the bow looking into the distance, with Nami standing beside him. Nami also looked into the distance, glancing at Luffy's profile from time to time, her long orange hair fluttering gently in the sea breeze. At the deck railing, there are still 3 people fishing, but it was Usopp, Chopper, and Galtino. Now Chopper is replaced by Brook. Frankie didn't know what to do in the storage room, maybe remodeling his body. And Robin was in the library all day after he changed Thousand Sunny. Inside Thousand Sunny's watchtower, Zoro is exercising with a barbell. The current watchtower has been occupied by Zoro. Makita, who was originally in charge of the lookout work, is also enjoying her leisure time, and now she is drinking tea at the aquarium with Konis, Marianu, and the newly joined Perona. In the kitchen, Sanji is preparing nutritious desserts, of course, just for the ladies on board. As for the men, at most 1 drink. And Chopper, who was supposed to be fishing with Usopp and the others, was in the health room for a final drug test. The test has been going on for several days, and I believe the results will be available soon. Everyone. I succeeded. The medicine developed from the horn of the unicorn lion has succeeded. Just when the ship was peaceful, Chopper ran out of the health room excitedly. As he ran, he shouted loudly, and there was a transparent bottle in the deer's hoof. At 650, when Chopper shouted and ran out, everyone on the boat put down their work and gathered around. This is something that can enhance physical fitness, and even a few newcomers to Frankie have learned what Chopper is doing in the past few days. This kind of drug that can make people stronger and has no side effects, no one will refuse. The first to bear the brunt of course are Zoro and Sanji, who have been waiting for the development of Chopper for a long time. Hearing Chopper's shout now, he rushed out of the observation deck and the kitchen immediately. When everyone came to the deck, Chopper held up the clear glass bottle between his hoofs. From the outside, it was just an ordinary bottle with golden pills in it. The bottle is indeed an ordinary glass bottle, but the pills inside are made of the horns of the Animal King. Luffy took the glass bottle from Chopper's hand and didn't open it right away. How does the medicine work? Without checking if there were any side effects to the drug, Luffy believed that Chopper had completely solved that. According to my estimation, after everyone takes this drug, their physical fitness can be improved by at least 50%. Of course, different people have different degrees of improvement. People with strong physical fitness will have relatively small improvement. Chapter 236 Taking. Luffy wasn't too surprised to hear Chopper's words. Luffy distributed the pills in the bottle to everyone, and finally took a pill and ate it in his mouth. Watching everyone take the pills that Luffy handed over one by one, those people didn't even hesitate and ate the pills directly. Perona was a little puzzled. When she was with Moria-sama before, Moria-sama was also kind to herself and others. Zoro, after you were transformed by the drug, did that force finally cause your heart to beat violently? Dong dong. The strength has become a lot stronger, and I can clearly feel that my physical strength has also increased a lot, and the muscle lines on my body are also more solid. And they. Luffy's heart contracted violently. This kind of thing is normal, after all, the physical strength of the unicorn lion itself has an upper limit. But now is not the time to experiment with Conqueror's haki. But if Audiobook took out any medicine, he and others would never take it directly. Anyway, one for each person. 35. Seeing them take the pills without hesitation, Perona suddenly envied them. But even so, these drugs will still greatly improve the Straw Hat Pirates. Now not only let himself know the secret of this kind of pill, but even gave himself this kind of pill. What the hell was he thinking? I'm not sure if Brooke and Frankie's words will work. After all, I've never been exposed to this kind of body structure. Moreover, Luffy has a feeling that his haki seems to have been significantly enhanced. When I closed my eyes and felt it, I didn't feel any discomfort. On the contrary, I felt a very comfortable feeling under that power. Although it didn't reach the 50% that Chopper said, this may be because his physical fitness is already strong. Luffy shook his head, not explaining, but thinking to himself. Looking at Zoro, at the same time, Zoro, who had closed his eyes originally, also opened his eyes at this moment. If armament haki and observation haki both improve, what about Conqueror's haki? However, what happened to the beating of the heart just now? Aren't they afraid of the pill's side effects? As soon as the pill hit the stomach, a strange force began to move in the body. But this is normal, and who would have thought that there are still living skeletons and people who transformed themselves into Iron Men in this world? Expanding observation haki again, Luffy found that observation haki's perception range has also expanded. Will it work if Brooke and Frankie eat it? Neither of these guys really have a body. Frankie is also in the same situation. After the master armament haki, the armament haki is covered on the transformed body, and the hardness of the metal is added. Isn't it stronger than the human body? Brooke laughed optimistically. Zoro, who was feeling the changes in his body, was a little confused when he heard Luffy's words. Therefore, this drug can definitely greatly enhance the strength of Straw Hat crew. Now that the drug's effects have passed, Luffy clenched his fists and carefully felt the changes in his body. And the medicine developed with its horn is naturally impossible to exceed the strength of the unicorn lion itself. There are quite a few horns of the unicorn lion, and one has also been preserved for possible future breeding and replication. At least in the current Straw Hat Pirates, no one can have such physical strength, not even Luffy. After all, the physical strength has been improved, which means that his strength has gone one step further. Immediately, without hesitation, he ate the golden pill in one bite. And Conqueror's haki, which keeps getting stronger with the growth of one's own self, has no reason not to be stronger, right? Chopper replied a little embarrassedly, because Brooke and Frankie joined relatively late. Chopper did not consider this situation when developing. Luffy glanced at Brooke and Frankie and asked. Although the time was only 3 seconds earlier, it was indeed the same as what I saw. He, even if it doesn't work, I won't care. After all, I'm just a skeleton. Luffy poured out the pills and distributed them one by one to everyone on the boat. For him, in the case of Master Armament Haki, the so-called physical strength is not so important. Looking at the black-covered right hand, Luffy muttered to himself. When they smelled this fragrance, everyone felt refreshed and their pores opened. Do these guys trust Luffy and that reindeer so much? The flow of haki seems to be smoother than before, and the black is also deeper. Ah! I have it too. A conservative estimate is at least 30% higher than before taking the pill. Dumbly took the golden pill that Luffy handed over. Perona was a little surprised, but she was forced to board the boat by the other party. Not only that, but Luffy also seemed to see something different. I just felt that there was a force transforming my body, and finally this force gathered in my heart, but it didn't have the beating heart that Luffy said. At this time, the pill's efficacy seems to have been completely absorbed by the body. It seems that his own digestion and absorption function, which is different from ordinary people, also played a role at this time. Luffy glanced around. Everyone was immersed in the process of drug reform. Wang Li's, if he came here, who knows if it would affect them. At the moment when his heart was beating just now, Luffy clearly felt a different emotion flooding into his heart. Luffy asked Zoro, the only one sober at the time. Luffy covered his hand with a layer of armament haki, and his right hand instantly turned black. Luffy opened his eyes and saw that everyone was still immersed in the pill-modified body. No? That is to say, is it my own fault? The force traveled through the limbs, giving Luffy a sense of relief, and finally, the force converged in the heart. Heart beating? No, what's wrong? Have you reached the threshold of predicting the future? Perona stared blankly at the golden pill in her hand. The pill in her palm exuded a strange fragrance, which made Perona swallow her saliva. Luffy opened the bottle, and a strange fragrance emanated from the bottle girl. After all, the physical quality of human beings can rarely reach the level of animals, let alone the physical strength of a unicorn lion with magical power. Both the quantity and quality of haki are different from the original. Chapter 237 Change. Suppressing the doubts in his heart first, Luffy turned his eyes to Zoro, who had sobered up. It can be said that compared to the original work, the quality and quantity of armament haki are completely comparable to Zoro, who has been practicing for 2 years in the original work. Let me try. Of course, in terms of combat power, it should still be incomparable. After all, 2 years of battles are missing, which cannot be compared by drug enhancement alone. But Luffy still felt that they were a little different. Seeing that conies actually flew, everyone couldn't help exclaiming. As everyone watched, conies took a deep breath, and then, began to maneuver the pair of grown wings. It feels good, I've made great strides in my strength, and my stamina seems to be getting better. Conies, who experienced flying for the first time, was also curious about the feeling of flying. When he felt that he was already in the air, he flapped his wings again. Instinct told conies that he was indeed able to fly with the pair of wings, but conies, who had never tried to fly, was still a little uneasy in his heart. Miss Conies, please take me to heaven. I always feel that Brook's bones are darker and harder, and I don't know if it's an illusion. Sanji has completely lost his mind, not only his eyes have turned into pink hearts, but his nose is also spewing thick heat. I don't know if it's because he is an animal or what, after taking the pill, he still doesn't look like he has grown up. If you can't see it, just ask. As a transformed man, Frankie's appearance is all metal, and it has not changed. It feels like armament haki is more condensed. Just wrap a layer of armament haki on the knife. Although there is no obvious change in body shape, that is because Zoro's body is already well proportioned, and there is no change in appearance. When it stretched to the limit, it looked like it was about 2 meters long. I saw a slight flap of the stretched wings, and Conies' body began to fly into the air. But Brook, who only has bones, is a little different from before. Sanji and Galtino also look the same in appearance. Would you like me to take you to the kingdom of heaven, the curly-browed chef? No feeling. Everyone stepped aside, and Conies' wings gradually spread. Well, Conies, your wings have grown, so can you fly now? Seeing this scene, Luffy sighed slightly. Although the previous Zoro mastered armament haki, he still couldn't cover haki on the knife. Everyone, who was still feeling their own changes, looked over at Nami's exclamation. However, as soon as Sanji finished speaking, he was forced to cool down by Zoro's taunt. Looking at conies floating in midair, Luffy was also a little stunned. He didn't expect the pill made from the horn of the unicorn lion to have such an effect. How is it? How do you feel? 99. Luffy didn't understand what Nami meant. It was impossible to say that the pills didn't work, after all, everyone else had changed. Flying, what a yearning thing this is, and now that someone on board can really fly, it is really enviable. The most conspicuous change was naturally Conies. I saw that the pair of small wings behind her that could only be used for admiration had grown to be about the same height as hers. The metal texture of the dark palm is even worse than before, and it is obvious that armament haki has also improved to a considerable extent. Wow! Conies, your wings! God, an angel! No feeling! With another fan, Conies' feet have left the deck, and his body has completely stopped in mid-air. But Luffy knew that Zoro must be just like himself, with more firm muscles. Zoro was also feeling the changes in his body at this time, and from the corners of his grinning mouth, he could see that the strengthening effect of the pill made him quite satisfied. Originally, Luffy planned to wait until he met Golden Lion to see if the IQ grass in his hand could make Conies' wings evolve. On the other hand, Usopp, the change is quite big. The originally thin body has now become full and strong muscles have grown. Then, Conies drew a graceful arc in the air and really flew like a butterfly. Nami, how are you feeling? It looks similar to the original 2 years later. It seems that this is the most perfect image of Usopp. But now, it seems that it is no longer needed. The pill developed by the horn of the unicorn lion has already allowed Conies to complete the evolution. Looking at Nami, Luffy saw a fleeting slyness and a touch of emotional moisture in her eyes. Now that the wings have become so big, they should no longer be used for decoration. No, it's just that the manipulation is not suitable, it's just instinctive. As long as Conies thinks, the wings will flap. Then, don't look at me like that. Those pure white wings, coupled with Conies' delicate face, it is no exaggeration to say that an angel descends to earth. The figure has not changed significantly, and there is no muscle growth on the exposed arms and short sleeves. Smiling brightly at Luffy, he said. Luffy asked. Then, the two people who had just taken the pills adjusted to this sudden increase in power. Finally, armament haki will completely cover the word Hedeo, and the arrogance of black and purple 650 colors flows on the word Hedeo. Sanji's eyes have turned into pink hearts. After all, at the end of the original theatrical version, those villagers really flew up. As armament haki circulated, armament haki, which was originally just covering the palm of the hand, began to spread towards the blade of the word Hedeichi. Is it possible to cover armament haki on weapons? Just as Zoro was experimenting with armament haki, the rest of the group also woke up. Next, Zoro covered his hands with another layer of armament haki. Chopper is still that Chopper. But being surrounded by so many people still made Conies a little shy, and even the pair of wings that had just grown out shook a few times. While Luffy was still observing the changes on the boys' side, there was an exclamation from the girls' side. Armament haki can now be placed directly on the knife. Although I have already felt the changes in my own wings, it is not surprising that everyone is so surprised. Wow! I can really fly! Under the envious eyes of others, Luffy turned his gaze to Nami and the others. At the same time, Zoro pulled out the word Hedeo from his waist. When the time comes, let Chopper study it, and it is entirely possible that Conies can actually fly. Nami, who was looking at the flying Conies with admiration, turned around after hearing Luffy's question. Chapter 238 The Storm Strikes. How do you feel now? Okay, don't be in a daze, didn't you hear Nami say there's a storm coming? I didn't expect this pill to work on skeletons and robots. Everyone, there will be a storm coming to the sea soon, we have to leave quickly. The boat was floating in the air. While everyone was still immersed in the shock of the floating ship, Nami's voice came from in front of Thousand Sunny. Now, Chopper's drug has been successfully developed, and after taking the pill, he has indeed gotten a world-shaking change. However, some things may not wait for 2 years. While everyone was indulging in the feeling of power enhancement, the two sneaked into Thousand Sunny's bathroom again. However, just at the stern of the boat, Nami was also stunned by the flying ship in front of him, and even forgot to remind him again. Observation haki was already unfolding as Luffy walked towards the stern. But now it's just you. Okay, with Vivi in front, what are you pretending to do? Get out of here, I'm going to wash it again. Also, after all, skeletons and robots, pills can also bring about effects. It is really unscientific. Coming to the deck, Luffy glanced at the few people on the deck and said, He, I didn't expect that I would start an adventure again, and there would be such a surprise. It's really great to be able to live again. But when Nami came out of the bathroom, he didn't see anyone on the deck. Although Luffy never wanted to drive him away, Usopp couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. While a few people were chatting, Frankie, who was tinkering with something at the stern, seemed to have found something and shouted towards the deck where everyone was. Traveling around the world, without these partners, would be very lonely. Although it only took a few days to join the Straw Hat Pirates, it was these few days that made Brook feel like he was still alive. Ah, yes, you all act fast, the storm will be very strong, if you don't leave quickly, even Thousand Sunny will sink. Now is not the time to be in a daze. The storm that can be perceived by Nami must not be a simple storm, but there is no time for them to be in a daze here. Looking at the sluggish crew, Luffy reminded. Before that, I was the most useless person on this ship, even Marianu, who could help everyone guide Haki. Now, Armament Haki can be awakened again, and his strength will become stronger and stronger. At that time, he will definitely be able to help Luffy. Luffy didn't know what Usopp was thinking, and he just smiled at Usopp's excitement. As for himself, he couldn't help with anything, which made Usopp keep thinking about whether it was right for him to accept Luffy's invitation. What if Devil Fruit was blown away by the storm? 4. Is it finally possible to master Armament Haki? In this way, the Straw Hat Pirates can be regarded as the master two-color Haki. 4 Flowers 0. Wandering in the Devil's Triangle for decades, a person's drifting is not something ordinary people can endure. Nami was panting against Luffy's arms, her beautiful face flushed with blush. Luffy didn't respond to Nami's words. At this time, following Nami's words, wouldn't it be courting death? I don't know if it's because Mary didn't have a body from the beginning. As soon as he got back on deck, Luffy heard Usopp and the others discussing the changes brought about by the pills. Everyone who came to the stern of Thousand Sunny fell into a sluggishness for the first time. Number ABAJ. Hearing the movement from the stern, Nami also hurried to the stern, wanting to remind everyone again. Hey, come and have a look. At the same time, he did not forget to remind everyone. As soon as Observation Haki sensed it, Luffy confirmed that it was the legendary pirate he had been waiting for, Golden Lion Shiki. Oh. Luffy's words made Nami instantly sober, and now is not the time to be surprised. Luffy touched his nose, but did not continue to get tired, and walked out of the bathroom first. Even with Mary around, it's not difficult to change the voyage. Nami looked at the ship that was still flying here and asked Luffy. Staring blankly at the huge ship floating in the sky, Usopp and the others were speechless. Usopp and the others also came back to their senses, no longer caring about the ship that was flying in the air, and ran towards the deck, preparing to change course. But even knowing that, Luffy just smiled. Bastard, are you trying to kill me? Nami glanced at Luffy angrily, then pushed Luffy hard and left Luffy's arms. But the world was not scientific, and Luffy didn't bother. No need to inform, the other party is not a good person, no, or in other words, the devil fruit I prepared for you is on the other party. At this moment, Luffy hugged Nami tightly in his arms and asked again. Nami, who originally wanted to rest in the bathroom for a while, felt the abnormal air pressure, but he didn't care about the soreness of his legs, so he put on his clothes and walked out of the bathroom. Hearing Frankie's cry, everyone stopped what they were doing and ran towards the stern of Thousand Sunny. After Brook and Frankie took the drug, Luffy also gave Mary one, but after Mary took it, it didn't work at all. It can be said that oneself is useless on this boat. There is no difference between having oneself and not having oneself for the Straw Hat Pirates. Usopp was a little excited, and the boost brought by the pill this time relieved Usopp's deep-seated worries. Having said that, Nami stared at Luffy tightly, as if trying to see what Luffy was thinking at this time. Since you have already taken those pills and your physique has indeed improved, then, when you are eating, let Marianu help you awaken armament haki together. 39. It's finally here? Golden Lion. At that time, after another 2 years of cultivation, even New World will be fully capable of breaking through. Looks like we'll have to find time to pull Sister Robin into the water too. Luffy's words surprised Nami. The devil fruit that Luffy prepared for himself was on that ship? It's too early to sigh about these things, let's sigh when we finish traveling around the world and the day you see Laboon again. What? Luffy, the ship doesn't seem to change direction, do you want to inform them? Chapter 239 The Floating Pirate Ship. Sir Shiki, a pirate ship was found below, do you need to invite them? This is not normal on the Grand Line, after all on the Grand Line where you have to navigate by the record needle. Let's just wait here for a while, and soon, there will be guests. 35. However, more than 20 years have passed since the beginning of the era of the Great Pirates, and the current Shiki and the reputation of the Admiral of the Air Pirates are unknown. When the floating pirate ship was shaking violently in the storm, Thousand Sunny had successfully escaped the scope of the storm because of Nami's accurate prediction. Although this is not the first time I have seen such a prophecy weather forecast like Nami, every time I see it, everyone on the ship has to sigh with emotion. And lately, Shiki feels that the time has finally come for him to take revenge on the world government. Facing the sudden storm, the weather watchers under Shiki exclaimed. Wait, Shiki-sama, they seem to be turning. The tall man in the main seat suddenly became interested when he heard the report from his subordinates. And to do this, it will naturally require manpower. It is indeed a very safe thing to have such a navigator. Hey? Changed course? Even with Brook's knowledge, he can't help but feel that Nami's navigation and weather forecast are absolutely superior to the sea. On the floating pirate ship, a pirate is observing the situation of the sea below. Although he is quite confident in his navigation skills and weather forecast, Nami is also quite embarrassed to be praised by everyone. However, this was not the strangest thing, and what was even more strange was that on his head, a rudder was inserted from the front to the back. At the same time, the gust of wind began to howl, and a huge tornado formed in an instant. As expected of Miss Nami, she was able to predict this storm so accurately. 99. So, Shiki began to use Lion Fruit's ability to control the pirate ship he was on, and flew towards the direction where the pirate ship below left. In the face of this sudden storm, Shiki had to use his ability to close the main door of the main cabin. Just as everyone was surrounding Nami, Luffy's eyes kept staring at the floating pirate ship that was shaking violently, but was not in danger of capsizing. Just when Shiki was about to get up and go to the pirate ship, the observer pirate suddenly noticed that the pirate ship underneath had changed course. Even though he didn't have a navigator like Nami on his ship, he still changed the direction when he saw the bizarre turn of his pirate ship. So, ready to set off towards East Blue, first destroying East Blue as the first step of his own revenge. As for the sailors who were still on deck, they could only ask for their own blessings. With a cigar in his mouth, he was wearing traditional white clothes, his arms folded over his chest, giving a sense of domineering and arrogant. However, since escaping from the underwater prison, Shiki has been planning to take revenge against the world government. But what is frightening is that his lower body does not have complete feet, instead, there are two sharp 650 thin swords. So, the observer pirate looked back at the tall man on the main seat and asked. Now what he wants to do most is to kill the weather observer who just said that the storm was not predicted after the storm is over. In the face of Shiki's loud questioning, the leading weather observer glanced at the instrument in front of him and found nothing unusual, so he said. Everyone turned their heads and followed Luffy's gaze to the pirate ship that was floating. Once they changed course, either their navigators were negligent, didn't pay attention to the direction, or were trying to avoid something. However, Shiki originally wanted to cause some damage in East Blue before starting to recruit his subordinates, but since he encountered pirates along the way, he might as well come forward to recruit them. Hey, is there a storm coming? Why would the pirates suddenly change direction? The floating pirate ship began to shake violently under the blow of this gust of wind. Impossible, the observation instrument just didn't have any warning. But Shiki was not completely relieved, and his intuition told Shiki that he should follow the pirate ship below. Really? It's rare to have this opportunity, so let me go. And at this moment, he found Thousand Sunny advancing on the sea. Hey, it's really dangerous. How could there be such a violent storm? Hey? Guests. Now that he heard his subordinates report the unusual behavior of the pirate ship, he immediately thought whether there was a storm coming. Shiki didn't care about the lives of these people. No. You are too exaggerated. Luffy noticed when the Golden Lion's pirate ship changed direction just now. And Sanji, as always, starts compliments. Looking at the direction Thousand Sunny was heading in just now, at this time, the clouds were dense and the wind was blowing. Usopp couldn't help but sigh with fear. The man has a tall body, and a thick blonde hair grows wildly like a lion's hair. He, Miss Nami is really amazing. Even in my time, I have never seen such a powerful navigator. 35. This is the belief that Nami has always upheld since he went to sea with Luffy. Sir Shiki, there is no sign of abnormal weather. The reason why the pirate ship turned may be that it found our pirate ship and fled. Although not helpful in combat, Luffy must not be left to worry in sailing. Even without seeing it with his own eyes, Luffy was sure that Golden Lion must have changed course based on his experience. Shiki first breathed a sigh of relief in the face of his observer's answer. Damn, how could this be a storm? And just when Shiki was controlling the pirate ship to change direction, dark rain clouds began to form in the direction that his pirate ship was just heading. Shiki looked at the weather observers on the other side and asked aloud eagerly. This person is the legendary great pirate Golden Lion Shiki, who was as famous as Brother D. Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate back then. This intuition has saved his own life many times. Even if a rudder is inserted into his head, Shiki still follows his own intuition. Shiki's face was startled. The sudden storm in the Battle of Eight Wall had already become Shiki's dream. It can only be said that the Golden Lion deserves to be the Golden Lion. Even if it has been dormant for 20 years, there is still some vigilance. Looking at the floating pirate ship that was swaying, but heading straight for Thousand Sunny, Luffy said hello. Chapter 240 Golden Lion Shiki arrives. Boom! Loud gunshots sounded in the main cabin. Shiki held a flintlock pistol in his right hand. At this moment, the muzzle of the flintlock pistol was slowly emitting a few wisps of white smoke. The pirate ship flew out of the range of the storm without a hitch, and after getting out of danger, Shiki directly killed the previous observer who said there was no abnormal weather. Hi! Shiki-sama! The other observers bowed their heads tremblingly, hesitating in their mouths, as if they did not dare to speak at all. He didn't even dare to look up at Shiki. The observer lying in a pool of blood was still hot. Trash, it's all trash. You can't observe such a big storm. What do I want you to do? Although it's a bit funny to have a rudder on his head, Shiki, as a legendary pirate, still has the power he should have. Shiki's face was full of anger, and he shouted angrily at these subordinates. Humph! It's useless to scold these people again, but look back and think about it. The pirate ship was sailing straight ahead, but suddenly turned again, and then there was such a big storm in that sea area. Someone on the ship must have predicted it in advance, and the storm could be predicted so long in advance, and the observers who had spent a lot of money on it could not predict it. I think that person must be a very good meteorological expert. Maybe he can pull the man who can predict the weather so accurately on his own boat. In this way, your lion fruit will no longer have natural enemies. Thinking of this, Shiki couldn't help it. If there had been such an excellent meteorological expert on board in the Battle of Eight Wall, the ending would have been a different story. Since there is such an outstanding person on that ship, then I'll go and pull him up, you bastards, give me a good study at that time. Shiki waved his sleeves and stood up from his seat. As he walked, the two rapiers that replaced his feet touched the floor, making a series of golden and iron symphony. Puff puff. Just when Shiki was about to leave, there was another strange fart-like sound. This time it wasn't Shiki's voice. Brother Indy, can you stop making this fart noise when you walk? Shiki was a little helpless when he saw his subordinates walking by his side. How did this fart-like footstep sound come about? I saw the blue-haired researcher, Indigo, waving his hand towards Shiki, and the various movements made people puzzled. Sir Shiki, that pirate ship seems to have stopped. So you can speak. Seeing that Brother Indigo, who had been gesturing for a while, finally expressed what he wanted to express by speaking, Shiki couldn't help but let out a loud roar. You mean the pirates stopped where they were? Did they stop there on purpose because they found us? Shiki had a look of interest on his face. Such is the case between pirates. When two pirate ships meet, there is no such thing as passing by as if nothing happened. Hey? Mom? Just when Shiki was about to make a certain expression, he suddenly caught a glimpse of an orangutan who was also approaching. At this time, Shiki, who was originally quite hacky, looked at the orangutan and called out as if he had dementia. It looks like an orangutan. In the face of Shiki's symptoms, Indigo has long been accustomed to it, but he still couldn't help correcting it loudly. Hoo. The orangutan, whom Shiki called mother, covered his mouth and barked a few times. It turned out to be an orangutan. Well, since the other party is waiting for us, then we can't show our timidity, let me go meet the pirates. Shiki, who had returned to normal, did not stay any longer. With a wave of his hand, the main cabin door, which had been closed when the storm came, reopened. Outside the gate, after the raging storm, even if it was just the aftermath, it was a mess at this time. As for the sailors, only a few of them were panting on the deck at this time because they happened to have a fixed gripper beside them. Most of them were blown somewhere in the storm just now. Shiki didn't care about those lingering subordinates. Lion Fruit's ability was activated, and his body flew. On Thousand Sunny, Luffy was calmly watching the approaching floating pirate ship. Others were slightly surprised to see that a pirate ship could fly in the sky. And looking at the appearance of the pirate ship, it is not an ordinary ship, but it looks more like an island flying in the sky. If the island didn't look like a ship with sails and flags on it, everyone would really think it was an island. And just when the pirate ship was about to reach right above the Mary, a small black spot flew down from the ship. The little black dots gradually approached, and then the appearance of the little black dots also appeared in front of everyone. At first glance, everyone seemed to see a ferocious yellow golden lion. Then, after the other party got close enough, everyone realized that it was a human being. It's actually flying. Besides, it's not flying with wings like conies, is it the ability of devil fruit? Everyone who finally saw the appearance of the visitor was surprised at the same time. The golden figure landed on the deck of Thousand Sunny, facing Luffy and other 653 people. I am Golden Lion Shiki, a pirate. The Golden Lion who landed on Thousand Sunny's first sentence was to introduce himself. Golden Lion Shiki. Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Robin didn't immediately remember where he had heard it, and rubbed his chin in thought. What's the matter? Miss Robin, have you heard of this man named Golden Lion Shiki? Sanji, who has always been concerned about girls, lost interest immediately after seeing that Golden Lion was a man. When he turned around, he saw Robin who was thinking about it, and he couldn't help but ask. The man who once drove One Piece Gold Roger to a dead end, the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki, is really famous for a long time. It should be a compliment, but under Luffy's calm expression, it seems a little strange. It's him. And after hearing Luffy speak, Robin finally remembered where he had heard the name Golden Lion Shiki. Breaking One Piece Gold Roger to a dead end. And the others couldn't help but gasped after hearing Luffy's words. Although I don't know much about Golden Lion Shiki, everyone knows Gold Roger. Who can drive the Pirate King to a dead end? Who is this man in front of him? G. Chapter 241 Prey? Hunter. Everyone on Thousand Sunny looked at the man who appeared on the boat in surprise. It is really unimaginable that this man with prosthetic legs with rapiers in front of him actually once drove One Piece Gold Roger to a dead end. Gold Roger, I seem to have heard this name, but he was a newcomer at the time. Brook's words made everyone present, including the Golden Lion who had just landed on the boat, look at him in surprise. However, everyone in the Straw Hats responded quickly. Brook was a pirate who died a long time ago, and at that time, he was indeed called a pirate senior. Oh, your boats are really interesting, even skeletons and civet cats, gee ha 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 ha, 5. But Golden Lion was not surprised by Brook's words for long, after all, everyone is a rookie. On the contrary, Golden Lion is more surprised by Brook. Although his brain is often not bright, Golden Lion still guessed that this should be Devil Fruit's ability. Bastard, I'm not a civet cat, I'm a reindeer. But Golden Lion's words obviously angered Chopper, who completely forgot who the other party was. Chopper, who was scared just now because he heard that the other party could drive One Piece to a dead end, immediately jumped out and scolded after hearing the other party call him a civet cat. Wow, it's still a talking reindeer, which is really interesting. Golden Lion did not have the consciousness to board other people's pirate ships at all, nor did he assume the posture of a legendary pirate. Instead, he looked familiar and started chatting with everyone. Luffy just watched the Golden Lion calmly and didn't stop him. After all, if fighting at sea, the Golden Lion with lion fruit has an absolute geographical advantage. Although Luffy is confident that he can kill him, if Golden Lion wants to run away, he may not be able to catch up. He still had to find a way to get on the island under his control. With the IQ grass around, the Golden Lion would not be able to escape easily. By the way, who predicted the arrival of the storm just now? I think you changed your course ahead of time, someone must have predicted it. After talking, Golden Lion finally made clear the purpose of his trip. But everyone didn't think about what he was going to do, although they were wary of this legendary big pirate. But it didn't hide it from this seemingly inconsequential issue. It's our Miss Navigator. She completely predicted this storm. Not only this time, but also this kind of thing happened before, but because of Miss Nami's relationship, we managed to get out of danger ahead of time. It was Sanji who answered this question. In this case, this guy was still trying to praise Nami, but he didn't know that the other party's purpose was to kidnap Nami. Oh? Or for the beautiful lady? This time, I came here specially to thank you. Hearing Sanji's answer, Golden Lion looked in the direction Sanji pointed. Thank us. Nami and others are a little puzzled by what Golden Lion said. They have never been in contact with each other, so how can they thank them? If I hadn't seen you suddenly change course, I might have been blown away by that storm. After all, I don't have such a powerful navigator on board. 35. Golden Lion pointedly said, and glanced at Nami at the same time. Ha ha ha, of course, there are not many navigators like Miss Nami compared to the sea. 95. As long as you praise the lady on the boat, you are my good brother, which is probably what Sanji is thinking at this time. Gee ha ha ha, indeed, so, in order to express my gratitude, I would like to invite you to visit my island, how about it? At this point, Golden Lion finally turned his attention to Luffy. No, I can't say that I'm only looking at Luffy now, since just now, Golden Lion Shiki has been watching Luffy secretly. Although Shiki couldn't use observation haki normally because of the rudder stuck on his head, he couldn't sense Luffy's strength. But as a former great pirate, he still has eyesight, and his intuition tells him that this man is very powerful. That's why Shiki didn't kidnap Nami directly here, but invited them to his island instead. With the help of the animals on the island, your chances of success will be greater. Luffy gave Shiki a thoughtful look. These legendary pirates were all human-like. However, Luffy had no plans to refuse. He was thinking about how to get to the island ruled by the Golden Lion, but now, the other party has taken the initiative to invite him. Your island? Is that the floating pirate ship? Usopp asked curiously. To be honest, Usopp was still curious about how the island-hopping boat floated in the sky. Gee ha ha ha, it's not my ship, but an island under my command called Vermeu, which is also an island floating in the air. Golden Lion laughed and explained that, looking at him, he seemed to really expect Luffy to agree. That island has a lot of strong animals, and I think it would be a good island for you adventurous people. 99. I really look forward to it. When the time comes, if I want to take their navigators, it will be much simpler. How? Luffy. Not only Usopp is interested, Zoro is also interested. Strong animals, maybe they can make themselves a good fight. However, the man in front of him still had a lot of doubts. The other party seemed to be hardy, but Zoro felt quite strange. So, at this time, I still have to listen to Luffy. Although I usually listen to Luffy's. If this is the case, then we are disrespectful. Luffy glanced at Wang Lihao, everyone. In Golden Lion's eyes, it was as if he was looking at everyone's expressions. Seeing that there was a strong interest in everyone's eyes, he agreed. Gee ha 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 ha, it's great that you can agree, I believe you will be satisfied when you arrive on the island. When Golden Lion saw this, an imperceptible sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, but then disappeared again, and laughed loudly, as if he was very happy that Luffy could agree. Acting is about to play a full set, and under Luffy's observation Haki, how can Golden Lion's fleeting sneer be hidden from Luffy? Excellent hunters often appear as prey. In that case, let's show you my abilities, gee ha ha ha, Lion Majesty. I saw Golden Lion bent down and patted Thousand Sunny's deck. Afterwards, Thousand Sunny, who was still on the sea surface, began to slowly float up after a slight sway. Chapter 242 Temporary Departure. The boat is floating. Although they had seen the pirate ship floating in the air, Usopp and Chopper couldn't help but feel scared when their own ship was floating. And Luffy didn't feel good either, Lion Fruit's ability still had to be mastered in his own hands. In the current situation, once Shiki disarmed his abilities, everyone on the boat, including Thousand Sunny, would fall directly. And once the luck is bad and it falls on the land, it will directly be the result of the ship crashing and killing people. Even if it falls into the sea, there are so many capable people on board that Zoro can't be rescued by a few incompetents. But the consequences may not be so serious. Galtino's ability may be able to create a candle boat to catch everyone. Moreover, after Koniza's wings have grown up recently, he can also drag a person. Makida's light lion fruit also has a certain self-protection ability in this situation. Luffy can also fly in fourth gear for a while, and with Luffy's power, it's no problem to catch 2 or 3 people. But Thousand Sunny is not so lucky. Lion fruit can't work on creatures other than those with abilities, but it is easy to control Thousand Sunny. Under such circumstances, if Shiki really intends to kill himself and others in the air, he can use Lion Fruit's ability to flip Thousand Sunny continuously. In these 653 cases, Galtino may not be able to seize the opportunity to create something life-saving. Fortunately, Shiki didn't plan to do this, and I don't know if it was because he didn't expect it, or because he didn't bother to do it. Wow, that's how it feels to be floating in the sky. Usopp, Chopper and others couldn't help but exclaimed as they looked at the gradually receding sea. He, it's good to live for so long. Brook used to be that playful character, and now he's on Thousand Sunny in the sky, and he's become like Chopper and the others. Luffy didn't bother about whether Shiki would cancel Lion Fruit's ability, and instead enjoyed the completely different scenery from usual. Gee ha 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 ha, how is it? Have you never felt the feeling of flying in the sky? Seeing that everyone on Thousand Sunny looked surprised, Shiki couldn't help laughing. Under Shiki's control, Thousand Sunny quickly flew to the bottom of a floating island. It's really an island floating in the air, completely different from Sky Island. Seeing, Bia, the floating islands, everyone on the boat exclaimed again. Especially in the lower part of those islands, there is also a circle of floating sea water. This kind of scene is really unforgettable. Okay, here we are, this is the floating sky island that I rule, Vire Mayo, and then, let's have a good adventure here. 39. Shiki controlled Thousand Sunny and fell to a lake somewhere on the island, and then jumped ashore. Wow! It's so beautiful here. If nothing else, the scenery here really has nothing to say, and probably the reason why no one can come here. The trees on the island are very impressive. Gee ha 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 ha, if you like it, I won't be here with you, you can do it yourself. Laughing again, Shiki ignored the crowd, turned and left in a certain direction. How did he plan to actually bring us to such a place? Along the way, because of the Golden Lion, Zoro didn't ask much, but now that the Golden Lion has left, Zoro finally looked at Luffy and asked. After Zoro asked for the exit, the others also looked at Luffy. Although the Golden Lion was very hardy and scheming along the way, Robin and the others were not fools. How to say thank you to these people? Let's not say that the other party is also a pirate. What kind of humble and kind person is a pirate? Besides, to be honest, he and others have not helped him, it is his own choice to turn to that, and it has nothing to do with them. And in this case, the other party actually came to express his thanks, and brought himself and others to his territory. To say that there is no conspiracy in it, Robin and others do not believe it. It's not a teenager with little experience like Chopper Usopp, how could he not have imagined the twists and turns inside? His target is Nami. Luffy didn't hide it either, and directly stated the purpose of the Golden Lion. What? The old man's target is Miss Nami? I thought he was a good guy. Sanji yelled first after hearing Luffy's answer. Just because Nami can predict the weather? Thinking of the reasons for Golden Lion's thanks, Robin asked uncertainly. Yes, Lion Fruit's ability is basically invincible in this sea because it can fly, but it has a fatal weakness. Is it just stormy weather? 99. That's right, Lion Fruit's ability is to make objects float away from gravity. Although the person with the ability can finally control these floating objects, once they encounter a storm, this control ability will fail. 5. Luffy doesn't really understand why Lion Fruit is so flawed. Logically speaking, with Lion Fruit's control ability, it shouldn't be so easily blown away by the wind. Perhaps this is also the magical place of Devil Fruit. So his purpose is to take Nami away, to get Nami on his boat to help him predict the weather? When Luffy said this, everyone understood why the Golden Lion's purpose was Nami. In this case, Captain Luffy also promised Golden Lion to come to this island because he wanted to get this lion fruit. At this time, Robin also understood why Luffy promised Golden Lion to come to this island. Although lion fruit has the defect of being afraid of storms, the advantage of being able to fly will not be overshadowed by its defects. That's right, this lion fruit is the ability I want to help Nami acquire. With Nami's ability, we won't let us lose the Battle of Eight Wool. Wait, you said so much, why I don't understand, is Devil Fruit so easy to obtain? Perona, who only recently joined, has yet to see Frankie's ability to plunder Devil Fruit. At this time, she didn't understand why Luffy had a certain look on her face when she said this. Perona still knows something about Devil Fruit's rebirth. That is, after the ability user dies, Devil Fruit will randomly respawn on a certain fruit. And this fruit, but somewhere random in this sea. Chapter 243 Animals on the Island. You'll know this at that time, and now, let's solve the problem in front of you first. Now that Perona has joined the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy naturally won't hide Perona, but now is not the time to say that. Rather than explaining it clearly, it is easier to understand it by looking at it directly. Roar! Just after Luffy finished speaking, a low growl came from the woods on the shore. Then, a lion came out slowly from inside. Hey! A lion appeared so soon, it seems that the uncle is also very hospitable. 35. Looking at the lion that appeared on the shore and was staring at Thousand Sunny, Zoro grinned and stepped forward with the knife around his waist in his hand. At the moment of seeing the lion appear, combined with Luffy's Jin Lion's purpose, it is not difficult to see that the Golden Lion may want to use the hands of the animals on the island to kill himself, these people. However, since it is a legendary pirate, why use the hand of others? Moreover, just relying on these animals, can you really kill yourself and others? Wouldn't you look down on yourself and these people too much? Zoro drew his sword and slashed, and a sky blue slash flew out, rushing straight towards the lion that seemed to be waiting on the shore. Roar! The lion roared and looked at the flying slash. He did not choose to avoid it, but prepared to face the slash. Puff! The sound of slashing through the flesh came out, and the lion that wanted to resist Zoro's slash was split in two from the middle in the next moment. Even if he did not use armament haki, Zoro, who had taken pills made from the horns of Kirin lions, had an incomparable power. Even the most common slash, with the blessing of enormous power, cannot be resisted by this mere lion. Sure enough, the power of skyrocketing is not so easy to control. Putting the knife back into the scabbard, Zoro clenched his fist and looked at the lion that was divided into two by himself, frowning slightly. The sudden strength, compared to the accumulated training, is indeed not so easy to master. Okay, since people have greeted us, let's take a tour of this island. With that said, Luffy jumped off Thousand Sunny first, and the others jumped off the boat one after another. Now with Mary, there is no need for anyone to worry about the work of anchoring and watching the boat. Shiki returned to his stronghold on the island, where the ship had just arrived with the Straw Hat crew. Puff puff! Seeing Shiki coming back alone, Brother Indigo walked in front of Shiki and danced for a while. Sir Shiki, didn't you bring back the man who can predict the weather? After gesturing for a while, Indigo asked again. Since you can speak, you should speak directly. Shiki, who was still understanding what Indigo meant, couldn't help roaring after hearing Indigo speak. Don't worry, that woman seems to be very dependent on her captain, I will let her obediently ask to join us. In that case, send some animals to deal with them. Just to test the results of our 20 years of research. Although he didn't know what Shiki was going to do, Indigo made his own suggestion. Since he and others want to rely on these violent animals to destroy the world government, they must ensure that these animals really have enough power. Although he and others have already tried the power of those animals, for outsiders, they have not tried it yet. This time, it was just an opportunity. Alright, let me see what we have achieved in the past 20 years. Gee ha 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 ha. 35. Shiki didn't reject Indigo's suggestion, it would be great if those animals could wipe out Luffy and others directly. However, judging from the feeling that the man gave him, it should be impossible to win by these animals alone. However, it doesn't matter, the big deal is that when the time comes, he will personally take action and use the man's life to threaten, presumably that little baby will agree to him. When Luffy and his party walked through the woods, they had already encountered a lot of animals. Although it poses any threat to Zoro and others, everyone can clearly feel that these animals are much stronger than those encountered on other islands. However, with so many powerful animals on this island, will anyone live there? Is it an uninhabited island? Someone, but not in this area. Luffy's observation haki has been able to completely cover the island, and Luffy has discovered human settlements on the other side, except for the Golden Lion Shiki group. Seeking flowers. However, the people over there were all elderly, children, and women, giving Luffy a very weak aura, probably due to lack of food all year round. Then shall we go? Nami was not in a hurry with lion fruit at all. Now that devil fruit is right in front of him, Nami is not so anxious. Since Golden Lion's goal is himself, he will definitely come to him. After that, just leave it to Luffy. Nami always trusts Luffy. The direction we are going now is the direction leading to the village, just walk all the way. Moreover, these animals should not be the strongest group, perhaps, Shiki is ready to send stronger animals. Everyone walked for a while, and what appeared in front of them was a clear lake. But the lake also seemed to be home to huge creatures. Wow! A whale jumped up, brought a burst of water, and jumped from one side of the road to the other. At the end of the road, swarms of ants were running towards Luffy and the others. Look at the size of the ants, each of them is about the size of a baby's fist. Hiss! Although these ants can't cause any harm to everyone, this dense and black piece still makes the scalps of several girls numb. And when the whale jumped to the highest point, the group of ants also jumped up. Like locusts crossing the border, the ants gnawed on the whale's body, leaving only a whale bone that fell weakly into the lake. Hey, these ants are quite edible, such a big whale actually ate them all. Sanji took a puff of cigarette and watched this scene with interest. But looking at the bones left in that whale, they don't seem to be interested in bones. Robin said a little darkly, and at the same time, his eyes did not forget to aim at Brook. The meaning of the words was self-evident. How rude! Although I am indeed a skeleton and have no body, if I am looked down upon like this, I will be angry. Sure enough, Brook was so excited by Robin's words that he jumped out of the crowd and rushed towards the group of ants. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 244 The Rabid Animal Attacks. Stopping and going all the way, Luffy and his party were finally about to reach the village. Some people don't want to stay here any longer. Although even a man who wants to fight against the Golden Lion and his raging animals can't do it. It appears that the village has been watched over by the Golden Lion Shiki. Judging from Chopper's reaction, the taste should be extremely unbearable for animals. That's a video phone bug. Just in time to warm up before the real fight with the Golden Lion. These animals looked much more ferocious than those they had encountered before. The children hid behind the women timidly, with curiosity and fear in their eyes. What kind of taste is this? It's too intense. 39. Soon, this group of seemingly ferocious animals fell to the ground under the attack of the four, leaving a pile of different corpses. Next, it's time to fight. Luffy didn't use any gear skills, just extended his arms and legs in a normal state, and he was able to fly a large group of animals with one blow. The woman just said that this place is being watched by the Golden Lion. Chopper confirmed Robin's guess. You don't have to talk to us if you're in trouble. Seeing Chopper like this, Usopp, the good brother, immediately squatted down to check the situation. So the first time Chopper asked about the taste, he just fell to the ground. Luffy said something to the crowd, and then rushed out first. Hearing Luffy's words, the woman breathed a sigh of relief, explained a little, and went to wash her clothes again. Luffy remembers that the smell in the original book will cause a disease, and the drug to treat this disease is IQ grass. Sanji's luminous right foot kicked the animals' bodies one by one, and the smell of meat came from time to time. Who are you, please? As a client, Chopper knew how much the smell stimulated him. As the hammer of Galtino fell, the animals began to jump up and down. 66. Usopp looked at the villagers curiously, and the old women were secretly looking at Luffy and the others. For this kind of thing, Galtino and others are no strangers. Although there is a faint smell, the human nose is not as sensitive as the animals. Seeing that Chopper seemed to be fine, Usopp got up again. Hey, Chopper, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? 35. This is a middle-aged woman who has just been doing laundry by the river. People here have lost the faith to fight. No, that can't be said. Perhaps it is precisely because of this smell that this village can exist on this island of difficult and ferocious animals. Everyone left the village on the same path. However, the direction this time was the direction of the Golden Lion group. Zoro unsheathed 3 swords, followed Luffy, and charged at the strong-looking animals. Although I can still smell a very strong question, if it's just this level, it's okay to endure it for a while. Robin touched his chin and said. Between the two, it gives the feeling that it is not at the same level. The sturdy pitch-black hammer directly smashed a huge-looking beast into meat patties, and at the same time, the surrounding animals also swayed in all directions under this blow. But just as Luffy and others were leaving the village, a large group of animals stopped Luffy and others on their way. This smell is not only unbearable for animals, but also harmful to people who smell it for a long time. Excuse me. As for the others, they just stayed where they were, without any worry. It should be so. So many beasts, it looks like they can have a big meal. 39. That uncle who behaved so cheerfully in front of us, how could he do such a thing? However, the IQ grass on the island was collected and cultivated by Shiki, and these people were not qualified to use IQ grass at all. The crowd came to the village, and the target was a group of old people, children, and women. He took 2 wads of cotton from the backpack he was carrying, and after Chopper shoved them into his nose, he barely got up from the ground. Speaking of 653, is it true that there are no more animals here? Is it because of this smell? Usopp still doesn't believe that the Golden Lion, who was on Thousand Sunny before, who was talking and laughing with people like himself, did such a thing. Then go straight to the Golden Lion. He jumped up high, and the pitch-black candle hammer slammed into the area where the animals were concentrated. Boom! To change the situation here, there is only one way to solve this problem with Golden Lion. Robin, who was observing the surrounding environment, saw a big snail that was slowly moving, and looked surprised. I'm really sorry, our village has been under the surveillance of Lord Shiki, and the people in the village dare not do anything unnecessary. 5. Luffy said. Without men, just these elderly women and children, even if they want to fight, it is estimated that they will not be able to do it. Candle hammer. Oh, we should have gone straight to Golden Lion long ago, his target is Nami, and our target is not his lion fruit. 99. Usopp stepped forward, wanting to ask something. This is the pirate, isn't it? What's more, he is the big pirate who once tried to dominate the world. But before the words could be said, the villagers who were secretly looking at Luffy's group took 2 steps back, looking very scared. Anyway, I basically know what I should know, and even if I don't know it, there is no need to understand it. Seeing the woman's hesitation, Luffy spoke. Seeing that all of them are thin and thin, it can be seen that their lives are not good. However, just as he was about to reach the gate of the village, Chopper seemed to be extremely stimulated, and rolled on the ground with his nose covered. 0.4 this time, it is already full shot. However, although this smell prevents the invasion of animals, the life of the people in this village is not good. Sanji lit a cigarette again, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and looked at the animals in front of him calmly. And Zoro's slashes, wherever he went, were all stumps and broken arms. Strange, aren't there any young men in this village? Looking at the old women and children in front of him, Zoro couldn't help but said. Some women even protected their children tightly, as if they were afraid of something. Galtino's right hand melted and instantly solidified into the shape of a candle, covered by armament haki. Maybe we should go straight to the Golden Lion. But after the video phone bug left, someone dawdled up. Chapter 245 The battle begins. After getting rid of those violent animals, Luffy and the others went all the way, and soon reached the place where the Golden Lion was. It's a lot faster than I expected, and besides, is there no one who can't kill it? Opposite Luffy and the others, Golden Lion Shiki was standing proudly. It was quite a surprise to see that a lot of Straw Hat crew appeared here. Could it be that his achievements over the years can't even solve a group of pirates? At this time, Golden Lion Shiki began to doubt whether his forbearance for so many years was worth it. You are very good, boy, how are you? Do you want to follow me and overthrow the world with me? 5. Since the animals were all killed by the group of people in front of them, it means that these people are much stronger than the violent animals. In this case, Golden Lion Shiki had a plan to take Luffy's gang. Golden Lion Shiki. Luffy calmly looked at the former great pirate in front of him and said, "Has the rudder on your head ruined your ambition, along with your brain?" Shiki, who had wanted to hear what Luffy would say, was at this moment a tyrannical emotion flooded his heart. 14 Shiki, who had been blown away by the sudden storm since the defeat at the Battle of Eight Wall. The rudder that was stuck on his head during that battle became Shiki's most inescapable taboo. Shiki's expression darkened, his sharp eyes fixed on Luffy, and a tyrannical emotion was brewing in his heart. I really did not expect that in this era, there are still people who know what happened in those years. 99. The Golden Lion Shiki, who was on the verge of eruption, suddenly calmed down. However, let me, this senior, teach you how to be in awe of those who are stronger than you, because the strong can deprive the weak of their lives at any time. Wave. Lion Fruit's ability was activated, and Shiki, who was floating in the air, swung his prosthetic limbs replaced by rapiers suddenly, and 2 golden slashes flew towards Luffy at extreme speed. Golden Lion Shiki's slashing speed is very fast, even much faster than the original Hawkeye. But the power of these 2 slashes gave Luffy a feeling that it did not have as much pressure on him as Hawkeye had brought him back then. No, it can even be said that the power of these 2 slashes does not threaten the current Luffy at all. Luffy raised his right hand, which had been covered by armament haki, and waved his black fist. The 2 cross slashes that had already flown in front of Luffy were instantly shattered. I'll leave the rest to you. Smashing Golden Lion's slash wave, Luffy turned his head and told Zoro and the others, then looked straight at Golden Lion Shiki, who didn't continue to attack. I really didn't see the wrong person, Straw Hat Boy Luffy, your strength is indeed very strong. I will ask you again, do you want to join me and subvert the world with me? Shiki, who was floating in the air, opened his hands wide, with a wild smile on his face, and looked at Luffy with deep appreciation in his eyes. This time, you won't have the chance to launch the Battle of At War. 39. Subvert the world? It is impossible to do it with the current Golden Lion Shiki alone. Even the former Golden Lion, with just 1 Garp and Sengoku, can get him into Impel Down, how much more so now? Marine is not only Garp and Sengoku, but also the power of the world government has never been shown to the world. Golden Lion Shiki was taken aback by Luffy's words, but he soon understood. But after realizing it, he was furious. Boy, you dare to compare yourself to Roger. The Battle of Eight Wall was the one he started because of Roger's refusal. But God seemed to favor Roger, and seeing that he was about to win, a sudden storm shattered his ambitions. Now, a young boy who is less than 20 years old even compares himself to Roger, and even says that the Battle of Eight Wall will never happen again. Are you saying that you will be killed by the other party here? Compared to Roger? Hearing Golden Lion's furious words, Luffy laughed, maybe his own words really meant that. But Luffy never thought that he would be another Roger. Do you think so? Golden Lion Shiki. It seems that you have no more power than that. Seeing Roger as a lifelong opponent turned out to be the biggest Roger blow in the end. Third gear, Zixiang. Coming and not being indecent, since your temptation is the next step, then you should also come and pick me up. A transparent beam of air swung out from his right fist and shot straight at Golden Lion Shiki. Brother Indy, I'll take care of the Straw Hat Boy, and leave the rest to you, leaving the orange-haired girl to die. The slash wave swung out again, and Golden Lion Shiki split the air column from Luffy's punch, and also commanded his subordinates. Straw Hat Boy, Do you dare to fight outside with me? Afterwards, Golden Lion looked at Luffy again, with a strong sense of provocation in his words. It could not be better. Playing in this Golden Lion's nest is really hard to let go. Outside, although Golden Lion can use the power of lion fruit to be more soulful in the air, but for Luffy, why not? These people don't need to keep their hands. Before 653 left, Luffy said something to Zoro and the others again. People who follow Golden Lion Shiki, what kind of good people can there be? Just kill them directly. With the ability of lion fruit, Golden Lion flew out first. And Luffy, who also flickered, disappeared into the hall. Since Luffy said so, then we don't need to be polite, you don't hold back. Watching Luffy and Golden Lion leave, Zoro showed a hideous smile on the corner of his mouth, said a word to the people around him, and then turned his eyes to the Golden Lion group opposite. Hey? Green Algae Head, what are you talking about? It's going to be a drag, maybe it's you. Sanji lit a cigarette and looked at the Golden Lion's subordinates on the opposite side, but he spoke to Zoro. Haha, the two of you have said so much, it's better to do it directly, but don't get there are not many girls who have been killed. Galtino laughed and rushed to the opposite side first, and the candle weapon started to condense in his hand. Seeing this, Zoro and Sanji didn't bother to mock each other, otherwise, the enemy might have been killed by Galtino. He, I didn't expect that after joining the Straw Hat Pirates, the official first battle would be on such a floating island, which really excited the skeletons. Chapter 246 Fighting the Golden Lion. Gee ha 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 ha, you actually followed me, Straw Hat Boy, I have to say, you are very courageous. Hey, are the seniors feeling scared? It's okay to tell you, it's just rubber fruit. Shiki kicked Luffy out with his feet, and Shiki swung his feet out continuously while the two separated. However, that's all. Luffy wasn't the type to be ridiculed and not pay back. Wave 35. The man in front of him may not have reached the strength of his peak period, but he is not far behind. But the man in front of him, this state is obviously the performance after the fruit ability has been deeply developed. Although the words of Luffy made the Golden Lion furious before, but the courage to face himself directly made the Golden Lion admire him. He swung out his right foot, and the famous sword Withered Wood collided with Luffy's right fist, which made a sound of gold and iron. Has armament haki cultivated to this point? Even observation haki is so grandmaster. I'll give you the same words, but at this level, you can't hurt me. Boom boom boom. Under the action of the lion fruit ability, these gravel lands that gathered into a tornado began to evolve into the shape of several huge lions. Even those of his subordinates who are still inside, perhaps many will die under these slashes. The control of lion fruit is really outrageous, and it can control the image of the lion so finely. This piece of land has long been under the control of the Golden Lion. Then let you see if I, the old lion, can make you feel scared. The ground began to tremble, and the surrounding trees were uprooted by this force. In the face of these people, Luffy will definitely taunt them even harder, and then kill them. White steam began to evaporate in various parts of Luffy, and the skin was hot as if it were red. Although observation haki cannot be easily cast because of the rudder on the head. Humph! Sharp teeth and sharp mouths. The consecutive slashes were slashed by Golden Lion Shiki, and each slash was more solid and faster than the previous slash wave. Could it be that the Straw Hat Boy in front of me is the same as Charlotte Linlin? Swish! Outside the main hall, Golden Lion Shiki floated in mid-air, looked at the boy in the straw hat who appeared in front of him again, and said with a big smile. But Golden Lion also had to admit that he was no longer as powerful as he used to be. Golden Lion also said what Hawkeye had said at the time. Second gear. Even though haki was greatly weakened due to Wang Lihao being the rudder, the fruit ability did not decline because of this. Looking at Luffy's appearance, he is only about 20 years old at most. How did he cultivate armament haki to such a level? With just one glance, Shiki can see how far Luffy's armament haki is, but how is that possible? As Luffy's voice fell, Luffy's figure disappeared. Luffy felt that he might be able to fully awaken Rubber Fruit after another close battle. Hearing Luffy's words, Golden Lion's face darkened, especially when Luffy emphasized the word senior. Although I have never seen a Rubber Fruit capable person before, Golden Lion can probably know what Rubber Fruit's ability is just by hearing the name. If Luffy's location was not in the direction of the main hall where the Golden Lion was before, these slashes might completely destroy the main hall. Seeing these lifelike lions roaring towards him, Luffy had no choice but to sigh. But Golden Lion's eyesight has not deteriorated. Although Luffy's speed in second gear is very fast, for Golden Lion, it is not enough for him to see clearly. As a legend, just find a place to live in peace, and maybe you can save your face as a legend. 99. Unless it is a natural monster like Charlotte Linlin, whose physical quality is different from ordinary people, maybe he can master the amazing armament haki when he is young. Shiki, who blocked Luffy's punch, stared solemnly at Luffy's pitch-black fist. However, although it looks like a rainbow, an attack of this level is not enough to defeat him. Lions, Thousand Slice Valley. Although he has been plotting revenge against Marine and the world government since his escape. Let me see if you can really ignore me and wait for the old guy in the old days, you arrogant brat. However, even so, this old man is not something you can easily deal with. Do these old people in the old days like to put on a senior's posture so much to pretend? With just 2 moves, Shiki no longer looked down upon him at the beginning. As for Zoro et.al., with the slowness of observation haki and konis, it is basically impossible. You're in this state, boy, what ability does your devil fruit have? Can the Golden Lion in front of you bring this kind of pressure to yourself? Chong. The slashes avoided by Luffy were shot all around, constantly splitting the surrounding land and houses. These lions roared up to the sky, with monstrous might, and rushed towards Luffy at the same time. It was still a golden slash, but unlike the test just now, this single-legged slash finally made Luffy feel a little sharp. The two-tone haki seems to have reached the top. Originally thought that Luffy was just an ordinary earth physique expert, but now Luffy's state is obviously Devil Fruit's ability. You know, armament haki can be said to be closely related to physical fitness. The rubble of the house that had been smashed by the Golden Lion's slash earlier also began to be crushed and gathered at the same moment. And physical quality is mainly linked to age. It can be said that under the same talent, as long as it does not enter the debilitating period of old age, the older the age, the stronger the armament haki will be. If even your old lion is afraid, why should I go out to sea? Luffy swung his right fist and smashed the slash, and at the same time, he entered the second gear with the help of the pressure of the slash. Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. This time, Luffy did not choose to make a hard connection, but under the perception of observation haki, he dodged and avoided the slashes that flew towards him one by one. At the same time, the invisible airflow spread out from the place where the two collided, shaking the leaves on the surrounding trees with a rustling sound. Rubber Fruit? Then you're a real genius. This is still under the circumstance that the opponent has no other cards. If his fruit ability is awakened, today, it may really be a tough battle. Although the fruit ability seems to be a little strange recently, it must be because of the awakening, right? The sharp slash pierced the air and roared towards Luffy's retreating direction. Chapter 247 Verbal Confrontation. The lion made of mud spread its teeth and claws and roared towards Luffy, who was standing not far away. Unlike the original Kanken, where only the lion's head appeared, the lifelike mud lion shook the ground while running. The mud lion, which seemed to devour the sky and the earth, quickly rushed in front of Luffy. Looking at these mighty mud lions, Luffy wants to have the ability of lion fruit. In this kind of superpower movie like I have seen in my previous life, the key to the ability to control mind power is to be able to fly. In this sea, Lion Fruit's ability is definitely one of the most invincible abilities. In the original book, if it wasn't for Golden Lion's stupidity, he cut open the sea water that trapped Luffy. Even if the rudder was plugged into his head, he would not have lost to Luffy at that time. Not to mention anything else, just being able to manipulate the sea water will give Grams most of the demon fruit power to death. The thought in his mind just flashed, and now the Golden Lion is the most important thing. As long as the Golden Lion is resolved and Frankie's Munch Munch fruit ability is there, this lion fruit will be yours. Luffy squatted down slightly, his right hand quickly expanded in a circle, and at the same time, black and purple lightning began to wrap around the entire right arm. Third gear, Elbaf's Gun 657, Tyrant Fist. Luffy shouted, and swung out his swollen right hand wrapped around Ultimate Armament Haki. The first to hit a mud lion that arrived first. The mud lion that was directly hit burst into pieces, unable to even block it for a moment. Unlike when dealing with Blackbeard before, this punch did not condense a shockwave and attack in a straight line. But after hitting the first mud lion, all the power was concentrated and released in an instant. It was also a shockwave, but this time, the shockwave suddenly exploded around Luffy's right fist. The mud lions that came were all shattered by this explosion. The tornado-shaped flying sand and stone that was originally under the control of Golden Lion Shiki also lost control at this moment, and scattered down one after another. The black-purple electric snake moved in the air, and for a while, the originally magnificent scene calmed down at this moment. That move just now is the strongest spear of the giants. Although his ability was completely destroyed by Luffy, Golden Lion was not surprised by this, but by the move Luffy had just used. As the legendary great pirate who once roamed the sea, Golden Lion naturally knew about the various races in this sea. After all, if you want to dominate the world, you can't do it without enough power. And on this sea, the most representative of power is undoubtedly the giant family of Elbaf. It represented the strongest spear of the giants, and it was the move called Elbaf's Spear. It seems that the seniors are not useless. At least in terms of knowledge, they are not comparable to ordinary people. Luffy was not surprised that Golden Lion recognized this move, not to mention that he called out the name of the move. Even as an accomplice who has been on the rocks together, Charlotte Linlin also uses similar moves. Although the Elbaf gun that Luffy just used is not a traditional shock wave, the skills shown are exactly the same as Charlotte Linlin's prestige. I didn't expect that in addition to Linlin, there are other non-giants in this sea who can make this move. Boy, who are you? This time, Shiki wasn't offended by Luffy's sarcastic tone. But after a slight sigh, he asked Luffy's identity with a little doubt. Although the sea is huge, Shiki doesn't think there will be a second one born as a natural monster like Charlotte Linlin. Is it because rubber fruit can stretch the body? Shouldn't it be that simple? No matter how you stretch it, the inside should still be human flesh and bones. Charlotte Linlin can also use a natural monster to explain, how did the man in front of him do it? Bia. Now is not the time to talk nonsense, Senior Golden Lion, if you only have this level, you will be defeated by me. 99. If the current Golden Lion really only has this level, then to be honest, Luffy is disappointed. This level of fighting cannot bring any pressure on himself. You're right, boy, now is not the time to talk nonsense, but if you think Lao Zi is only this level, then you can try to kill Lao Zi. Golden Lion floated in the air, his arms folded over his chest, and a cigar was already in his mouth. That arrogant and violent aura, even if you can't use Conqueror's Haki, if you meet someone who doesn't have the guts, it's enough to scare the other party away from moving. I have to say that the current Golden Lion does have some of the might of the great pirate that once dominated the world. However, just like this, it can't scare Luffy. Hehe, isn't it good for the loser to leave the stage in a grand manner? With that rudder stuck in your head, how much of your strength is left now? Since the other party didn't make a move, Luffy didn't mean to shoot first, but Luffy wouldn't stop the verbal offensive. The loser? How dare you say it, Straw Hat Boy, even if you have some strength, how can you understand the strong people of that era? And, if it wasn't for that sudden storm, how could Laozi fail? Humph, let me tell you the truth, boy, Laozi's purpose this time is that little girl on your boat. 99. If Laozi had such a person on board, how could Laozi lose to that guy Roger? No, Laozi did not lose to Roger, but to God. Golden Lion's tone was 7-point anger and 3-point helplessness. So if the destiny is not for you, even if you do it again, you will still fail. Moreover, this failure is not just as simple as inserting a rudder in your head. Boy, what do you mean by always holding the rudder on Laozi's head? Luffy left rudder, right rudder. Even though Shiki knew that this was Luffy's intentional attempt to provoke himself and that he should not be influenced by him, his anger continued to rise. After all, this is the rudder, which greatly reduces the strength of the current one, and it is impossible to do it without caring. I just think, maybe Senior Golden Lion, you can pull the rudder off your head, maybe, Senior's strength will be restored? 35. Luffy stood there quietly. To be honest, it was really hard for the old man to raise his head. Boy, you are not afraid of not being able to beat Laozi, so you want to use this method to make Laozi commit suicide. Chapter 248 The Sea Water Falling from the Sky. It's a good idea. But your subordinates are all finished, aren't you ready to take action? However, this will have to be said after this crisis has been overcome. Conies, when the sea is about to fall, try to use the ability to slow down its falling speed. Zoro explained what they could do, and then continued to look at Luffy. Seeking flowers 0. The rest, you can only watch Luffy's. Thinking of this, Shiki glanced at Zoro and the others with gloomy eyes, and then turned to Luffy. What's going on? That is, what is it? While Luffy was thinking about countermeasures, Usopp and others in the distance also saw the blue square that was rapidly descending in the sky. Luffy smashed the slash at him, his face still calm. There was no movement from Luffy either, and circles of fog began to permeate around Luffy, completely wrapping Luffy. As for the slashes that flew towards Zoro and the others, Luffy believed they could handle it. Zoro and the others came out, which means that Indigo and the others have failed, and may even be dead. It seems, Shiki's haki is really limited by the rudder. Hey, it's only been such a short time, has it been like this outside? Is this what lion fruit is capable of? How could it be able to do this? That guy Luffy has really prepared a big gift for Miss Nami. Candle Man, when the sea falls, you create a closed candle house to wrap you all. Taking advantage of this stalemate, Luffy took a deep look at Shiki, then continued to exert force on his hands, and the two retreated at the same time. But at this time, they didn't speak, and everyone just stared at the two people who were deadlocked in the field. Back on the ground, Luffy looked at the blue square that fell from the sky, and his eyes were slightly solemn. As a person of ability, there is always a threshold that cannot be crossed. Let Laozi see how much of your strength can you show in the face of the sea. This ensures that even if the sea falls, Zoro Sanji will not be disturbed when he saves people. Zoro also looked at the blue square with solemn eyes. On the opposite side of Luffy, seeing the change of Luffy wrapped in mist, Golden Lion's original angry expression also turned solemn. Sure enough, how could such an old silver coin only have the strength shown in the original work? As for whether Luffy was on his own, those of his companions had already walked out of the hall and were looking at this from afar. I really can't underestimate you, Senior Golden Lion, but now, I'll do my best. Boy, you have to have a limit when you look down on people. Laozi is a Golden Lion Shiki, a mere rudder, and he can limit Laozi's strength. Fourth gear. But this time Luffy didn't sneer again, and the strength in his hand was no less than himself. Hey, didn't expect Golden Lion Senior to be able to use armament haki to such a degree. It's the sea, the Golden Lion, who wants to use it against Luffy 5. The right fist wrapped in emission haki swung out, heading straight for the golden lion's face. However, king to general, Zoro resisted the ups and downs in his heart. Now, it's Luffy's time. Looking at the jet black arm that completely blocked his right fist, Luffy couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Moreover, with conies there, at least it can delay the descent time of this seawater. It's just that I underestimated you. I didn't expect your subordinates to be so strong besides you. 35. Lions, Thousand Slice Valley. Luffy, as demon fruit power, may be in bad shape if this sea of water really falls. Including Golden Lion Shiki's deputy, Indigo, has also fallen under Zoro's knife at this time. At a higher place than this floating sky island, a huge thing like a transparent block fell from the sky and landed straight towards this area. That being said, there was already blood left on Shiki's forehead. Shiki could feel that Luffy's armament haki seemed to be changing Luffy's body. Looking at the water falling from the sky, even Sanji has to admit that Luffy really cares about Nami. Unexpectedly, Shiki is still hiding so much seawater in a higher place. Watching the Straw Hat crew walk out of the hall one by one, Shiki's face darkened. Especially the dirt mountain that was still stacked between Shiki and Luffy. I don't know how it formed. Usopp, who came out of the main hall, could not help but take a deep breath when he saw the already riddled ground outside. The chaotic slashes were not aimed solely at Luffy, even Zoro and the others in the distance were also shrouded in these slashes. While retreating, Golden Lion waved his hands again, and Lion Fruit's ability was activated. Zoro glanced at the surrounding buildings with sharp cuts, and looked at the Golden Lion floating in the air with fiery eyes. Moreover, looking at the size of the blue square, he and others are also within its coverage. Now hearing Luffy's words, Shiki's face finally changed. From the tentative slash in the hall before, Zoro knew that the opponent was definitely a powerful swordsman. If you have the idea of killing people, you must be ready to be killed. You don't need a junior like me to teach you this kind of truth? Senior Golden Lion. Since you have such an idea, then there is nothing to complain about if you are not strong enough to be killed by us. Even the Golden Lion Shiki couldn't be indifferent in the face of the fact that his men who had grown up for decades were killed. Boom! While the two were talking, Luffy's observation haki had already sensed that all of the Golden Lion's men in the original hall had been killed by Zoro and the others. Although he didn't know what Luffy had done, the amazing armament haki aura could not be concealed from the Golden Lion. At the same time as the last two words of senior were said, Luffy's figure jumped up and jumped in front of Golden Lion Shiki. The seawater that can cover such a large area is impossible to run away, so the only way to kill the Golden Lion is before that. It was the rudder stuck to the head, the blood from the torn skin. What? Are you angry? Didn't you bring us here with the purpose of killing us and then kidnapping Nami? 35. Because observation haki was obstructed by the rudder eyes on his head, Shiki could not perceive the situation in the Great Hall. At the intersection of the two fists, red lightning bursts out continuously, which is the figurative lightning formed by the collision of armament haki. Chapter 249 The Rare Four Gear. At this time, Luffy's body was indeed changed by armament haki. Unlike the original where he had to bite his arm and blow air into his muscles to make muscle balloons, Luffy doesn't need to bite his arm. Since the third gear can be done without blowing, the fourth gear can also be done. Black armament haki began to manifest on the body surface. With the entanglement of a certain gas, the armament haki, which should have been black on the surface of the body, began to show a dark red color. Gear 4 transforms very quickly, similar to Gear 3, and soon, Luffy's hands and feet are covered with dark red armament haki. On Luffy's chest, there is a certain pattern covered by armament haki. The gas that entangled Luffy like auspicious clouds was actually formed by the evaporation of Luffy's sweat. The original height of 1.8 meters, 6'5" at this moment, suddenly grew to more than 2 meters, the whole body swelled in a circle after the change. Golden Lion, you have to take the next attack. 35. Luffy's facial expression is slightly grim, which is the reason after using 4th gear. In general, Luffy is reluctant to use 4th gear. Because in any case, the transformation of the 4th gear has a duration. And this duration is completely determined by the amount of Luffy's armament haki. Against normal opponents, there is no need for Luffy to use this move at all. When encountering an opponent who is stronger than himself, once haki is exhausted and has not been able to kill the opponent, after the 4th gear is the time to die. Only when you encounter someone who is evenly matched with your normal self, the strengthening of the 4th gear may allow you to quickly end the battle. And this also has to be when there is only one person on the other side, otherwise, it may be missed by others. But it won't be so embarrassing now. Even if he fails to kill the opponent after the 4th gear, he has already mastered Conqueror's haki, and he has enough means to deal with it. What's more, with the 4th gear and the Conqueror's haki entanglement, Luffy doesn't think there will be someone who will be his opponent until he encounters the 4 Emperor's Admiral. Not even the Golden Lion in front of him. Is this attitude also the ability of Rubber Fruit? Looking at Luffy, whose feet were shaking slightly and his body was completely floating, Shiki already felt that the water that was about to fall in the sky might not be able to kill the man in front of him. What's wrong with Luffy? Is it a new skill? 99. Looks great. Zoro and others naturally saw Luffy's change, and Usopp and Chopper even shouted directly. He, I can finally see Captain Luffy take action. Brook didn't see the fight between Luffy and the Golden Lion just now because they were dealing with the Golden Lion's subordinates in the main hall. But looking at the mess around him and the shock he felt in the hall before, he also knew how fierce the battle between the two was. Being able to see the two of them fighting now made Brook's boneless body feel like it was burning with gas. In his previous pirate career, he had never experienced such a level of battle. Hey, what the hell is this guy's posture? It feels a bit scary. The one who said this was Perona, who also joined just a few days ago. After seeing Luffy's gesture, Perona couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Looking at Luffy's slightly hideous face at this time, Perona thought about the fact that she had been putting ghosts on the boat a few days ago, and she would not be beaten by Luffy. This attitude is really super. I didn't expect that guy Luffy to have such super ability. Although Frankie's favorite is robots. But seeing Luffy's appearance, with his dark red armament haki covering his muscles, he couldn't help but make his super stance. Now is not the time to excite you. Luffy has become like that. He should be trying to solve the Golden Lion quickly. You should also pay attention to that piece of sea water in the sky 5. Looking at everyone's appearance, they seemed to have completely forgotten the sea water above their heads, Zoro reminded. But Zoro's heart is also not calm. He didn't expect Luffy to have this transformation ability. He didn't have to think about it. Luffy in this posture was definitely much stronger than usual. I originally thought that the distance between myself and Luffy would continue to increase, but it seems that Luffy did not show all of his strengths from the beginning. However, this is right, and only such a person would agree to get on his boat in the first place. While Zoro and others were shocked, Luffy's body had already moved. Bang bang! It was the sound of air exploding. Luffy in 4th gear, the slight vibration under his feet hit the air, allowing Luffy to hang in the air and at the same time making Luffy's speed reach an outrageous level. Boom! Another impact sound came out, but this time it was not the sound of a foot hitting the air, but the sound of a fist touching the flesh. At this moment, Luffy has appeared in front of Golden Lion Shiki, covered with dark red armament haki, his fist with exploding muscles punched Golden Lion Shiki's stomach. Behind Luffy, a long white smoke formed, indicating the trajectory of Luffy's movement. Gear 4 Luffy's speed, the Golden Lion at this time couldn't react at all, he only felt a severe pain in his stomach. Then, the whole person completed the shrimp, and flew out at an uncontrollable speed. At the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out from the corner of Golden Lion's mouth, streaking a bright trace in the air. Luffy didn't give Golden Lion Shiki a chance to breathe. He stepped on the air and continued to fly towards the Golden Lion that flew out backwards. Now is not the time to waste time, whether it's the consumption of armament haki, or the rapidly falling waters in the sky. 0.4 tells Luffy that he has no extra time to waste. Golden Lion Shiki's pupils shrank suddenly, and behind him, he could already feel Luffy's breath. Before he could think about it, the Lion Fruit's ability was activated, and Shiki used the fruit's ability to forcibly control his body to move halfway in the air. The dark red fist rubbed against Shiki's waist, and although it was not hit directly, there was still a sharp pain in Shiki's mind. Emission haki. Out of the corner of Shiki's eyes, he caught a glimpse of the film flowing on the dark red fist, and his heart was pounding. This time, if he was hit directly, he might really have to explain it here. Shiki, who had already reacted, used Lion Fruit's ability to fly away from Luffy's position before Luffy's next attack. Chapter 250 solved? So fast. Luffy is so strong. The others were not much better, except for Zoro, Sanji and the others. Under the impact of this momentum, their minds fell into a brief sluggishness. At this time, it was impossible to defend or dodge. Shiki could only condense all armament haki and flow toward his back. But even so, the breath of the Golden Lion still did not disappear. Cough. I didn't expect you to be able to fly in this state, ahem. But even if you can fly, what about your companions? 35. You must know that these 4-speed Elbaf guns can be said to be the strongest move at the moment, except for continuing to entangle Conqueror's haki. Even looking at the tragic appearance of the Golden Lion who was punched out just now, if it were replaced by people like himself, maybe he would have died immediately. Buzz. Even though there was a threat from the sea water overhead, Zoro and the others looked at the two sides who were fighting in shock. Konis, who was using the ability, was a little dazed under the impact of this momentum, and almost didn't even maintain the ability to slow the fruit. Golden Lion coughed out a mouthful of blood again, and although it blocked Luffy's attack, the huge strength and solid haki still hurt Golden Lion. The clothes on Shiki's back were shattered, his body was concave, and he flew out at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye. Now is not the time for you to be distracted. Purple-black lightning appeared, wrapping Luffy's dark red arm in 4th gear. With such an attack, Usopp can't imagine anyone who could survive such an attack. However, it should be said that Golden Lion, Luffy's punch, although it did hit him, actually failed to penetrate his body. Hey! With such strength, I really didn't expect that in this era, there is still a young powerhouse like you. 35. The black-purple electric snake roamed, and Luffy's fist hit Shiki's back directly. Luffy, who appeared on the side of Golden Lion again, although his expression was still a little grim, his tone of voice was quite calm. And just when everyone thought that the Golden Lion had been resolved, an astonishing momentum radiated out from the ruins where the Golden Lion was shot. If Konis's constitution had not been strengthened by the pills, this shock of Conqueror's haki might have knocked her out directly. To suffer. 35. Even with all haki on his back, Shiki couldn't stop Luffy's punch. When Luffy's fist was about to hit Golden Lion's waist, Shiki's hands were already in front of Luffy's fist. In the blink of an eye, Luffy had appeared beside the Golden Lion from his original position, and attacked twice in a row. But no matter how he activates his ability, that group of sea water cannot continue to descend according to his own wishes. Cough, that's impossible. What kind of ability is that? The pink light flew out from the fingertips of Konis's pinched orchid fingers in circles, from a small circle, and gradually expanded until it reached the sea water in the sky. Boom! Since I and others are on the sidelines, I can calmly perceive with observation haki. Although he had gradually gotten used to the 4th gear Luffy's attack, the Golden Lion still couldn't dodge every time he faced such a fast attack. As expected of the former great pirate Golden Lion, he has adapted to my speed so quickly. The Golden Lion, who once drove One Piece Gold Roger to a dead end, was not Luffy's opponent at all. Even, this speed produced bursts of sonic booms. Usopp looked in disbelief in the direction the Golden Lion flew out. Then you underestimate them too. At the same time, on the dark red arm, purple-black energy began to condense. But even as he spoke, Luffy still had no plans to stop attacking. Shiki could already feel the enormous energy that stabbed the skin behind him. But imagine yourself in the Golden Lion position, can you calm down and use observation haki? A punch slammed out, hitting Golden Lion's waist straight. Although Luffy's offensive did not stop, Golden Lion was barely able to keep up with Luffy's speed. At this time, Shiki, who was able to dodge Luffy's punch, spoke again. Shiki's pupils shuddered violently, but he didn't expect that it was just a momentary carelessness, and Luffy caught the opportunity. The invisible wave formed by the momentum swept through everyone present. The same move, the same name, but the energy contained in this punch is completely different from this move in the third gear state. No, Shiki still felt that the sea water was falling a little bit, but the speed was completely negligible. The surrounding trees rustled in the lingering might. Fourth gear, Elbaf's gun, Tyrant Fist. It should be solved, solve it. There was a continuous crash, and it was the sound of Shiki's body smashing against the wall. And once observation haki can't be used, under this kind of offensive, they can't even block Luffy's punch. Did 657 say that Luffy has surpassed One Piece? Now this distance can be sensed. Boom. But it is precisely because he can perceive it that he knows how fast Luffy is now. I want to use my ability to control the sea water again, although I really feel that the sea water is under control. Boom. Golden Lion's body was blown away by Luffy again. However, the punch didn't do much damage. So, is it solved? And when the light came into contact with the sea water that fell from the sky, the sea water that had descended extremely fast, as if the pause button had been pressed, was so quietly suspended in the air. Perona swallowed hard. Golden Lion looked at the sea water that was suspended in the air as if it were still, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Just when Shiki was distracted to control the sea water, Luffy's figure had dragged a long white airflow and appeared behind Golden Lion. The soil was flying, and the house had completely collapsed, but the fluctuation just now had not completely dissipated. An astonishing wave spread out from the collision, completely shattering the surrounding mounds. The pink halo has covered most of the sea water in it. Luffy glanced at Zoro and the others, and then opened his mouth to Golden Lion. If Luffy made such an attack against Moria-sama at that time, would Moria-sama still survive? Everyone has mastered observation haki, and they have taken the drug observation haki developed from the horn of the unicorn lion and have made some progress. Although the sea water is very close, Konis at this time has raised his hands to face the sky. Chapter 251 The Last Conqueror and Number 039, S Haki Rap. And just when Usopp and the others were bearing the brunt of this conqueror's haki, another conqueror's haki swept with even greater might towards the place where the Golden Lion fell. Under the invisible impact of this conqueror's haki, cracks began to appear in the surrounding buildings. The surrounding trees were even broken by the impact of this conqueror's haki. At this moment, two conquerors' haki collided together, and the invisible impact began to show black and red lightning. With the wild dance of the black and red electric snakes, everything around was shaken by the collision and impact of these two conquerors' haki. As for Usopp and others, after another wave of conquerors' haki swept out, the originally chaotic brains were also awake at this moment. The conquerors' haki just now had given up the coercion against Usopp and others, and turned to contend with this conqueror's haki. Although the feeling of dizziness is not there, the imposing wind formed by the collision of the two conquerors' haki still makes everyone feel that they are unable to move an inch. Gee ha 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 ha! Sure enough, how could you, who can push me to such a degree, don't have this aptitude? Conquerors' haki's confrontation is still continuing, and in the ruins, the embarrassed figure of the golden lion is slowly walking out. Although Shiki was disheveled at this time, his clothes were tattered, blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, and there was even a dent in his back waist. But under the collision of the two conquerors' haki, the embarrassed figure had an aura of dominating the world at this time. Have you pulled the rudder off? Compared with the injury of the lower back, Golden Lion Shiki's head injury was significantly heavier at this time. The rudder that had been stuck on his head had disappeared, and the blonde hair on both sides of Shiki's head had been dyed bright red. Even so, blood continued to flow down Shiki's head. Gee ha 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 ha! Laozi admits that the one with the rudder stuck on his head is not your opponent, ahem, it really hurts. 5. Hearing Luffy's words, Shiki laughed out loud, but seemed to be hurt again, coughed twice and spat out another mouthful of blood. But Laozi can't let this younger generation look down on you, ahem. Now Laozi has pulled the rudder off the boat. Although Laozi won't survive, this will be Laozi's strongest blow. The collision of Conqueror's haki ended at this moment, and everything around him that was constantly shaking due to the strong wind also calmed down. But the black and red electric snakes are still wandering in the air. This is the phenomenon that the two people unconsciously revealed and converged with Conqueror's haki. What was that just now? After the two strands of Conqueror's haki disappeared, Perona asked in disbelief. The dizziness at that moment, and the feeling of being unable to move an inch under the two momentum afterwards, made Perona feel a sense of suffocation. Although Gecko Moria is also a big pirate, after all, he has always been nested in the Devil's Triangle. And the person who can be taken away by Gecko Moria is naturally impossible to have any decent powerhouse, so Perona can understand that he has never seen Conqueror's haki. That's Conqueror's haki. It was Zoro who answered Perona, but Zoro frowned. If I remember correctly, Luffy once said that Conqueror's haki is a mental coercion to others, and the Conqueror's haki just shown by the Golden Lion is just like that. But what happened to the Conqueror's haki that Luffy used later? Looking at the cracked walls and broken trees around, Zoro was a little puzzled. However, Laozi didn't expect your Conqueror's haki to be able to cause damage to real objects. Shiki also found the surrounding cracked walls and trees, and said with a slight sigh. It's just a bit of a breakthrough recently. 35. To be honest, Luffy was a little surprised that his Conqueror's haki could do this. Although after taking the pill before, Luffy felt the change in Conqueror's haki. But it was not until I used it today that I found that my Conqueror's haki had actually improved to this level. That's amazing. But, Laozi's last trick, you have to pick it up. Shiki's face was already dripping with blood, and looking at him, he really couldn't last long. As he said, the next blow will be his last attack. Lion Fruit's abilities were activated again. This time Shiki didn't use anything under his control, just floated himself. Puff! The famous swords Kuki and Sakuraju, who were used as prosthetic limbs to replace the feet, were pulled out from the joint of the lower legs under the control of Shiki. Blood spurted from Shiki's calf again. Old friend, this is the last time I will fight with you. Shiki held Deadwood and Sakura Ten in his hands, looking at these two thin swords that never left him, with a touch of melancholy in his tone. Withered Wood and Sakura Ten's hilts are almost corroded because they are connected to flesh and blood. But at this moment, Shiki was holding the hilts of the two knives, but he didn't feel any strangeness. Luffy doesn't mean to attack directly, the hero is late, and this respect still needs to be given. Although Golden Lion is not a hero, but the end of a generation of legends, there is always a dirge worthy of him. But this also means that Luffy has considerable confidence in his own strength. Otherwise, take advantage of his illness and kill him. Konis still raised his hands high, but his body was supported by Nami, and the ability to slow the fruit was activated for the second time. To maintain such a wide range of ability activation, for her, even if her physical strength has been improved qualitatively, it is still a bit difficult. But the others didn't urge Luffy, not even Konis, to ask Luffy to solve it as soon as possible. But even if they don't say it, the battle is coming to an end. Wong Wongs, Straw Hat Boy Luffy, the golden lion that once swept the sea is about to end, so, can you withstand the requiem of the old era and play the ode to the new era? Black and red lightning began to appear on the double swords in Golden Lion's hands. Black and red lightning began to radiate toward the blade from the tip of the blade of Deadwood and Sakureju. A darker, thicker lightning bolt stretched to the Golden Lion's arm. The momentum of the Golden Lion seemed to be gathered on the double swords wrapped in black and red lightning at this time. And when Golden Lion turned his gaze to where Luffy was, Golden Lion's eyes showed shock, disbelief, and joy. The same black and red lightning was entangled, but on Luffy's side, it was wrapped around his entire right hand. Gee ha ha ha! I really didn't expect, Straw Hat Boy, maybe, you will be the Roger of this era.